Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Hajime slipped back into Yaga Shrine without waking anyone. Megumi was already half asleep, so Hajime gave him a quick summary of what happened. They agreed it was too late to investigate further and turned in for the night. The next morning, Akashiyemi, warm, patient, and effortlessly graceful, had breakfast ready. The spread was generous: miso soup, rice balls, fried eggs, bacon, and buttered bread. After thanking her, Hajime and Megumi joined Akashi no Hiko at the table, where they met his two children, Nabuneo and Natsuki. Both siblings took after their mother, gentle features and quiet manners, though Natsuki carried a spark of their father's confidence. They were only a little older than Hajime and Megumi, and it didn't take long for the group to settle into easy chatter. Natsuki seemed especially curious about the two boys, but one was expressionless and the other two focused on eating to hold much of a conversation. Once breakfast ended, Hajime thanked the Akashi family again. His attention shifted when Shujun and Akashi no Hiko discussed their next destination. Among the places Hajime had noted in the streamer's video, one stood out: a giant tree at the top of the mountain behind the shrine. Hundreds of years old, thick as a house, and considered by locals to be a physical incarnation of the mountain god worshipped at Yaga Shrine. Tourists often visited it after praying. Hajime asked if they could tag along. Akashi no Hiko agreed immediately and called for his children to join. After clearing the table, he sent Nabuneo to gather everyone. The boy was reserved, but polite, and soon returned with the group, ready for the short hike. During the walk, Hajime struck up a conversation with Nabuneo. Though normally quiet, Nabuneo came alive when talking about familiar subjects, games, anime, and local spots worth visiting. He explained that aside from the shrine, only a few attractions existed nearby: the ancient tree, a cherry blossom path, currently out of season, a clear mountain river rich with wildlife, and a small forest that had gained notoriety in recent years because of several suicides. It wasn't Aokigahara, but it had caught online attention after news reports and influencer exploration videos, along with a few disappearances. At the mountaintop, the ancient tree dominated the clearing. Thick Shimenawa rope circled its trunk. Even without leaves, its size was impressive. In summer, the canopy would blanket the whole area. Everyone took turns snapping photos and making wishes. Hajime wandered instead, scanning for traces of cursed energy. White Wolf had sensed something faint last night, and sure enough, the residual aura here lingered around the base of the tree, but weak, scattered, and old. No active curses. From the peak, they could see the shrine's rooftops through the forest and a silver stream winding through the valley. Megumi met Hajime's gaze, having picked up the faint aura himself. He motioned that he could summon jade hounds to investigate discreetly. Hajime declined with a slight shake of his head. Natsuki insisted on taking a photo of Hajime, Megumi, and White Wolf in front of the tree. Hajime agreed, reluctantly. After enjoying the view, everyone descended the mountain. They followed a narrow trail beside the river until it widened into a pebble beach. Children played skipstones while Hajime and Megumi searched for curses. A small flyhead surfaced briefly before fleeing. Hajime ignored it. Too weak to matter. According to the video, the real anomaly was near the ancient tree. Someone in the group likely encountered a curse yesterday, which led to illness. Since nothing appeared on the mountaintop or near the river, the lingering spirit had to be hiding somewhere close. A tedious hunt. After returning to the shrine for lunch, Hajime insisted on paying for their stay despite Akashi no Hiko's refusals. Then he and Megumi excused themselves to rest. Once in their room, Hajime called Megumi over. They were going back out. destination, the forest he'd visited the night before. When they reached the trees, Hajime had Megumi summon the Jade Hounds. Two Shikigami, one white, one black, emerged from Megumi's shadow and circled him. After giving instructions, the Jade Hounds and White Wolf scattered to search. Despite the forest's history, only minor curses surfaced. Flyheads, mostly, harmless and less provoked. Then White Wolf barked from a distance. Hajime and Megumi sprinted toward the sound and found a cliff edge. Below, under the bright sky, a veil of gray-black mist drifted, thick and unnatural. "Found it?" Megumi asked. Hajime nodded. Its aura was buried deep. Didn't expect it here. People must have jumped from this spot. Hajime erected a barrier around the area, just in case anyone wandered nearby. "Let's go." He jumped. Megumi froze for a second, then crossed his arms. New, a winged Shikigami burst out of his shadow, talons hooking onto Megumi before carrying him down the cliff. New was new, freshly tamed and still unpredictable, but its flight was stable enough. They landed at the base where Hajime was already waiting. Megumi recalled New, then pointed ahead. A patch of black mist hovered, swirling like a living fog. "What is that?" "It feels like a curse." "Do cursed spirits normally look like that?" Hajime studied it. The aura was clear, but the shape was wrong. "Let's test it." He flicked a small pulse of cursed energy toward it. The mist recoiled as if stung. It condensed inward, thickening until it formed a massive black snake. Its scales gleamed. Its head had no eyes. Emotionless, but aware. It coiled, preparing to strike. Hajime lifted his hands and stepped back. "I'll leave this one to you," he said calmly. "You can handle it, right?" Megumi nodded, unsheathing Onakiri. The Jade Hounds moved to his flanks. The forest was too cramped for New, so he stayed grounded. Hajime watched from behind. The snake felt like a semi-grade 2, manageable for Megumi and good training. Still, something about its presence bothered Hajime. Too quiet, too passive, and far too good at hiding. The number of suicides here shouldn't have spawned something this strong. And last night, in the dark, the mist would have blended perfectly with the trees. No wonder they missed it. This curse wasn't powerful because of malice. It was powerful because it knew how to hide. Megumi Fushiguro wasn't inexperienced. He'd tamed several Shikigami by this point, and although the Onakiri in his hand lacked the defensive bite of Tatsuka no Tsurugi, it was still a cursed tool, more than enough to damage cursed spirits. With the Jade Hounds flanking him, he held the advantage. But the curse they faced wasn't normal. Megumi's attacks tore its snake-like body apart again and again, only for it to reform from black mist each time. It shrank slightly with every reconstruction, but its shape was just a mask. No snake could stretch its mouth into a bottomless pit. Worse, that gaping maw pulled the world toward it. Rocks, grass, branches, everything was swallowed by suction, so strong the air seemed to warp. Megumi braced himself and avoided being dragged in, but the curse devoured its surroundings without changing shape. He kept calm and precise, slicing the mist apart while the hounds pinned it down. Under the three-way assault, the snake continued to shrink. Then the curse vomited a spray of objects, wood, stone, metal, forcing Megumi to dodge. In the chaos, a human body tumbled out. Hajime reacted instantly. His curse technique snagged the figure midair, pulling him to safety. The man wore a thick outdoor jacket and was unconscious, though still breathing. Hajime recognized him immediately from the mission brief. He'd been reported missing almost 4 days ago. Swallowed by this thing? "Megumi," Hajime called out. "Don't finish it yet. It can swallow living people. There might be more inside." Megumi nodded silently. "Good thing I didn't use Great Serpent. If he had, the widespread attack would have ended the curse too quickly." Megumi had been pacing himself to gain combat experience, not to annihilate it. After Hajime's warning, Megumi bent his pinky finger. Toad, a calf-sized toad, Shikigami crawled from his shadow. He directed it to join the assault. With the hounds and Toad working together, the snake shrank rapidly. More debris spilled out, along with 3 corpses. Hajime inspected them. All were suicides, deaths by hanging. They had died before the curse swallowed them. The curse didn't discriminate. Stones, ropes, branches, people. It swallowed anything, storing it in whatever space its mist-like body hid. The storage capacity made no sense, but curses rarely did. Hajime tapped his chin. If it can swallow anything, can it swallow cursed tools? This might be the storage item I've been looking for. Megumi, now fully in control of the fight, seemed slightly stiff when dealing with non-human shapes, and his weapon forms were rough. Hajime made a mental note. Maki would definitely whip him into shape at Jujutsu High. Megumi, Hajime called again, don't exorcise it. I want to try forming a contract. Megumi paused. He knew the risks. In the jujitsu world, forming contracts with wild curses required care. Powerful curses were often born from concentrated negative emotion, unstable, aggressive, and dangerous. Even if bound, they could cause problems later. Weak curses weren't worth the trouble. Only curses with special abilities were usually contracted. And this one had a very special ability. Hajime approached cautiously, but something unexpected happened. The moment he stepped forward, the snake tried to flee, then jerked back as if pulled by an invisible leash. It tried again, and again. On the fourth attempt, it collapsed into a bowing posture, trembling before the boy holding Tatsuka no Tsurugi. Hajime blinked. That works too. With no resistance, he formed the contract. An invisible thread connected him to the curse, granting a faint but clear mental link. The curse accepted a small portion of his energy and burden. The snake dissolved into thick black mist, rising like smoke. It condensed at his left ear, solidifying into a black Magatama-shaped earring. Hajime had originally wanted it near his hand for easy access, but wearing it as an earring was safer in battle. Let's test it. He summoned a small current of cursed energy. The Magatama released a swirl of mist that engulfed the two swords in his hands, Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Spider Cutter. The blades dissolved like they were sinking into deep mud, vanishing into the curse's storage. When Hajime summoned his energy again, the tip of Tatsuka reappeared from the mist. He grasped the hilt easily. He grinned. Much better. No more hauling giant crates everywhere. Megumi recalled his Shikigami and walked over. It worked? What now? Hajime caught the Onigiri Megumi tossed him and stored it. That's it. When we get home, pack your things and say goodbye to Tsumaki. We head to Jujutsu High soon. Megumi used Toad to swallow the unconscious rescued man, preparing to hand him over to the logistics team. While waiting, Hajime learned more through the mental link. This curse wasn't born only from suicides. It was tied to a local wild deity, one feared in old legends. Not a benevolent god, but a frightening guardian spirit. On its own, that wouldn't create a curse. But combined with the forest becoming a suicide site, fear, despair, and folklore had merged, birthing the creature. It had no real malice, no clear thought. It swallowed things instinctively, preserving them intact. The missing man had simply been stored inside it, not killed. The medical team arrived and took the survivor away. Hajime and Megumi headed back to Yaga Shrine. They thanked Akashi no Hiko for his help and stopped to pray for Tsumaki. They bought Omamori charms, until Akashi Emi insisted they take them for free. Megumi, she laughed softly. It must be fate. My mother always said I was a blessing to others. I'm sure your parents love you very much. You two really remind me of our children. Megumi stayed quiet, but bowed his head in gratitude. Together with Hajime, he left the shrine. Back home, Tsumaki looked noticeably better. Her eyes brightened at the charms and the boxes of incense sticks, gifts said to calm the spirit and improve health. She insisted on cooking a big dinner for the two of them. Hajime stopped her gently, had Megumi help, and cooked instead. The meal wasn't perfect, but it carried the warmth only family could give. For the first time in a long while, they felt at peace. Hajime planned to rest a few days before returning to Jujutsu High, but peace never lasted long. Just as he stepped out of the kitchen, Tsumaki collapsed, unconscious again. Kamihara Hajime. Hajime had just fallen asleep after playing games late into the night when he received a call from Megumi Fushiguro. The voice on the other end was a bit distorted, but what Megumi said next instantly sobered Hajime. "My sister suddenly fainted again. I've already called an ambulance, you." Hajime barely caught the rest. He quickly got up and rushed to the Fushiguro residence. Megumi's face was clearly panicked. Before the ambulance arrived, Hajime tried to use reverse cursed technique to treat Tsumaki, but found it had no effect. The effect of reverse technique was barely better than nothing. Despite Hajime's full effort, Tsumaki's eyelids only fluttered briefly as if about to wake. Then she fell back into unconsciousness. The only good news was that her vital signs remained stable, almost as if she were merely sleeping. After she was sent to the hospital, a series of examinations and tests revealed no cause, only that everything appeared normal. Yet, she remained unconscious, unable to wake, leaving the doctors baffled. But Hajime quickly realized something was wrong, detecting the aura of a curse on Tsumaki. His attempt to dispel it were completely ineffective. Could a previous coma have been caused by the same thing? This is troubling. Hajime urgently sought help from Gojo Satoru. Not long after, Gojo appeared at the hospital. After examining Tsumaki, his expression turned serious. "It's a curse, and an unknown, troublesome one. At least for now, I have no idea how to resolve it. We need to find the source. Has she been to any unfamiliar places or encountered any cursed spirits recently?" Megumi sat on a chair in the corridor outside the ward, head lowered. After a moment, he said no. She hasn't gone anywhere else recently. There are no traces of cursed spirits near school or home either. The only silver lining was that Tsumaki was merely unconscious, not in immediate danger. Gojo arranged for investigation of the places she had recently visited. With no way to dispel the curse, the best option was to have her cared for at a private hospital owned by the Gojo family. Seeing Megumi so silent, Gojo approached and patted his shoulder. "Megumi." Megumi looked up. "Gojo-sensei, if I go to Jujutsu High, can I become strong enough? I feel far from strong enough to protect those I care about." Gojo regarded the determined young man who had inherited the Zenin family technique. "Yes, you can, Megumi. You're talented. The desire to protect those you cherish is good. Although Jujutsu sorcerers gain power from negative emotions, they also need beliefs like this to support them." As Tsumaki was taken away, Megumi packed his things. Hajime stood beside Gojo and broke the silence. "Sensei, this seems more likely a curse master's doing. If she had accidentally encountered a curse, there wouldn't be no clues like this." Gojo nodded. "This isn't an ordinary curse. If it's not a direct curse by an enemy, it's probably a random act. So the culprit might be hard to find?" Hajime asked, expressionless. "A curse like this must serve a purpose. As long as they keep acting, they'll leave traces." Gojo gestured for Hajime to follow. "Let's go. By the way, Hajime, when do you plan to become special grade?" "Soon, once I master full-time reverse curse technique." "Gojo-sensei, does anyone at Jujutsu High know new shadow style? Since I can't learn domain expansion anytime soon, I want to start with simple domain." "Yes, your future second-year homeroom teacher, Itsuya Kuzuke, specializes in that. He's a grade 1 sorcerer without a curse technique. Since Kinji Hikari and others were suspended, he probably has free time. You can learn from him." Hajime had heard about the suspensions of the 2 second-year seniors due to conflicts with the conservatives during the previous Hyaki Yagyo incident. He didn't know the details and didn't ask Gojo. Those older sorcerers were skilled at setting traps and political games. The beginning was no longer important. The key was Kinji Hikari got caught in a vulnerable position. The suspension was likely a political balance. After returning to Jujutsu High in the car driven by Yeri, the morning sun had already risen over the mountains. After helping Megumi settle into his dorm and other matters, Hajime, who hadn't rested all night, lay down briefly. Still full of energy, Hajime's sleep was short now. If necessary, he practically didn't need to sleep at all. Still, it was wonderful to hide under covers during winter, and endless work and entertainment got boring. so Hajime enjoyed the emptiness of sleep every day. After returning, he greeted Panda and Maki, who were already up and training. Then he went to find Itsuya Kusakabe. After explaining his goal, the middle-aged man with messy hair, thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a lollipop in his mouth readily agreed. This style can be learned at Jujutsu High if you want, with some merit. You'll be fine. Want to start now? Hajime nodded. Yes, I'm mainly interested in the simple domain of new shadow style. I want to learn other techniques too. Kusakabe led Hajime to an empty room and began explaining the philosophy and basics of new shadow style with a wooden training sword. Hajime quickly mastered the moves. He focused on simple domain and the technique of combining cursed energy with cursed tools. It's constructed using cursed energy like a barrier technique, without involving the sorcerer's technique. The difficulty is lower, but the effects are fewer. No wonder some call it the domain of the weak. Hajime maintained the stance of sheathing his sword. The simple domain, initially only a few meters around him, took shape. This felt interesting. Hajime sensed that if an attack landed within his simple domain, he would automatically counterattack under the domain's wriggling effect. Most importantly, it neutralized sure-hit effects inside enemy domains. Kusakabe thrust a sword like lightning, rippling like a breeze on water. Hajime felt an anomaly intrude within the few meters around him. Without activating his technique, Hajime's wooden sword left its sheath unnoticed. Though struck later, his blade arrived first, hitting Kusakabe's attack side and easily neutralizing it. Kusakabe sheathed his sword. You're talented, worthy of being that guy's student. Use the techniques as reference. Practice more for the rest. He bit the candy in his mouth, which looked like a cigarette, and sighed at Hajime's learning speed with no other emotion. There are always geniuses in this world, aren't there? Kusakabe, who had never awakened a technique, understood this long ago, but didn't care. He just wanted a peaceful life. Moreover, such gifted people often endure the first storms that fall from above. Let's go, time to eat. With a wave, Kusakabe called Hajime, who was still practicing, then left first. Hajime checked the time. It was noon. He returned to his dorm for a quick shower, then called Megumi, who had woken up, to meet at the cafeteria. The cafeteria food was ordinary, not bad but above average. The daily menu was mostly fixed, with limited choices. Few people ate there since many were on missions. For example, Gojo was often absent. Hajime had practically never seen him in the cafeteria. Upon entering, Hajime saw Panda and others sitting together. He waved at Panda, then took Megumi to the counter. Megumi swiped Hajime's student ID, though cash was accepted. After ordering tonkatsu ramen and tempura, Hajime sat with his tray and saw Panda wink at him. Hajime, is that the Megumi Fushiguro you mentioned? Yuta Okatsu and Inumaki Toge looked curious. The previous new classmate had trained with Nanami Kinto and hadn't fully recovered from an earlier incident. Although improving, they hadn't grown close. As for this new junior, who had grown up with Hajime, a natural familiarity arose. When Megumi joined with his tray, Hajime gestured for him to sit and said, Megumi Fushiguro, I mentioned him before. He's next batch. Gojo-sensei asked me to bring Megumi here early. He introduced everyone. Panda, you know him. Panda smiled and greeted Megumi. Inumaki Toge, a Zoga user, very strong. But he usually uses limited words, so asked Panda to translate. Seaweed. Inumaki bowed slightly to Megumi. Yuta Okatsu was special grade before. I think Yuta will return soon. Pity you missed meeting Yuta's girlfriend. Yuta greeted Megumi politely. Then came Maki. Zen and Maki, skilled with cursed tools. You'll rely on her for training. You two know each other, right? Maki glanced at Megumi and nodded. Barely, saw him once as kids. Noticing curious looks, Hajime realized he hadn't told them Megumi's original surname was Zenin. Oh well, not important. Though Megumi wasn't outgoing, after brief intros, the group became more harmonious, chatting about recent events over the meal. Nothing major, except Yuta mentioning Gojo had sent him abroad on a mission. Yuta, don't forget souvenirs. Having seen Yuta's strength and knowing he had learned reverse technique, they felt reassured and joked with him. No problem. I've always believed that improving in combat comes from constant fighting. So let's start by feeling it through the blade in your hand. Maki and Megumi Fushiguro stood facing each other, each holding a wooden sword. The lesson began quickly, and before long Megumi was at a disadvantage, barely managing to defend himself in a flustered way. While Maki attacked fiercely, she also offered advice on what he should do. After watching for a while, Hajime, wanting to avoid being bothered by Maki later, greeted Panda and the others, then slipped away. Gojo Satoru seems to need me for something. I'm heading out now, bye. Hajime wasn't lying. Gojo had messaged him. When he arrived, he saw Gojo talking to Yaga Mazamichi. Gojo-sensei, did you call me for a mission? Gojo leaned back on the sofa. That's right. This time, the target is a curse master, quite infamous in the Jujutsu world. He travels around, creating or inciting malicious incidents to breed vicious cursed spirits. Previously, this person fled abroad, but recent intelligence shows he's returned to the country and is active again. Hajime took the papers Gojo handed him and quickly scanned them. The information was clear. There was a criminal imitating the modus operandi of a former serial killer. It was crude, and his tracks were quickly discovered. But then strange events derailed the case. The murderer violently resisted arrest and was shot dead at the scene by police, but 2 days later reappeared and committed another bloody crime. The police, barely suppressing the news, sought help from relevant parties. Investigators soon found the curse master's whereabouts. Further investigation confirmed this dangerous special grade curse master was involved, and the report ended up in Hajime's hands. No special grade missions. Hajime flipped through the intelligence. Though threatening to ordinary sorcerers, he showed a bored expression. Gojo chuckled, scolding, "You brat, where do you expect to find so many special grade curse spirits to exorcise? This one's already good. His actions are vile. You can exorcise him on the spot. No detention needed." Hajime waved the papers nonchalantly. Yaga Mazamichi, nearby, wanted to comment, but held back. After Hajime left, Yaga said to Gojo, "Gojo, your student is only a first year." Gojo chuckled softly, eyes hidden behind the blindfold. "He's almost second year." Seeing Yaga raise his eyebrows, Gojo continued before he could speak. "I know what you mean, don't worry. Hajime is much more capable than you think. He has the resolve." Standing in front of an abandoned factory on the outskirts, Nidakari looked at the photo in her hand and said to Hajime, "This is it. The last place the culprit committed a crime. Intelligence suggests there might still be traces of cursed spirits inside." Hajime nodded, formed a hand seal, and chanted a spell to erect a barrier. Amid Nita Akari's "May your martial prowess flourish," he stepped forward. The place had been abandoned for years. Weeds grew waist-high. What should have been desolate was now marked by tire tracks and footprints leading toward the factory. Hajime entered through the gate and immediately frowned. The overwhelming cursed energy felt like piercing wails of vengeful souls, making him uneasy. That's not right. Looking around the dilapidated workshop, Hajime noted unnatural cracks, damaged rusty machinery, and cursed energy residue everywhere, proof of a battle between jujutsu sorcerers or cursed spirits. If the intelligence is correct, I'm the first sorcerer to handle this. These battle traces can only be related to the mission target. The police just left here yesterday, and now these traces appear. Did that cursed master return to fight an unknown enemy? Is he that arrogant? Clang! A sharp sound echoed through the empty factory, catching Hajime's attention. Black Magatama earrings dangled with wisps of mist, and Tatsuka no Teruji slid out, caught by Hajime's hand. He walked toward the sound and found a heavily rusted thick door. As if sensing Hajime's footsteps, the unknown entity inside suddenly slammed into the iron door with a deafening roar. Hajime raised an eyebrow and sneered. "Want out so badly? I'll help." The Tatsuka no Tsurugi in his hand trembled slightly, and the iron door shrieked as it was sliced into pieces by four-way slashes. A shadow rushed out. Hajime didn't move immediately, but studied the strange creature. Is it a cursed spirit? The figure was roughly humanoid, but its face was twisted unnaturally, as if parts rotated and flipped. Its two arms were uneven, one large, one small, and a purple-skinned hand protruded from its abdomen. Its body was covered in hard, spiky skin, and its lower limbs bent backwards at the joints. Most striking was the thick left arm's hand, which wasn't really a hand but a heavy blade fused with flesh. That must have caused the earlier clang. Hajime's confusion came from subtle differences compared to other cursed spirits. Before he could think further, the monster charged. The swift, thunderous impact was immediately reversed as the monster trembled violently, slammed to the ground by immense force. A vibrating hum followed, and the culprit, Tatsuka no Tsurugi, was deeply embedded in the monster's chest, piercing the earth. The sword in Hajime's hand had already become onigiri. He observed the monster struggling to rise. The organ that might have been a mouth muttered indistinctly. Hajime listened closely, barely catching the words. Kill you." He stomped the monster, which was trying to break free, back down. The concrete cracked underfoot, dust spreading. Then, Hajime raised his sword and severed both arms with 2 slashes, saving effort. Using the tip of his blade, he prodded the clothes nearly fused with the monster's flesh. Closer inspection showed it was wearing clothes. Hajime pierced an intact pocket on the upper garment, and from it fell a notebook. The monster instinctively tried to grab it, but couldn't. Hajime picked it up. The notebook was palm-sized. He flipped open a page, his expression growing strange. After quickly paging through, he disgustedly threw it aside. Now he knew. This monster was the resurrected murderer. His name was Matsumoto Den, right? The notebook contained vivid pencil sketches, but their content was deeply disturbing. The intelligence was right. This depraved killer left behind artworks as traces, scenes that would sicken most but intoxicate him. 4 words: unforgivable crimes. He got off easy. He placed Onigiri's blade on the monster's, Matsumoto Den's, forehead pinned underfoot. With slight pressure, the sword could pierce the brain and shatter it. But Hajime hesitated, pondering. Ordinary people turn into cursed spirits after death, though they may lose their original selves. But this one still wore clothes from life, carried real objects, and bled, and gave off an unusual feeling. Hajime took out his phone, opened the camera, and took a photo of the monster. Then the photo showed the monster's full form clearly. Ordinary people cannot see curses, and some technologies like cameras don't capture curse traces. So only one possibility remained. This monster wasn't a curse formed from Matsumoto Den's death, but a creature made from his flesh. This situation, it's that cursed spirit. Hajime recalled a special grade cursed spirit that had left a deep impression, Mahito. Its technique could alter the souls of those it touched, causing physical changes. He carefully examined Matsumoto Den's condition. Since it was his first encounter with such a thing, he hadn't identified it at first. Without these signs, he might not have thought in that direction. Remembering the fate of such victims, the outcome seemed irreversible. Even if there were ways to save him, Hajime wouldn't act. Death was already mercy enough. He cut off the monster's head with 1 slash. The body went still. Pulling out Tatsuka no Tsurugi, another question came. Matsumoto Den was here, so where was the curse master? The traces around didn't look like they came from one monster alone. At least, Matsumoto Den had fought the curse master or his cursed spirit. Kamihara Hajime was searching Matsumoto Den's body for other clues when footsteps suddenly approached from outside the factory. Turning, he saw a young man, not much older than himself, with a strikingly handsome face. They exchanged confused glances. Hajime recognized the man as the curse master target, Uehara Masanobu. Despite his likable appearance, his deeds were far worse than Matsumoto Den's. Hajime sighed inwardly. This is too easy. I don't even need to search. The mission targets are delivered right to me. Could anything be simpler? Uehara Masanobu's gaze swept over the young man in the familiar uniform holding a sword, then to the monster lying at his feet. His heart sank. Tentatively, he asked, "Are you from Tokyo Jujutsu High?" Hajime had intended to finish him off immediately, but remembered Matsumoto Den's strange state. He changed tactics, charging without activating his technique. His twin blades flashed toward Uehara's face. Though prepared, Uehara was startled. Suddenly, several ink-black tentacles erupted from around him, wrapping him tightly in layers. In a flash, the Shikigami he had summoned shattered, streams of light seeping through the cracks, revealing a surprised expression on his face. A swift kick twisted Uehara's face further. Spinning through the air toward the wall, he was caught by tentacles extending from behind at the last moment, lessening the impact. Despite clutching his abdomen, Uehara wore a just-as-expected expression. "Did you fight before?" Hajime pointed at Matsumoto's body on the ground. Uehara's face darkened, but said nothing. Instead, he pulled out another talisman and summoned a towering Shikigami resembling a zombie. As it appeared, pus-filled boils burst one by one, popping continuously as black-green liquid spread across the ground. "Do you know Mahito? He's a humanoid, cursed spirit," Hajime said, vibrating his sword. In Uehara's mind, the image of the stitched-face cursed spirit with a smile mixing innocence and malice naturally appeared. Fear flickered in his eyes, unnoticed by himself. "By the way, why is your sword vibrating?" White threads enveloped Uehara, and the tentacles fell. The zombie-like Shikigami collapsed into a shapeless mass. "You?" Before he could finish, his vision dropped, and he fell uncontrollably. His legs were neatly severed at mid-thigh, blood mixing with filth as he screamed. "Tell me about that cursed spirit. If you cooperate, I'll heal you with reverse curse technique," Hajime said, looking down. Severely injured, Uehara knew he'd met his match. This wasn't like the sorcerers he'd evaded or repelled before. He dared not release his other Shikigami meant for a sneak attack. Memories surfaced involuntarily. The humanoid cursed spirit speaking human words, transforming the deranged murderer into a monster before his eyes. He himself had been injured by it. He'd fled in fear, but returned greedily, only to face this formidable opponent. Now sober, regret filled his heart. Under the threat of death, Uehara forced himself to believe. Even if there was only 1% chance, he clung to it. That cursed spirit has stitches on his face and body. He transformed that man into a monster, but I don't know his name. He told me to find him at a nearby hospital before. As he spoke, realization dawned. Hajime's gaze shifted, then Uehara felt his feet tingle. His body began swelling. F.A. Ugh. His voice became muffled, indistinct. Futile whimpers escaped as his raised hand ballooned grotesquely. "So, I've already been affected. When did this happen?" His consciousness spiraled into chaos. This last thought flashed before being swallowed by a violent desire to kill. Hajime watched wide-eyed as the cursed master transformed from human to monster, limbs and facial features distorting. This technique, it really is... Time will spin. Onigiri sliced through the body easily. The fragments immediately withered, vitality draining away. After dispatching the few Shikigami and cursed spirits released by Uehara's death, Hajime took out his phone, snapped photos of the ground, and sent a message to Nidu Akari to handle the aftermath. Leaving, he opened his map app, searched the nearest hospital, and headed there. The hospital wasn't large, corridors sparsely populated. Hajime paused upon seeing someone sitting at the corridor's end. Black clothes and pants, long blue hair braided thrice, one blue eye and one black eye. The stitches on his face and arms were unmistakable. It was the special grade cursed spirit Mahito. He sat ignored by passers-by, observing hospital visitors with fascination. Hajime's arrival caught his gaze. His eyes lit up, knowing he was seen. "Hello there." Mahito smiled innocently, almost disarming if one ignored his abnormalities. "Did that human come? But you're not bad either," What a beautiful body. Your soul must be beautiful too. I want to feel it. Mahito reached out, intoxicated, but a sharp pain snapped him awake. His outstretched right hand was severed at the wrist, though he hadn't seen how. Did you do that? Confused, Mahito bent down, picked up his hand, dangled it, then let it fall to dust. Flesh surged where it was severed, and a new hand grew in moments. He flexed it, identical to the original. Hajime sat opposite calm. That had been a warning. Mahito was special. Ordinary attacks barely harmed him. Only soul-affecting powers truly damaged him. Are you Mahito? You were behind Matsumoto Den and Uehara Masanobu, right? Hajime's question was assertive, despite its form. Few people were around, but the urgency prevented evacuation. Mahito wouldn't foolishly watch Hajime kill. Mahito's interest deepened, contemplating the unnoticed attack. He answered thoughtfully, I suppose. I don't know those humans' names. After granting one's wish, I transformed the other casually. Are they your friends? Hajime chuckled softly. No, criminals. You just stole my job. Mahito laughed, twirling a strand of hair. Then no thanks necessary. By the way, you're here to kill me, right? His smile deepened with malice, but he didn't attack. Hajime was cautious about hostages. Mahito wary of Hajime's methods. That pure speed? I didn't see the attack's path or weapon. The thing on his ear must be a rare, shape-shifting cursed spirit hiding the weapon. Mahito regretted focusing on observing humans instead of making more toys. Facing an opponent with invisible attacks made his toys less useful. Still, he felt no fear. If his soul was untouchable, injuries healed instantly. His soul must be beautiful. Touching it would be exquisite. Mahito smiled wide, eyes revealing childlike malice. A child pouring boiling water on an anthill just to watch. Hajime sighed, glancing both ways in the corridor. Come with me quietly, then I'll cut you down. Exorcising you makes my special grade application easier. No, I haven't begun playing yet. But if you promise to let me touch your soul, it's possible. Otherwise, these toys will keep me entertained, Mahito said, eyes drifting to the hospital's people board. Distracted, Hajime barely listened. They exchanged a few more words. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted as a door at the corridor's right end exploded, along with a nearby surveillance camera. Sensing danger, Mahito activated his technique. The scene changed instantly. Around him were groups of parked cars. Above, thick concrete and lights. The underground parking lot. Mahito licked his lips. His peripheral vision caught 5 figures undergoing terrifying transformations, toys he'd made earlier. Under his control, the disfigured figures swayed and stumbled toward Hajime. Tears streamed from their eyes, bodies convulsing with distorted cries for help. Save me. Mahito smiled wantonly. How do you like my toys? I changed their souls with my technique. Hajime's face was obscured by light above. He destroyed the surveillance cameras. These transformed people were beyond saving. Reversing them was futile. Too early in transformation, reverting would only prompt Mahito's technique again. The root problem was Mahito. He had to be killed first. Without visible movement, Hajime caused the 5 monsters to abruptly revert to human form, then fly backward, landing in a corner behind a wall. He drew Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Onigiri, with Spider Cutter impaled in the ground before him. Mahito eyed the 3 swords, auras subtly intertwined. A dark premonition filled him. Without another word, his technique activated, he began transforming. Hajime's voice echoed through the underground. Are you ready to die? Mahito's body darkened as a hard shell began to form, but then a strange sensation tore through it. He knew the attack was complete. Instantly, he examined his injuries. Limbs severed like chopped scallions, 7 clean cuts across his chest and abdomen, his neck and the area from left eyebrow to chin cleanly sliced, and a deep puncture from his left eye to the back of his head. Alongside these wounds, 2 unknown forces were at work. One suppressing his flesh and blood's recovery, the other a toxin affecting both his nerves and cursed energy. Those 3 swords, Kamihara Hajime noticed the slight shift in the young man's stance, the changed order of the swords in his hands, and the residual technique within his body. After Hajime activated his technique and entered time null state, Onigiri pierced Mahito's left eyeball, slicing through the splattered fluids and embedding halfway out the back of his head. Hajime, wielding Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Spider Cutter, appeared before Mahito instantly. The incomplete black hard skin that had started forming on Mahito's body was almost non-existent before the cursed swords, which easily tore through flesh and bone, severing every limb with flashing strikes. Seeing purple-black fluid leaking from his torn skin, Hajime understood Mahito's plan. Without hesitation, these substances were noxious, venom or similar toxins disguised as flesh to counterattack. A pity, still useless. Let's see if you survive the techniques of these 3 cursed swords. Spider Cutter's blade, clear and precise, sliced through Mahito's neck before hovering in the air. Hajime pulled Onigiri from his eye, then with a single diagonal slash, Tatsuka no Tsurugi split his head unevenly. Another cut bisected his upper body. Onigiri followed, exposing Mahito's internal organs from another angle. Hajime gripped Spider Cutter and plunged it into Mahito's heart. The 3 swords crossed, breaking Mahito into fragments. Feeling the techniques deeply penetrated his body, Hajime deactivated his technique. Blood gushed from Mahito's torn body. Before hitting the ground, rapidly growing threads connected the severed flesh. Sitting up with hands on the floor, Mahito reattached his 2 halves, a rotating eyeball, growing from the bulging flesh of his left eye socket. He pushed the dangling eyeball back in and grinned wider, vomiting chunks of flesh before clapping his hands together, molding them into one. Multi-soul, bodily extraction. Mahito's technique, idol transfiguration, lets him manipulate souls, changing victims' physical forms. He can also alter his own body to adapt. Those flesh chunks were transformed victims, modified humans forced to obey him against their will. This soul alteration caused their deformity. Reverse curse technique was powerless. Merging souls, using the power of their rejection reactions, produced the multi-soul, bodily extraction technique. Mahito's face twisted with delight as he spread his hands. The merged flesh violently swelled, tumors jostled out, quickly obscuring most of his body. Those tumors grew into many sharp-toothed heads, like a cluster of snakes, biting everything with violent cursed energy. Hajime found this technique fascinating. The souls, once ordinary people, under Mahito's manipulation, erupted with power beyond mere addition. Matsumoto Den, previously transformed, had acquired cursed energy he never had. Mahito's technique altered souls and awakened latent cursed energy. Facing these grotesque heads dripping mucus in the air, Mahito's smile froze. Hajime raised Onigiri, aiming at that smile. One more round to end you. Onigiri and Spider Cutter danced in turns. Kesasatsu, reverse cross, slash, spinning cleaves. Anything blocking Hajime's path to Mahito was shredded by chaotic sword light. Amid floating flesh fragments, Hajime felt an anomaly. Headache, chest tightness, difficulty breathing, as if internal organs were failing. Poison gas. The sensation vanished instantly. Technique reversal activated continuously, restoring Hajime's body before Mahito's poison gas could harm him. You're clever, avoiding your own poison blood, switching to gas that covers the area, Hajime said, stepping forward. Mahito's gaze was fixed elsewhere as Hajime slashed diagonally from left shoulder to right hip with Onigiri, then followed with Spider Cutter and Tatsuka no Tsurugi. Mahito's body shattered again. His first instinct was to find Hajime's location. Seeing him unharmed, confusion showed. Gas doesn't work either? What is his technique? Not just speed, long-range slashes. As expected, the modified creatures fell apart. No form, hard shell, fluid body, could withstand Hajime's slashes. Mahito was powerless. Poison liquid Poison gas, spikes covering the space, all failed, shredded again. The ominous feeling grew. Hajime was still at peak. Mahito considered fleeing. Idle transfiguration. His body split like an earthworm. From his mouth, he vomited meat strips. Modified humans emitted distorted sounds, stumbling toward Hajime. Mahito clones transformed, bodies nearly bursting parking lot ceilings, sporting unnatural blade-like limbs. All you've got, Hajime whispered in Mahito's ear, entering time null state, stepping on the creatures to get behind him. The technique of the three cursed swords pinpointed Mahito's main body. Slicing through a blocking clone, Hajime plunged Tatsuka no Tsurugi into Mahito's back, the tip emerging from his chest. A tall, ethereal figure appeared above Mahito. A demonic face stared mercilessly. In a static space, the Azura-like phantom raised its decaying, blood-stained sword and brought it down on Mahito's head. Time resumed. Ow! Bloodlines burst from Mahito's face. His mutated body scattered. But this time, it wasn't just physical damage. His soul seemed severed. This injury was not instantly healable. More importantly, if Hajime could harm souls, Mahito would die. Feeling death's kiss, Mahito's fragmented face laughed wildly. His technique operated frantically. The true killing blow was coming. This feeling wonderful, the edge of life and death. Walking a narrow path suspended in darkness, surrounded by eternal death, Mahito felt one wrong step would damn him forever. Yet the thrill filled him with unparalleled pleasure. In an instant, Mahito's technique completed. Hajime, still in time null state, saw modified creatures explode, while the 5 humans he'd brought for the hospital fused into a synthetic monster. Mahito's body was unrecognizable, beginning self-disintegration. Small, worm-like forms indicated his escape attempt. Hajime faced one choice: gamble on killing Mahito with the next attack. Otherwise, explosions would collapse the parking lot. Mahito could escape in the chaos, likely through underground drains. Mahito's soul was incredibly resilient. The last attack wounded him severely, but death wasn't certain. Let's try. Hajime repeated the attack, cutting Mahito into smaller fragments, summoning the Azura-faced demon phantom. He expanded technique reversal's range, restoring all creatures except Mahito. No explosion occurred. Mahito was severely wounded again, but showed understanding. Shattered into wriggling worms, Mahito burrowed downwards. Concrete no obstacle. Modified humans showed explosion signs again. Hajime entered time null state. Cut worms entering the sewer into flesh and blood. After the third curse, sword technique activation, Hajime deactivated his technique, watching the flesh mass accelerate into the sewage pipes. Still a bit short. Hajime cursed. Mahito's health was absurd, tenacious as a cockroach, slippery as a loach. Reversing him restored his state. No other soul-affecting methods meant letting him linger. Counting the countless worms in sewage, most with cursed energy traces, indistinguishable from Mahito's own parts. Don't let me run into you again. Next time, I'll kill you for sure. Hajime muttered to the flowing water. Not a threat, a fact. If Nain awakened, with her technique, she could slice Mahito to death. Finding other soul-affecting means would make it easier. Once Mahito's location was pinned, his death was certain. Besides Mahito, there was a volcano head and a tree spirit. Suguru Geto, once their ally, is confirmed dead. These special grade curse spirits are unique. I'll report to Gojo-sensei later. Now, to call cleanup. Hajime leapt up from the opening and met a destructive explosion. Unfazed, he watched as stones and debris rewound perfectly, repairing damaged walls, pillars, and large holes, like a video playing backward. To ordinary eyes, it was a blink. The destroyed area restored. Modified creatures reverted and collapsed, blood gushing from holes in their foreheads. Hello, I'm at XX Hospital. I encountered an unidentified special grade curse spirit. A battle broke out in the parking lot. The opponent is severely wounded but escaped. The situation is complicated. Please send reinforcements. A humanoid cursed spirit that can talk. Kamihara Hajime shifted his gaze from the bubbling sukiyaki on the table to Gojo Satoru, then nodded. I spoke with him for several minutes. He talks like someone with a few screws loose. Calls himself Mojito. His technique involves manipulating the soul. Most of my attacks didn't affect him much. That's why he got away. Gojo Satoru rubbed his chin. An unregistered special grade, and an unusually odd one at that. Was it newly born, or something else? No reports had come from the window agents either. Do you know of any cursed tools or methods that can directly affect the soul? Gojo snapped back to attention, considered the question, then replied, Tools like that are incredibly rare. I've seen some before, but I have no clue where they ended up. Hajime gave a thoughtful nod. What about Nain? She's still at Yeri Shoko's care, right? Gojo leaned back and sighed. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. Soul-related matters are complicated, way beyond what we usually deal with. And the Gojo family hasn't done much research in that area. He paused, then added, the Kumo clan and some higher-ups proposed a deal. They'll provide us with limited research materials on soul manipulation, but in exchange, Nain has to transfer to Kyoto Jujutsu High. Hajime raised an eyebrow. They don't just give things away. What do they really want? Gojo gave a dry chuckle. They want Nain, and by extension, the Minamoto family, to align with their faction. So, the Minamoto family agreed to it? Yeah, they didn't have much of choice. She's valuable, both in jujitsu potential and as a political piece. Gojo sighed again. I was hoping the next batch of first years would be a bit more lively. Hajime shrugged. Who knows what the future holds? Anyway, let's eat before the beef gets tough. The two shared casual conversation while enjoying the hot meal. Are you going to reveal your technique to the higher-ups and apply for special grade status? Hajime chewed a piece of beef before answering. Yeah, I can maintain technique reversal continuously now without active effort. Once I'm recognized, I'll have more resources available, right? The higher-ups aren't the only ones in the jiu-jitsu world. Becoming a special grade will get your name out there a bit more, Hajime-san. Gojo grinned, teasing. You little punk. What are you plotting all day? I'll arrange it for you. They'll probably send someone to document your technique. Just know, your missions will get tougher, unless you're okay with no authority. Hajime ignored his smirk and kept eating. Gojo soon joined in. Upon returning to Jujutsu High, Hajime found a weary Fushiguro Megumi sitting on the steps, catching his breath and sipping a warm drink. How was training? Megumi glanced at him. Maki-senpai's amazing with weapons. I learned a lot. I think I'll be able to contract another Shikigami soon. Where are Yuta and Inumaki? Only Panda and Maki were still sparring in the training area. Megumi nodded toward them. Yuta-senpai's preparing for a trip overseas. Inumaki-senpai's out on a mission. Maki paused her sparring with Panda, raised her wooden spear, and pointed it at them. You two just gonna sit there? Get over here. Hajime patted Megumi's shoulder. Shall we spar? Megumi didn't flinch. Sure. The two walked onto the field. Maki smirked in anticipation, while Panda hopped up with excitement. No techniques, no cursed energy. Just pure hand-to-hand skill, Maki declared, taking her place as referee. Stop before anyone gets seriously hurt. Both picked up wooden swords and took their stances. Panda cupped his hands and yelled, Loser buys dinner. Hajime waved without turning around. No problem. Megumi will treat everyone. Megumi remained calm despite the taunt. Hajime twirled his sword, pacing in a slow circle. His Magatama earrings caught the sun, swaying lightly. You're guarding pretty tight, Hajime observed. All right then, I'll start. Megumi's vision blurred. He instinctively raised his sword to block a swift gust targeting his chest. A heavy force struck. His hand went numb. He quickly blocked a follow-up kick. Training with Maki had paid off. He's this fast without his technique? Megumi countered with a smooth sword arc, but Hajime dodged and parried everything, barely blinking. When a wooden blade came at his side, Megumi reacted instantly, dropping his own sword and lunging in close. He wrapped around Hajime's weapon arm like a snake and twisted, disarming him. Oh! Hajime raised an eyebrow as Megumi skillfully flipped the sword out of his grip and caught it. Now, this is getting fun. Even unarmed, Hajime attacked, weaving between Megumi's strikes and landing clean counters with fists, elbows, and knees. His movements were seamless. I can brawl too, you know. Finding a gap, Hajime reversed Megumi's grip and disarmed him in return. But instead of using the weapon, he tossed it aside with a grin. Megumi, surrender now, and I'll only charge you half for dinner. And you've never beaten me since we were kids, have you? Megumi's expression darkened, childish as always. Back in school, Hajime had always dominated the delinquents. His physique and experience outclassed everyone. Whenever he clashed with Megumi, it always ended with the two rolling around on the ground, exchanging blows until Tsumaki stepped in, scolded them gently, and forced them to make up. Thinking of Tsumaki, Megumi faltered, just for a moment. In that moment, Hajime locked his arm, his grinning face filling Megumi's vision upside down. Oh no! Wham! Megumi hit the ground, pinned. Hajime raised a fist in victory. Woo, I win. Megumi stared at the clouds above. Not the worst loss. He pushed himself up, only to find Hajime's hand reaching down. After a moment, he took it and stood. Let's go for sushi. That Fujiwara place. Megumi's face twitched. That place? He remembered the prices. Expensive. Ridiculously so. Still, as Panda cheered and Maki glared, ready to chase Hajime with her spear, Megumi felt a warm sense of familiarity. Tsumaki, I'll keep getting stronger. I'll wake you up. I promise. They didn't end up going for sushi. Instead, they bought ingredients and cooked in the dorm. Hajime took the role of chef. What is this? Hot pot. Looks like sukiyaki, Panda said. Hajime explained the differences between the Chinese and Japanese styles while prepping. Are you trying to kill us with this much spice? Maki asked, eyeing the bubbling red broth suspiciously. Hajime waved her off. It's not that spicy. At first bite, he was right. The layered flavor was intense, but manageable. Everyone quickly dug in, until it hit. Maki flushed and ripped off her glasses from the steam. She grabbed a carton of milk and glared at Hajime. Not spicy, huh? Megumi silently drank milk too. Panda, of course, kept eating happily and even teased Maki about her delicate palate. Maybe you're just eating too fast. Hajime offered with a smirk. Want to take a break? Maki ignored him, grabbed more milk, and muttered, This is nothing. Suppressing a laugh, Hajime pulled cold sodas from the fridge. Even in winter, he liked iced drinks, especially after spicy food. Just then, the door opened. What's going on in here? I smelled something good, said Principal Yaga as he stepped inside. We made too much food, Hajime called cheerfully. Come join us, Yaga-sensei. Yaga looked torn. I really shouldn't. I have paperwork. Come on, Mazamichi. Hajime's cooking is insane. Hello, first-year student at Tokyo Jujutsu High, Kamihara Hajime, a man and a woman, who had come with Gojo Satoru, extended their hands and shook Hajime's. Hirakawa Kei, Suzuki Shiko. Both wore suits and formal smiles. After the brief introductions, they stood inside the spacious dojo of Jujutsu High. Gojo Satoru clapped his hands. All right, let's begin. Hirakawa Kei pulled out a plain notebook. Hajime-kun, please explain your technique in detail and demonstrate it. I'll record everything. Hajime stepped into the center of the dojo. No problem. My technique is related to time. I call it time wheel. It allows me to accelerate my own time. For example, he held up a card, a front-facing ID of Hirakawa Kei. The man looked shocked, patting his coat to find his ID gone. Just as quickly, he felt his pocket bulge again. The ID had returned, while Hajime hadn't paused his explanation. I won't demonstrate every offensive application. It's difficult to show here, and frankly, you wouldn't be able to track it. Next is technique reversal, which I learned from Gojo-sensei. Hajime smiled brightly. I call it reversal. Simply put, it reverses my own time. He turned to Gojo Satoru. Sensei, would you help with the demonstration? Gojo agreed with a shrug. Without delay, he raised his finger. A swirling red orb of cursed energy formed at the tip. Curse technique reversal. Red. Even at low power, the surrounding air warped with the pressure. Kei and Shiko instinctively backed away. Gojo-san, please don't. Too late. Gojo flicked the orb forward. It slammed into Hajime's abdomen, punching a wide hole through it. Looking down at the wound, Hajime grimaced. Gojo-sensei, was that really necessary? Even cursed spirits don't hit me that hard. Gojo scratched his head casually. Don't be dramatic. That was low output, and this is the first time I've used a technique on my own student. Count yourself honored. As the two bantered, Hirakawa Kei blinked hard. Before his eyes, the gaping wound on Hajime's stomach vanished. His uniform returned to its pristine state. That wasn't an illusion, he murmured. I'm a grade 1 sorcerer. Even if it was an illusion, it'd have to be an incredible one. But of course, Hajime wasn't deceiving them. In the Jujutsu world, sorcerers rarely concealed their techniques. Revealing them under a binding vow increased the effectiveness of the technique, an invaluable advantage in evenly matched battles. Besides, while most people knew the general workings of a sorcerer's technique, the truly lethal variations, their personal refinements, remained secret. A first-year special grade. Hirakawa Kei noted silently. The last one just lost that title not long ago. He asked, can your technique be maintained like Gojo-san's? Hajime gave a sly smile. Of course. I've designed it to trigger automatically. If I'm injured, the technique instantly reverses time to restore my state before the damage. He offered a demonstration next, dragging Gojo into a light spar. Their movements dazzled. Blows landed with crushing speed. Some areas of the dojo shattered and reformed in real time as Hajime's technique reset both damage and wounds. Hirakawa Kei and Suzuki Shiko watched wide-eyed, barely able to follow Hajime's movements. Only the flickering traces of his cursed energy gave hints to his location. Despite Gojo's relaxed demeanor, the truth was clear. A first-year student was holding his own against the strongest jujutsu sorcerer. If either of them tried to fight Hajime, they wouldn't last more than a few seconds. All right, that's enough, don't you think? Gojo said mid-swing, turning toward the observers. Hirakawa Kei quickly closed his notebook. Yes, Gojo-san, we've seen more than enough. Thank you for your time. The two bowed and left. Stretching his arms, Hajime turned to Gojo. Sensei, I have a new move I want to test. Interested in helping? Gojo's smile disappeared. Nope, I'm busy. Then, as if remembering something, his grin returned. Actually, there's a new mission that suits you. A cursed spirit swallowed one of Sukuna's fingers. It's currently classified as a special grade. Hajime's expression darkened. Sukuna, the king of curses. Ryaman Sukuna. His name echoed in both historical records and haunting legends. 1,000 years ago, during the golden age of Jujutsu, he had reigned supreme. For arms, for eyes, and unmatched strength. It took the combined force of all sorcerers to bring him down. Even then, they only managed to split his essence into 20 fingers, special grade cursed objects that survived his death. Later, he would be reborn through Itadori Yuji, though Hajime knew Sukuna wouldn't stay dormant forever. Exactly, Gojo confirmed. Special grade cursed spirits don't show up often. Perfect chance to try that new move of yours. Hajime narrowed his eyes. This isn't your mission that you're dumping on me, is it? Gojo didn't even flinch. Nonsense. This is me being considerate. Fine. I'll take it. Great. I'll register it right now. Gojo strolled away, whistling. The mission briefing. Later, outside the school, Hajime boarded a car. Ijichi Kiyotaka, as usual, was waiting. Oh, Ijichi-san, you're looking good today. Ijichi chuckled. A few days off did me good. I feel much more rested. Did you visit the city? Finding great restaurants. I did, actually. There's a sushi place I want to take you to. Best sashimi I've ever had. Say no more. Send me the location later. He took the mission file Ijichi handed over. Most of it was familiar, but now the details were clearer. The cursed spirit was located in Ono Prison, a maximum security facility. When discovered, over 40 inmates and 6 guards were already dead. Several others have been injured. The prison had since been evacuated. The source was a cursed Buddha statue used as a spiritual seal, standard practice for suppressing malevolent energy. But this statue had hidden something far worse inside, one of Sukuna's fingers. At some point, the statue was broken, and a cursed spirit consumed the finger. The result, the spirit was transformed into a special grade threat. After a long drive away from the city, Hajime and Ejichi arrived on the prison grounds. The outer structure had been renovated, but the air was still heavy, as though resisting every breath. Even under the sun, the place felt cold. At the entrance, a sweating man in a prison guard uniform waited, clearly flustered. "I'm Yamaguchi Takuya, the warden here," he greeted, bowing. "You must be the specialist from Jujutsu High." Ejichi showed his ID, but Hajime's eyes were already fixed on the towering gates of the prison. "The location is in the West District. I've already evacuated everyone there. Will the two of you be heading over immediately, or?" Yamaguchi Takuya led the way, wearing a forced smile. They had entered through the east gate of the prison and needed to pass through the central area to reach the West District, where the incident had occurred. As Kamihara Hajime walked through the corridor, he noticed some of the cells were still occupied. With the number of inmates here, a full evacuation had been impossible. Only those in critical zones had been relocated. The remaining prisoners were visibly shaken, eyes filled with confusion and fear. They didn't know what had happened, only that dozens of prisoners and several guards had died mysteriously. The tension was palpable. Ghost stories that had long circulated within the prison suddenly no longer seemed like fiction. The more notorious inmates, who usually scoffed at superstition, now looked genuinely terrified. Some recalled the recent day when Scabby Dog had gone mad, mumbling incoherently toward a hallway drenched in blood, where several unexplained deaths had taken place. Spotting the warden leading 2 unknown figures, one of them a handsome young man whose face they vaguely recognized from TV, the prisoners stirred. "Warden, please transfer us out of here. I don't want to stay in this cursed place. I'll give you all my money. Just get me out." Others lashed out from their cells, pounding on metal doors, shouting curses. "You piece of garbage. Let me out of here, or I swear I'll kill your entire family. Even if I die, I'll come back and haunt you, you balding pig." Yamaguchi Takuya's expression darkened. On a normal day, no one would dare speak to him like that. But the fear had eroded their sense of self-preservation. He couldn't retaliate either, not with Hajime and Ejichi nearby. So, he gritted his teeth and continued to brief them, trying to maintain composure. "Please don't pay them any mind. Only the worst criminals end up here." A dull thud rang out. Hajime's eyes shifted. One of the prisoners was slumped against the wall, clutching his bloodied mouth, several teeth scattered across the floor. Yamaguchi turned, stunned. That inmate had just started to curse Hajime, and now this? He suddenly understood. The other inmates, who had been growling moments ago, were now eerily silent. Without a word, Hajime moved forward, his attention already elsewhere. His senses were sharp, zeroing in on the unnatural pressure lingering in the air. The oppressive atmosphere was unmistakable, a clear sign of a powerful curse. They passed through the central block and entered the vacant West District. Yamaguchi froze. The ceilings were higher, corridors warped, rooms shifted from their original layout. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. This wasn't like this before." A hand pressed his shoulder. "You can leave now. Your part's done." As if receiving divine pardon, Yamaguchi nodded hastily and ran, not bothering to hide his relief. From darkness to the deepest dark, let all impurities be cleansed. Ejichi chanted the incantation to lower the curtain and isolate the area. Hajime entered alone. His footsteps echoed in the barren halls. Brownish bloodstains painted the floor, dried into thick crusts. Bang, bang. Faint sounds echoed ahead. Hajime vanished in an instant. He should have already reached the far end, yet the corridor extended endlessly. The space itself had been distorted. Finally, he entered a large hall. There a strange humanoid figure stood, punching a concrete pillar repeatedly. Its grayish-white skin was stretched over a bald body with no visible muscle. Tiles shattered beneath its fists, revealing reinforced concrete and twisted rebar. Hajime narrowed his eyes. The curse felt weak, barely grade 1. Had a window misjudged it? He didn't hide his presence. The creature turned, revealing 2 horns and eyeless sockets of black void. It let out a guttural growl and lunged. Hajime casually tilted his head, dodging. A counterpunch landed, sending a shock of cursed energy through the curse's chest. The blow hurled it back, viscous black fluid splattering from a gaping hole. But then Hajime froze. He looked down. His own chest had been pierced in the same place. The wound vanished almost instantly thanks to technique reversal, but it confirmed his suspicion. Reflected damage. He vanished again, catching up midair. Tatsuka no Tsurugi pierced the curse's abdomen. Another identical wound bloomed on Hajime's stomach. He healed it with ease. Interesting. Hajime gathered cursed energy and expanded a technique barrier. A failed domain prototype he dubbed Time Shower. Raindrops materialized midair and began falling silently. Simultaneously, droplets also rose from the floor, defying gravity. The air grew thick with temporal tension. Hajime extended his hand. The rain dispersed upon contact, illusory, yet potent. The curse, confused by the shifting phenomenon, tried to retreat, only to reappear where it had stood moments before. The technique had locked its timeline, forcing it into a loop. Hajime raised a finger. A faint white arrow of cursed energy formed. Bang! He mimicked a gunshot with his mouth. The time arrow skipped cause and jumped to effect. The curse, having tried to dodge, fell with its lower half dissolved into dust. The rain curtain distorted. Hajime's legs crumbled into powder, but he was ready, reversing the damage instantly. Strangely, the curse regenerated. New legs grew, muscles thickened, and its aura surged. It gets stronger every time it's injured. Now, 3 meters tall, it launched forward like a missile. Hajime extended a finger. The moment the curse moved, it reappeared at its starting point. Amber, his restraint move, had re-engaged, trapping it in a loop. He observed the curse struggling, trapped in time, then canceled the effect. He fired multiple time arrows. Under the accelerated flow of Time Shower, his output increased exponentially. Each impact exploded the curse's limbs into dust, but it kept regenerating, growing stronger still. The battlefield echoed with splashes as the rain accelerated time for both combatants. Hajime, using technique reversal, handled the strain easily. The curse couldn't. A regeneration-based reflection technique. This thing grows stronger the more damage it takes. But Hajime didn't flinch. He chose the most brutal counter, pushing the curse to its absolute limits, again and again. His Time Shower, though not yet a true domain, was evolving. He continued experimenting, noting the imperfect synergy between rotation and reversal, mentally planning improvements. More than 10 sword slashes split the curse into segments. It regenerated, but its aura no longer rose. You've peaked. The curse roared. Its massive palm descended, crackling with lethal cursed energy. 3 swords pierced its shoulders and head, pinning it midair. Black light enveloped Hajime's fist. He rewrote the final stroke of this battle like an artist finishing a masterwork. The moment he deactivated his technique, the curse began to collapse. A phantom, Shura-like, descended. The rotten knife cleaved downward, hastening the exorcism. No blood, no gore, only dust, disintegrating silently. One item fell and landed with a dull clink, a withered, shriveled finger. Sukuna's finger. Kamihara Hajime picked up the shriveled finger. It was strange and seemingly indestructible. Some special grade curse tools shared this kind of resilience, protected by the binding vow of not harming others in exchange for durability. But Sukuna's finger was a different case altogether. Split into 20 pieces, each one could still attract curses over long periods of time. It was a monster of its own. That's why Jujutsu Hai had to recover it. If left unattended, it wouldn't just attract curses, it could bring back the king of curses himself if it found a suitable vessel. Hajime took out a talisman and wrapped the finger tightly. With the cursed spirit exorcised, the west district of the prison gradually returned to normal. Outside the barrier, Ijichi watched it fade and then saw Hajime's silhouette approaching from the corridor. "You've worked hard." Did Hajime-kun recover the target? Hajime held up the wrapped finger with visible distaste. "Is there a box I can store this thing in? It's giving off an awful feeling." "There are some wooden containers in the car," Ijichi replied. "Originally meant for cursed tools." "Then let's go." With a suspiciously timed reappearance, Yamaguchi Takuru sent them off with over-the-top enthusiasm as Hajime and Ijichi left the scene. Snow began to fall as they drove. Hajime watched the flakes dissolve on the window, muttering, "The new year's almost here." "Today's already the 30th, Ijichi said from the driver's seat. "Most people will be lining up at shrines tomorrow." Japan, despite its deep cultural roots, had long since aligned with the Gregorian calendar. While Lunar New Year customs lingered, New Year's Day had become the focus. Many old traditions still thrived, like temples ringing their bells 108 times, each chime purging one of Buddhism's 108 earthly desires. After that, people would visit shrines in a custom called Hatsamode. Back when he was a student, Hajime used to spend New Year's with Megumi and Tsumaki. Tsumaki's soba noodles were always devoured by both Hajime and Megumi without fail. "Are you heading home for New Year's, Ijichi-san?" "Wait, are you even married?" Ijichi chuckled. "Not yet. Most sorcerers marry late, you know. Too many uncertainties in our line of work. As a supervisor, I'm lucky to even have time to go home. But yeah, my family nags me about it too." Realizing Hajime's situation was a little more complicated, Ijichi quickly changed the topic. After returning to Jujutsu Hai, Hajime handed over Sukuna's finger and gave a brief report to Principal Yaga. His job was done. He just needed to wait for his reward. On the way to the dorms, he saw Yuta Okatsu and Inumaki Toge carrying heavy bags. They waved at him cheerfully. After helping them with the load, Hajime asked, "What's all this?" "Everyone's planning to celebrate New Year here," Yuta explained. "Inumaki-senpai and I went out to buy stuff. Gojo-sensei even said he's going to make handmade noodles." "Salmon," Inumaki added with a nod. Hajime blinked, imagining Gojo Satoru rolling out dough. It was hard to picture, but then again, Gojo did say he was omnipotent. What about Maki and the others? "When we left, she was still sparring with Megumi," Yuta said. Panda said he was cleaning one of the classrooms for the party. After dropping off the groceries, the trio joined Panda, who was wearing an apron and sweeping diligently. With their help, the room was cleaned in no time. Then, they headed to the training ground. Maki and Megumi were mid-fight. Maki knocked him down again shortly after they arrived. "You should take some time to reflect," she told Megumi, then walked over to the group. "Are you guys done already? I was going to come help after this." Kamihara cleaned up the room with his technique, Panda said. "We're good to go. Tuna mayonnaise." "Oh, right," Hajime said, turn to Toge. "You're staying here too?" "Salmon." Panda added, "He's going home on the 1st. Already told his family." Most of the others were staying as well. Hajime and Megumi had no reason to go home. Yuta, though better now, still had a rocky relationship with his family. Maki refused to return to hers altogether. And for Panda, this was home. "Since we're all free today," Hajime suggested. "Want to go out for dinner?" Ijichi-san mentioned a good place. Panda scratched his head. "Your sukiyaki last time was really good too." Everyone's faces twitched in unison. "Delicious, yes, but the spice level was lethal." "We can make that tomorrow," Hajime said. "Let's just enjoy a relaxing night out today." They got the restaurant info from Ijichi and booked a room. The only issue, they had no licensed driver. Eventually, they convinced Ijichi and Nidu Akari to join and drive. "It's nice to see everyone relaxed," Nita sighed happily after the meal. Feels like the world's taken a breath. Maki nodded. Cursed spirit activity has dropped off a lot. I've only had one mission in the last 2 days. Hajime, on the other hand, looked dark. I've had several. Even ran into 2 special grades. Panda raised a brow. No wonder I haven't seen you lately. Maki scowled. Let me guess. Gojo assigned those. Hajime didn't deny it. He just shrugged and changed the topic, recounting the cursed encounter from his last mission. A humanoid cursed spirit with speech. That's rare, Yuta noted. They discussed the dangers of Mahito's technique and how hard it was to counter without reverse curse technique or soul-harming cursed tools. Tactical retreat, Panda declared. Maki wanted to object, but had to admit it was sometimes the only option. By the way, Hajime asked, Yuta, are you going abroad? Yuta smiled. Gojo-sensei assigned me a long-term mission overseas. I'll bring back souvenirs. Any requests? It should be a local specialty, Hajime said. Otherwise, what's the point? But it should also match the person's taste, Maki argued. The 2 locked eyes, debating again. Yuta nervously interrupted. How about something both local and likable? The table fell quiet. Hajime coughed. Do you know where you're going yet? Yuta shook his head. Gojo-sensei hasn't told me. I'll ask later. That night, they returned to Jujutsu High and finished their preparations, hanging Shimenawa ropes, tidying up, and relaxing. The next day, the 31st, Gojo Satoru arrived with a grin and handed out fat red envelopes. Happy New Year! Here's your Odo Shidama. Everyone cheered at the generous gift. What's for lunch? He asked. Hot pot, Panda replied. We're doing noodles for dinner. Everything's ready. I'll make soba myself tonight, Gojo announced proudly. Hajime raised an eyebrow. You cook. I'm omnipotent. Well, the kitchen smells good already. You sure you want to compete with that? Oh, Gojo grinned. Before I cook, I'll taste yours first. They called the rest of the staff, Yaga, Nanami, Yeri, to join the meal. Everyone gathered for a warm, cheerful hot pot. Laughter echoed as drinks were poured and food was shared. Later, Gojo's soba surprisingly turned out quite tasty. Then they prepared for Hatsumode at Sensoji. Not everyone went, but the students did. The temple was packed, but the festive mood kept things light. Hajime, Megumi, Inumaki, and Yuta attracted attention, especially from girls. If not for Maki and Panda's intimidating presence, even more might have approached. Huh? What did you say? Panda caught Maki before she threw hands. As midnight approached, they rang the bell themselves. With every toll, they sent their wishes into the new year. Though Hajime didn't believe in gods, he followed the traditions with a respectful bow. It was symbolic, a moment to start anew. Finally, as the soft snow fell, Panda sparked a snowball fight. Hajime and Toj joined immediately, dragging everyone else in. Maki, with dead-on accuracy, never missed. Her throws were surgical. Watching them, Yeri Shoko whispered with a smile. This is what youth and companionship look like. Max Elephant. Megumi Fushiguro curved his fingers to form an elephant's head shadow. The silhouette surged like a fountain, rising high before a colossal creature burst forth, breaking through the barrier. With a clear, resonant trumpet, an elephant marked with cursed energy symbols appeared. Its forehead bore the design of one of the 10 divine treasures, like the other Shikigami Megumi had summoned. Max Elephant, clearly irritable, raised its massive forelegs and stomped toward Megumi. Prepared, Megumi had already summoned Nu. With a backflip, he dodged flying rocks as Nu carried him into the air, evading a torrent of water blasted from Max Elephant's trunk. Nu! 2 jade hounds appeared, diverting Max Elephant's attention, allowing Megumi to land safely on dry ground. At his command, Nu spread its wings, casting a large shadow below. Its sharp cry was swallowed by thunder as electric snakes writhed wildly, piercing the water surrounding Max Elephant. The jade hounds leapt away with perfect timing, leaving Max Elephant ensnared in coiling electric light. The jade hounds dissipated into shadows before settling on the ground. Megumi immediately pinched his fingers and summoned the great serpent. The enormous body of Max Elephant was quickly coiled by the great serpent. After a powerful charge, the still paralyzed Max Elephant was flung into the air. New pounced midair, lightning flashing as the great serpent tightened its grip. Together, they suppressed Max Elephant, denying it the chance to use its strength or unleash water attacks condensed with cursed energy. After a few exchanges, Max Elephant collapsed, defeated. Megumi, breathing heavily, sighed in relief and activated his technique, recalling the tamed Max Elephant into a shadow. New, and the great serpent vanished alongside it. Well done, Megumi. Turning, Megumi saw Panda and the others watching from the edge of the training ground. Their role in the Shikigami taming ritual was finished, so they had merely observed Megumi's solo effort. Fortunately, Megumi's control and coordination between his Shikigami were excellent. Even in a 2-on-1, Max Elephant never stood a chance. Since the new year began, mission frequency had dropped, leaving everyone with more free time. The few missions that came through involved low-level curses, making them easy to handle. Yuta Okatsu had already departed overseas. Kamihara Hajime also received mostly Grade 2 and Grade 1 missions, frankly quite dull. After missions, he retreated to his dorm to play games or study jujutsu, domain, and barrier techniques from books Gojo Satoru lent him. The books contained verified information mixed with speculative theories. For instance, details on domain expansion were scarce since few had mastered it, and those who had often couldn't translate their knowledge into teachable concepts. Learning was tough for Hajime, but barrier techniques were more straightforward and logical like simple arithmetic. Only a little talent was needed to improve. Today, free from missions, Hajime came to watch Megumi tame his Shikigami. Megumi raised a hand to shield his face when Panda shouted at him, then gave up, maintaining a calm expression. Beep beep. Walking along the stone path, Hajime's phone vibrated. Pulling out, he saw a message from Gojo Satoru. After a quick read, Hajime stopped and called to Megumi. Megumi, Gojo-sensei assigned us a mission. We're going together. Then you two go ahead and take care of it. Goodbye. Panda waved him off. After meeting Gojo, he immediately explained the mission details. The mission is straightforward. A sealed Sukuna finger has been confirmed, and you need to retrieve it. The only caution is the cursed spirits it might attract. Though it's unlikely to be dangerous, it's still a special grade cursed object, Sukuna's finger at that. So it's best you two go together. Gojo spread his hands, signaling that was the situation. Hajime felt confident after hearing it. Even if a cursed spirit had fused with the finger, like in a previous mission, it hadn't been a big problem. Actually, it made things more interesting. But the mission felt familiar. Hajime asked, "Where's the location?" Gojo checked his phone and said, Sudisuwa, 3rd High School, Sendai City, Miyagi Prefecture. Suddenly, Hajime knew why it felt familiar. A high school, Megumi, and Sukuna's finger. Could he soon meet Sukuna's vessel, Megumi's future classmate, Yuji Itadori? The boy special enough to become Sukuna's vessel, the king of curses. No cursed spirit, no matter the grade, could absorb Sukuna's fingers. They simply couldn't withstand it. The previous cursed spirit had swallowed the finger, at best using some of its aura, but after exorcism, they retrieved the intact finger. Yet, this Yuji Itadori, whom Hajime had yet to meet, maintained consciousness and control despite hosting Sukuna. Incredible. Perhaps this was the mark of a protagonist's destiny. Yuji also possessed remarkable talent. Though lacking in inherited technique, his physical combat skills were extraordinary. Shortly after enrolling, he quickly mastered Black Flash under Aoi Tadu's guidance and became his best friend, sharing the same passion for combat. As for Ryaman Sukuna, the malevolent Curse King, it was a pity Hajime's encounter was at less than a tenth of Sukuna's full power, so the legend's true glory was yet unseen. Sujisawa, 3rd High School, Sendai City. Spirit of the coin, please tell us what animal the student council president fears. Yuji Itadori, with light pink hair, sat at a table with Sasaki and Iguchi from the Occult Research Club. The three pressed their index fingers together on a coin atop a paper covered in writing. This was an old occult game similar to a Ouija board. The coin, pressed by the questioner's finger, would seemingly move on its own to spell out answers. Of course, this was just a game. Without supernatural interference, no curse would bother to play along. The coin's movement was usually caused by unconscious pressure or deliberate subtle pushing. At that moment, the coin stopped on Cleon, a planktonic mollusk nicknamed the Sea Angel. Laughing heartily, the trio was interrupted when the door burst open with a bang. The student council president appeared at the doorway, dark-faced. "Oh, the planktonic creature president. What brings you here?" Adjusting his glasses, the president said sternly, "I've already told you, the school isn't big enough to allow research clubs without activity reports to occupy rooms. Starting today, this room will be the girls' track and field club's changing area. Please leave quickly." Sasaki slammed a thick notebook onto the table. Yuji raised a finger seriously. "Don't underestimate my seniors, President." The president looked uneasy but asked, "What is this?" Sasaki smiled darkly. "This is valuable information about the school we've researched." Lowering her voice for effect, she explained, "You know the rugby field was closed, right?" The president nodded. "Yes, many players were hospitalized due to physical discomfort." Sasaki smirked. "But did you wonder why? They were all strong athletes who suddenly fell ill. Before their symptoms, they heard strange sounds." She opened the notebook to reveal a newspaper clipping. 30 years ago, a construction worker named Yoshida disappeared right here at Tsudasuoka Third High School, which was still under construction. Her gaze was distant, as if seeing the truth beyond. Yoshida had debts and was targeted by the Yakuza. He was likely buried under the rugby field. All of this is the work of Yoshida's vengeful spirit. Sasaki clenched her fist, convinced. "No." The president pushed up his glasses. Their lenses flashed white like his next words. "It's ticks. They were hospitalized because of ticks on the rugby field." Sasaki's confidence deflated. The group was speechless at the mundane truth. Itadori perked up. "So what? My seniors have been working hard investigating the supernatural. Isn't this the best activity report?" The president remained imposing. "This isn't a game. You spread baseless rumors, and the biggest issue is, you're Yuji Itadori, right? On the track and field team? Your club doesn't even meet minimum membership requirements." Itadori looked bewildered as Sasaki and Iguchi glared. "Huh, didn't I sign up for occult research?" Itadori didn't care which club he joined, just wanted to leave school at 5 p.m. Most clubs were busy and overcrowded. "When did I join the track team?" "It was me." The door slammed open again. Takagi, the track and field advisor, stared seriously at Itadori. "I changed it for you, Itadori. To dominate the nation, we need you." Itadori recognized him and yelled, "You again? Stop pestering me. I've refused already. I don't want to join." "No." Takagi proposed a bet. "Let's settle this on the track. If I win, you join. If you win, we never bother you." "No problem." Itadori smiled confidently. "Then let's go now. I have plans later." Track and field ground. In front of the sand pit, Takagi and Itadori's competition gathered a crowd. Takagi was a retired pro athlete recently hired as advisor. Itadori was famous as the Tiger of West Middle and had appeared on a TV obstacle course show. His athletic ability was impressive, so everyone was curious. Takagi's serious. Itadori's in trouble. Takagi, shirtless and muscular, explained shot put. "One throw. Furthest wins." Itadori nodded. "Who goes first?" "I will." Takagi went up and threw the shot, putting a perfect arc. 14 meters. The judge announced. Takagi smiled faintly, watching Itadori's unfamiliar baseball-style throw. Suddenly, Itadori's shot put thudded, embedding in the iron post about 30 meters away. "That's ridiculous." Without cursed energy, Hajime and Megumi stood on the sidelines. Unable to find Sukuna's finger at the original location, they followed a faint cursed energy trail here and witnessed this. Megumi was surprised. He's strong, like Maki-san. Hajime laughed. Are you saying Maki is strong? I'll tell her. Megumi rolled his eyes and gestured to the Jade Hounds. Let's find the cursed object. It's getting dark. Yuji ran toward the school gate like the wind after the competition. As he brushed past Megumi, a sudden cursed energy made Megumi's hair stand on end. Wait! Megumi turned, but Yuji was already gone. That fast. He must be a car in disguise. Looking at Hajime, who shrugged, Megumi sighed and prepared to catch up. No wonder the Jade Hounds brought them here. They must have sensed something. You're Yuji Itadori, right? After Kamihara Hajime and Megumi Fushiguro dealt with the cursed spirits at the school, they asked about Yuji Itadori. They learned that Itadori visited his grandfather at a nearby hospital every day after school around 5 o'clock, so they rushed there. Hajime had to use some charm to get this information. There was no other way. Fushiguro's cold demeanor made him look intimidating, so Itadori's classmates wouldn't easily share information. They could have gone through official channels, but that would take too long and involve complicated procedures. So, Hajime pretended they were Itadori's middle school classmates, which was enough to get the address. At the hospital, they saw Yuji Itadori handling some paperwork at the front desk. If Hajime remembered correctly, Itadori was likely dealing with matters following his grandfather's recent passing. Due to his grandfather's personality and the way he raised Itadori, sadness didn't show plainly on Itadori's face. Hearing an unfamiliar voice call his name, Itadori turned just after signing the cremation consent form. Two teenagers, about his age, dressed in blue and black uniforms, stood before him. The one with spiky sea urchin-like hair was the one who called out. Itadori scratched his head, trying to recall if he knew them. Yeah, that's me. What do you need? Hajime walked over to the nurse at the front desk and smoothly started a conversation. The young, pretty nurse was immediately drawn away by his friendly smile. Meanwhile, Megumi Fushiguro quickly approached Itadori, his face tense. There isn't much time. I'm Fushiguro from Tokyo Jujutsu High. The cursed object you have is extremely dangerous. Please hand it over immediately. Megumi showed a photo on his phone. This, you should recognize it. The picture showed a small, elongated wooden box with talisman carvings on the lid. Inside was a strip-shaped object wrapped entirely in talisman paper. After a moment of confusion, Itadori recognized the object. Oh, I picked this up before. What's the problem? The seniors really liked it. And you're being so sudden. At least explain what's going on. Fushiguro glanced at Hajime, who was distracted, playing a palm-reading game with the nurse, oblivious to the urgency. Fushiguro motioned for Itadori to follow him. They moved to a quiet corridor where Fushiguro explained. Every year, there are over 10,000 abnormal deaths and disappearances nationwide, mostly caused by curses, manifestations born from humanity's negative emotions. A curse? Itadori asked skeptically. Though he joined the occult research club, he never took such things seriously. When visiting haunted places, his seniors were terrified, but he never felt anything. Fushiguro's expression hardened. Whether you believe it or not, places like schools and hospitals accumulate a lot of negative emotions, which create curses. To counteract them, special cursed objects are used. The one you picked up is one of those. It wards off evil, right? Like a sacred relic blessed by a monk. Fushiguro shook his head grimly. No, it's worse than that. These wards use even more sinister cursed objects to suppress curses. It's a case of fighting poison with poison. Over time, the seals weaken, attracting more curses. And what you have is classified as a special grade high-risk item. Understand? Hand it over before something happens. Itadori pulled the small box from his pocket and tossed it to Fushiguro. Fine, you can have it. I just picked it up. Sounds serious from what you say. Fushiguro sighed in relief, ready to check the seal. But when he opened the box, his eyes went wide. The box was empty. The special grade cursed object, Ryaman Sukuna's finger, had vanished without a trace. So what we've been tracking is just residual cursed energy. Where's the finger? Fushiguro grabbed Itadori's collar, voice rising. If a dangerous cursed spirit had been created, it could turn into a disaster with so many people nearby. Itadori was confused too. You wanted the finger? Why didn't you say so? The seniors kept it because they were really interested. I already told you, it's with the seniors, Itadori said defensively. Fushiguro grew anxious. If the finger was still at school, they missed their chance to secure it. He quickly asked for the senior's address. I'm not sure. I think it's in the Izumi district, but Itadori paused, recalling something. They said they planned to unseal the talisman at school tonight. Seeing Fushigiro's grim expression, Itadori had a bad feeling. Could things have gotten really bad? Fushigiro's breath tightened. More than that, people will die. Just as Fushiguro was about to call Hajime to hurry to the school, Hajime approached from the corridor. After a brief explanation, the two rushed out. Outside, a white wolf emerged from the shadows. The group hurried toward the school, Itadori worried for his seniors, following closely. Hajime knew the item was at school, but refrained from interfering too much. It seemed Itadori's seniors weren't in mortal danger yet. This incident would serve as a hard lesson. Someone was there to resolve it this time. Without professional help, death might have been inevitable. Besides, Sukuna residing inside Itadori's body was a sort of cheat code, not easy to use but a lifeline. Later, when facing Mahito, Sukuna's power saved Itadori from serious harm. He still planned to eliminate Mahito when the chance came. As Hajime pondered how to let Itadori swallow Sukuna's finger successfully, a sudden surge of cursed energy interrupted his thoughts. This was definitely special grade. Was it coming for him? Fushiguro and Itadori also sensed the pressure. Although Itadori wasn't as sensitive, he still felt shaken. Even a white wolf tensed. Hajime looked at the night sky and said, "You two go to the school first to retrieve the cursed object. I'll check this out and catch up." After splitting up, Hajime followed the direction of the cursed energy, but found only residual traces of curses, no active ones. He frowned, searching further with his technique, but found no abnormalities, as if it were an illusion. Besides these, only one explanation remains. This isn't natural. Someone or something is deliberately luring me here. Recalling special cursed spirits like Mahito, Hajime suspected them. Sensing danger, he turned back to head toward the school. If there was a hidden hand behind the scenes, Megumi's situation was uncertain. Hajime didn't believe the events were fixed and unchangeable. Under the pale moonlight, two figures stood on a rooftop. One was barely human, a rough humanoid shape with a volcanic crater-shaped head, a large mouth, and a single huge vertical eye. The other stood in the shadows, a normal human silhouette, hands clasped in sleeves, watching the sleeping city. The crater-headed figure spoke impatiently. "Is all this necessary? That kid makes you so wary? Why don't I just take care of him myself?" The shadowed figure smiled. "Don't underestimate him. You see the intel. He's independently eliminated special grade curse spirits multiple times and handles grade 1 and 2 missions effortlessly. He's a special grade sorcerer at a young age. His technique is unimaginable." The crater-headed one scoffed, sparks flickering. "Intel doesn't prove invincibility. We'll see after the fight. That strongest Gojo Satoru isn't invincible. You've seen this young man's methods before. You should understand. You'll learn about Gojo soon enough." The shadowed figure pushed off the wall. "Let's go. We've been discovered. The target is likely ready." The crater-headed figure muttered. "Mahito is still new and hasn't mastered his power. It means nothing." They vanished into the darkness. At Tsujisuwa 3rd High School, 9:23 p.m., the seal on the special grade cursed object, Ryaman Sukuna's finger, broke. Curses were drawn to it. Sasaki, terrified, hid in a corner, hearing monstrous murmurs. After she and Iguchi peeled off the talismans, revealing the withered finger, strange things began. She saw terrifying monsters, one bursting through the ceiling that chased them apart. Another roamed the hallway, repeating a phrase, scaring her into silence. Ahead, a figure emerged from shadows. The familiar school uniform made her gasp. "Iguchi, where did you go? I found you." Her words died as she saw Iguchi stagger forward, a basketball-sized monster covering his head, many eyes and tentacle-like hands. "Help me." His faint plea froze Sasaki's blood. Nearby, the monster chanting, "What time is it now?" noticed the disturbance and approached. Megumi Fushiguro, led by two jade hounds, found Sasaki and Iguchi bound and unconscious inside a massive flesh-like cursed spirit. The creature's body grew hand-like organs, dragging them inside. "Damn it, is it too late?" Just as Megumi was about to cross his hands and use his technique to summon a Shikigami, the glass window at the end of the corridor suddenly shattered, and a figure leapt inside. The force of the landing was astonishing, sending the cursed spirit crashing to the ground. That person immediately scooped up Sasaki and Iguchi, who had fallen, and jumped back. "Is that Yuji Itadori? How'd he get here?" "This is the 4th floor." The newcomer was indeed Itadori, who had originally been left outside. Somehow, he had climbed to the 4th floor and kicked the cursed spirit over. A white wolf appeared on the stairs, looking at Megumi Fushiguro with an innocent expression. It was just a dog. How could it persuade Itadori to stop? Megumi took the opportunity to stop summoning Shikigami and dashed toward the struggling cursed spirit. With an uppercut filled with cursed energy, he sent it flying, then followed with a straight kick that slammed it against the corridor wall. The window glass shattered completely, and Megumi pressed the attack until the cursed spirit was near death. This cursed spirit was weak, probably only grade 2 or 3. Itadori, who had rescued the two seniors, looked at the dying creature and then at the two large black and white dogs feasting on it. "That's the curse. I thought it would be more like a ghost, like Sadako. And those two dogs are. You can see curses in my Shikigami?" Megumi asked. Itadori looked puzzled. Megumi explained, "Ordinary people can't see curses, except in rare cases, like when they're near death." Itadori nodded thoughtfully. "That makes sense. I've never seen any vengeful spirits before." Itadori picked up a withered finger that had fallen near the two seniors he had rescued and examined it. "Is this the special grade cursed object you mentioned?" Megumi's eyes widened. "Quick, give it to me. It's very dangerous." "Oh." As Itadori handed over the finger, Megumi noticed the ceiling above rippling like disturbed water. With no time to react, he pushed Itadori back and had the Jade Hounds carry Itadori, Sasaki, and the unconscious Iguchi away. "Run!" Dust from the falling ceiling clouded the corridor. Itadori scrambled to his feet, shouting anxiously, "Fushiguro!" When the dust settled, Megumi was trapped in the hand of a massive cursed spirit, nearly filling the corridor. The creature resembled a large fleshy worm with 6 enormous hands as limbs. Its uneven black eyes scanned the area, making one's heart tremble. Megumi struggled under the crushing grip, forming a hand sign to summon new. The cursed spirit sensed this, locked onto Megumi's hand, and grabbed it, pulling with such force that an afterimage was left behind. Megumi was thrown into the wall, which cracked like a spiderweb, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The Jade Hounds, about to attack, melted into shadows and vanished as Megumi's injury worsened. Damn it! Under the relentless assault, the corridor wall shattered. Megumi was thrown out onto the roof of a nearby building, lying there in pain as if his body was breaking apart. The cursed spirit leapt through the gap, landing nearby and preparing to attack. Just as it lunged to devour Megumi, a sudden force struck its head, causing it to stumble and hit the ground. Megumi's eyelids twitched. Itadori had arrived, delivering a kick from above and tripping the beast. But the cursed spirit was not so easily defeated. Itadori would die here. Megumi struggled to stand, watching as Itadori fought. After a few dodges, Itadori was knocked to the ground, but wasn't incapacitated thanks to his exceptional physical condition. Only curses can deal with curses. You don't have cursed energy, so you can't hurt it effectively. Despite his injuries, Megumi activated his own cursed energy. Didn't I tell you to run? There's still 2 people to rescue. It's pointless for you to stay without cursed energy. Itadori wiped blood from his mouth and asked, "Why are they after this finger?" "To absorb it and gain stronger cursed energy," Megumi replied without hesitation. Understanding dawned on Itadori. Without hesitation, he put the finger in his mouth and swallowed it. If that's the case, then if I eat it, I'll gain the cursed energy too, right? Megumi's injuries prevented him from stopping the fool. That was no candy or cure. It was a special grade cursed object filled with evil and poison. He barely had time to react before Itadori finished swallowing. Fear gripped Megumi as he considered the worst. Itadori, who had swallowed Sukuna's finger, stood. A strange atmosphere enveloped the area. The cursed spirit hesitated, and Itadori did not die. Instead, he stood motionless until the cursed spirit rushed at him. Just as its claws neared Itadori, he sprang from stillness to fierce motion. His raised right hand sliced an afterimage through the air, sending the cursed spirit flying. Yuji Itadori, he said like swatting a fly, his nails grown longer. Lines had appeared on his face. Then, he opened his eyes, revealing a surge of ecstasy and brutality. He tore open his clothes, revealing bizarre patterns on his muscular body. Sukuna spread his arms, looking pleased. As expected, only a true physical body can feel the light. It's incredible. He stood at the rooftop's edge, staring at the city below. Women, children, the taste of cursed spirits is bland. Fresh flesh is the best. Megumi watched in despair. Hajime hadn't returned yet, and now the worst had happened. The special grade cursed object had taken over a physical body. The legendary curse had been resurrected. Should I use that move? Megumi had made up his mind, but before he could act, Sukuna, standing at the edge, raised his hand as if to block. Suddenly, Megumi's body trembled and his left shoulder exploded in a bloody hole. A light blue, almost transparent, cursed energy trail appeared and dissipated. Hajime. Hajime appeared beside Megumi, placing a hand on his shoulder and using reverse curse technique. A warm current spread through Megumi's body, healing his injuries significantly. He tried to speak, but was cut off. I know. Leave it to me. It's complicated. Someone deliberately lured me away earlier. We'll talk later. Sukuna, lowering his head to examine the wound, then looked up at Hajime with interest. What was that attack just now? A long-range cursed energy technique, but incredibly fast. I only defended because I sensed killing intent. I couldn't see it. Sukuna's wound healed instantly. He eyed Hajime like a predator. You're good. I want to taste you. Hajime smiled lightly, watching Sukuna heal with reverse cursed technique. Coincidentally, I want to see if the legendary rhyme in Sukuna lives up to his name. You were called a demon god. Do you truly possess that power? Besides, you've noticed your own abnormality too, haven't you? What are you going to do with my body? Suddenly, a voice came from the throat of the boy, but it was Yuji Itadori's voice speaking. Sukuna reached out and grabbed his own neck, full of confusion and doubt. Why can you still move? Yuji moved his body naturally. What do you mean? This is my body, isn't it? Who are you? Am I possessed by a ghost? Ryaman Sukuna. Kamihara Hajime's black, cursed energy extended from his earring, wrapping around his hand. Slowly, a section of a blade emerged from his flat palm. He smiled as he explained to Itadori. Originally a sorcerer from the Heian period, he became a curse after death. His 20 fingers became special grade, cursed objects. 20 fingers? Itadori's focus shifted. Then he saw the imposing young man opposite him miraculously pull a long sword out of thin air. The meticulously forged blade swallowed the gentle moonlight, reflecting a sharp, cold gleam. Itadori swallowed hard. What do you want to do with that sword? Megumi Fushiguro, mostly healed, looked at Itadori with a conflicted expression. Yuji Itadori, by Jujutsu sorcerer regulations, you are now considered a curse. What will happen? Megumi paused before uttering coldly. You will be exorcised. That means I'll die? No, I'm fine right now, look. Itadori hopped around, pulled at his cheeks, and did a few squats. Megumi's sweat beaded as he watched. He couldn't tell if the being in front of him was truly Itadori or a curse in disguise, and since it was a special grade curse that had regained a physical body, He absolutely couldn't let it escape. "Don't worry, I'll know once I try," Hajime said casually, as if talking about what to eat for dinner, making Megumi's face darken. "Hajime, don't mess around. If it really doesn't work." Hajime rested Tatsuka no Tsurugi on his shoulder and looked at Megumi with disdain. "Why do you always think about being a suicide bomber? I'm special grade now. Have some faith in me. Even if this is Sukuna, it's only the strength of one finger. I even find it a bit boring." A slit opened on Itadori's cheek like a miniature mouth, and Sukuna's voice emerged from it. "Jujutsu, sorcerer." Before he could finish, a hand slapped the eerie mouth shut. Itadori swatted it like a fly, interrupting Sukuna's words. Another slit opened on the back of his hand, annoying Itadori so much that he slapped that mouth shut again. "This hateful brat. His body is too strange." Hajime turned and smiled, interrupting Itadori. "Yuji Itadori, you can control your body, right? How about this? Let's Sukuna out first. I want to see the Curse King, though he might be a bit weak now." The mouth on Itadori's hand grew more grotesque, but said nothing more. Itadori hesitated, then said, "Really? I feel like this Sukuna guy is very dangerous." Suddenly, the young man disappeared from his spot. A hand rested on Itadori's shoulder, making his heart tremble. The playful voice whispered in his ear, "It's fine. If it doesn't work, I can run very fast too." Itadori didn't fully understand, but trusted Hajime's confidence. If something went wrong, he could regain control of his body. So, he decided to try. After closing his eyes, Itadori's body changed. Black markings appeared, covering his face with an eerie hue. His four eyes opened, filled with cruel, killing intent. Sukuna raised his hand and smoothed back his hair, blood-colored sparks erupting from his white teeth. "Then let me show you." The ground beneath his feet cracked and spun. Sukuna's backward claw tore through the air with a sharp screech. Even if a wall of bronze and iron stood there, he could tear it to shreds. But the slash shredded only air. Sukuna's gaze searched for Hajime's figure, locking onto that smiling face, more like someone on a spring outing. "Dismantle!" Invisible slashes engulfed the spot where Hajime stood. The rooftop, which should have collapsed, was intact, and Hajime was unharmed. "Oh, interesting. You try mine too." Sukuna raised his hands, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in both arms. Looking down, he saw his two severed arms on the ground. The blood had already stopped flowing. Hajime caressed Tatsuka no Tsurugi, which had no blood on it. "Is this your technique?" Sukuna's severed arms quickly regenerated, almost instantly restored. If not for the severed arms still dissipating on the ground, no one would have noticed. One finger really isn't enough? Hajime smiled deeper, twirling his sword as he paced towards Sukuna. "Your reverse curse technique is strong. You must be confused about what happened. My technique is called Time Will. I accelerate my own time, so I walked over, cut off your arms, then went back." Sukuna placed a hand on his forehead, the killing intent boiling. He revealed his technique? But what about the move that made my previous attacks useless? Did he reverse his own time? Sukuna's gaze changed. Though still chilling, it was no longer like he was observing ants. "Now it's my turn. Domain." As Sukuna's fingers came together to activate his domain, Hajime's time will spin technique forced his attack to stop. Hajime nearly cut off Sukuna's head with a single slash, but held back. This was Itadori's body. Although Sukuna could heal it, he didn't want to look overly brutal. He casually threw Tatsuka no Tsurugi into Sukuna's abdomen and then punched his face. Gripping cursed energy tightly, he struck the defenseless Sukuna like a sandbag, sending him flying. Release. With a loud bang, Sukuna slammed into the wall of the opposite building, impaled by the sword. The cursed energy glow dissipated where Hajime stood. Sukuna spat blood, his consciousness spinning wildly. Then came the attacks like crashing waves. These injuries couldn't be caused by a single attack, but they appeared simultaneously. Such a technique. Domain expansion, malevolent shrine. Sukuna expanded his domain, revealing mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He stood half-naked before a towering altar covered with monstrous mouths and bones. A demon from hell, not a Buddha. With only one finger, my cursed energy can't sustain this domain long. This brat's technique is tricky. Jujutsu sorcerers are always troublesome. Within the domain, dismantle and cleave continuously struck the target until the malevolent shrine vanished. As the storm approached, Hajime activated his technique, sending Megumi, White Wolf, and Itadori seniors out. Then he returned to Sukuna's domain. It's different from others. Like Shuten Doji's, it doesn't trap the enemy, but increases range. There's a feeling. Hajime felt invisible blades slicing through the air near his throat. New shadow style, simple domain. Hajime used this weak domain, drawing Onigiri and Spider Cutter. Infinite slashes poured out, creating a swirling vortex of sword light. The slashes struck his blades, but couldn't cut through. He tilted his head and dodged. His right shoulder was slashed diagonally, the wound appearing and disappearing instantly. But the slash was still deadly. Technique lapse, time will spin. Hajime appeared beside Sukuna, sword ready. Blood seeped, but vanished before staining his clothes. Sukuna's severed arms began turning to dust. The scene of corpses and blood vanished, revealing a starry night. Sukuna looked at his lost arms. Under reverse cursed technique, the wounds healed slowly. His eyes closed. I'll look forward to next time. Before finishing, his eyes shut completely. All markings and sinister aura vanished. Itadori opened his eyes and said, "It hurts so much." His body was unharmed, but felt a faint pain like a hallucination. Looking up, he saw Hajime smiling. The scary sword was gone. "Hello, let's introduce ourselves. I'm Kamihara Hajime." Itadori hesitated, then shook Hajime's hand and stood. Looking around, he saw Fushiguro and the seniors were gone. It was so dark just now. What happened outside? Did you defeat Sukuna? Where are they? Over there. Following Hajime's direction, Itadori saw Megumi walking toward them. He sighed in relief. Good, everyone's okay. Hajime smiled gently. You only care about others. Yuji Itadori, you're now Sukuna's vessel. I just defeated him when he wasn't at full strength. He hasn't been exorcised, because only when you die will Sukuna die. Startled, Itadori saw Hajime wasn't going to attack and quickly said, Isn't there another way? I'm confused just hearing this. Hajime patted his shoulder. No rush. Someone else will handle your situation. For a problem involving a special grade cursed object, the legendary Curse King, and Itadori's vessel, the matter would be entrusted to the strongest and most powerful, Gojo Satoru. In a room covered with talismans, Gojo sat back in a chair, observing the tied-up Itadori while complaining to a student leaning against the wall. Under 6 eyes, he saw Itadori's condition clearly. Stroking his chin, he smiled. You can control your body, right? Notice anything unusual? Itadori nodded. Of course, but sometimes I hear a voice. It's noisy in my ear. Gojo paced. You've seen Sukuna, right? A curse like him will kill many if he regains full strength. The elders want you dead, but I think that's a waste. A waste? Itadori wasn't curious about who wanted him dead. After calming down, he thought death might be the best solution. If Sukuna emerged, many would die. You are strong. You must help others. You must die surrounded by people. His grandfather's words echoed. If it comes to that, I'll let them kill me. If it gets rid of Sukuna, I'll have saved many. So here's my suggestion. Gojo interrupted. If you die, Sukuna dies too. You're a rare vessel. Absorb all 20 fingers, then we kill you. Sukuna will be completely exorcised. Hospital patient room. Sasaki and Iguchi had recovered significantly thanks to Kamihara Hajime's reverse curse technique. They were still in the hospital due to some psychological aftereffects. After speaking with them, Yuji Itadori bowed deeply and said, I have an important matter to attend to. Well, goodbye, seniors. Afterward, Yuji Itadori went to the crematorium. Accompanied by Gojo Satoru, he placed his grandfather's ashes into an urn. Holding the urn, he sat on a bench outside, lost in thought. Gojo, sitting cross-legged beside him, said quietly the deceased was... Itadori looked down at the pure white urn, his eyes distant. He was my grandfather. As for my parents, I was raised by him, so he was like my parents. I see. I'm sorry you had to deal with all this at such a difficult time. Have you made a decision about the suggestion I made? Yuji exhaled deeply. Are curse incidents like this common? Gojo rested his chin on his hand. Not really. This case is unusual. The number of victims is typical, but thanks to you all, there were almost no casualties, which is very rare. Most times, ordinary people encountering curses don't survive. If their bodies are left intact at all, that's already lucky. Often, nothing remains. Death is the final release. Gojo leaned back, gazing at the sky. In the search for Sukuna, you'll witness such tragedies repeatedly. I can't promise you won't suffer the same fate. Choose the path you prefer on your way through hell. Yuji asked calmly, if Sukuna disappears completely, will deaths caused by curses decrease? Gojo tilted his head, smiling slightly. Absolutely. Sukuna, the king of curses, is unbelievably destructive. The sooner we exorcise him, the fewer people will suffer. Is that finger still here? Yuji's words prompted Gojo to take out the finger he'd used earlier and hand it to him. Yuji examined it closely. That night, he had swallowed it without much thought. Now seeing it clearly, he grimaced. This thing is really disgusting. Without hesitation, Yuji put Sukuna's finger in his mouth. After a difficult swallow, black patterns reappeared on his face, and a powerful aura surged from him. Gojo remained relaxed. This was the second finger. He was already 1/10 of the way there. Let's see if you really have that talent. Ugh, it tastes awful. Sukuna did not awaken. It was as if everything just now had been an illusion. Yuji still controlled his body, and Gojo, prepared to intervene, had no opportunity. Yuji, never picky about food, described Sukuna's finger as utterly disgusting. Maybe leather with sauce would be easier to swallow. Then again, who would willingly eat a dried-up finger? Gojo's smile deepened. This guy doesn't just have outstanding physical resilience. He easily maintains control against Sukuna. He's a prodigy, once in a century. No, once in a millennium. You're ready, I assume? Yuji rubbed his head. Not really. I still don't understand why I was sentenced to death. But these curses can't just be ignored. I'll eat all of Sukuna. After that, I don't know. What a troublesome last wish. I've already decided how I'll die. You'll die surrounded by others. Gojo laughed, stood, and patted Yuji's shoulder. Not bad. You're not someone people dislike. Pack your bags today. Where to? Tokyo. It wasn't Gojo who answered, but Kamihara Hajime, appearing from the side. Megumi Fushiguro and White Wolf were with him. Huh, Kamihara and Fushiguro. Hajime handed a bag of Sendai's specialty kikufuku to Gojo, who beamed. Thanks, Hajime. I've wanted this for a while, but never had the chance. Besides what he brought for Gojo, Hajime bought extra with different flavors so everyone could have some. You're coming with us to Tokyo to enroll in Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical High School. You and Megumi will be in the same year. Yuji smiled simply. Oh, that's good. What about you? Hajime stuffed a small bag of kikufuku into his arms, putting an arm around Megumi's shoulder. I'm a year older, so you should call me Senior Megumi. TCH. Megumi looked displeased, but Yuji immediately bowed politely. Hajime Senpai. All right, Gojo suddenly remembered. You're the third first-year student. Hajime glanced at the mention, thinking, is that Nobara Kujisaki? 3 first years, huh? When did you recruit a new student, Gojo? You never mentioned it. Gojo smiled innocently, carrying the kikufuku. Haha, really? Never mind, it's not important. You know now, right? Yuji returned to pack his bags. Honestly, he didn't have much to bring besides taking care of his grandfather's funeral arrangements. The next day, the four took the Shinkansen back to Tokyo. On the way, they tried the Sendai specialty kikufuku. It was delicious but very sweet. Hajime's suncha flavor balanced the sweetness well. The edamame paste and fresh cream flavor, recommended by Gojo, was cloyingly sweet after a few bites, but Gojo's loyal sweet tooth loved it. Back at Tokyo Jujutsu High, Gojo took Yuji to meet Yaga Mazamichi. Hajime and Megumi returned to their dorms. Hajime had wanted to give souvenirs to Panda and Maki, but learned they were on missions. He stored the treats in the refrigerator for now. The next time Yuji saw Hajime was when Gojo led him to his assigned dorm, next to Megumi's and just a few steps from Hajime's. The dorms were spacious and unassigned by specific zones due to the student population. After settling in, Megumi and Yuji got a message from Gojo. Tomorrow, we'll pick up another first-year student. Why was I called too? The four stood on a bustling Harajuku street. Hajime looked unimpressed by the crowd. Gojo drank a sweet drink. Hajime, it's boring staying alone at Jujutsu High. Come out and explore. Also, I have a mission for you later. What a hassle. Fine, I'll buy ice cream. What flavors? Gojo answered immediately. Strawberry, vanilla, chocolate, 3 scoops. Yuji and Megumi weren't picky. The three waited in the shade while Hajime bought the ice cream. Where's the new student? Why meet here instead of Jujutsu High? Hajime complained. Gojo, happily eating, explained she requested herself. It just happens. Yuji looked toward the direction Hajime pointed at. Is that her? They saw a short-haired woman arguing with a man who looked like a talent scout. The girl wore a modified Jujutsu High uniform, a waist belt and knee-length skirt. That's her. Let's say hello. Gojo cupped his hands and shouted, Over here. Nobara Kujisaki's attention was caught. She let go of the scout and approached. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Nobara Kujisaki, the token girl of the group. The brown-haired woman, one hand on her hip, showed little expression as if this was routine. She reminded them of Maki, but was still different. Yuji Itadori from Sendai. Megumi Fushiguro. For Nobara's view, Yuji seemed like a naive kid. Megumi was cool and capable, and the black-haired boy looked handsome but exhausted. She wondered if he was also a first year. Gojo clapped. All right, all first years are here. Let's explore Tokyo. Oh, and this is your senior, second year. Hajime perked up and took over with a professional smile. Kamihara Hajime, second year. I was dragged here by this blindfolded doofus to make up the numbers. After Hajime became a second year, their homeroom teacher was Itsuya Kusakabe. But Kusakabe's missions were mostly assigned by Gojo, the first-year homeroom teacher. There were few teachers and students, so divisions were loose. Kusakabe disliked managing things, but Jujutsu High students were easy to manage, requiring little effort, probably. Gojo's suggestion to explore Tokyo made Yuji and Nobara, newcomers from the countryside, very happy. They quickly bonded and started discussing where to go. Hajime sighed, watching them think too much. Roppongi, their plans for Disneyland and Chinatown evaporated. Ahead stood an abandoned building emitting a cursed aura. The entrance exam officially begins. Gojo clapped happily and explained the situation. Nobara would exorcise the curse inside. Yuji was forbidden from unleashing Sukuna, or else the curse would be instantly destroyed, but greater harm could follow. Gojo, Hajime, and Megumi waited outside. Gojo looked at the weak, cursed aura with anticipation. This test is mainly for Nobara. Yuji has been confirmed. He can swallow Sukuna's finger without hesitation and fight curses immediately. He passed. He's different from you two, who started young. Yuji was a regular student before. You've seen many talented sorcerers quit because they couldn't overcome fear and disgust. Today, we mainly want to see if Nobara is crazy enough. Hajime sighed. Only madmen do well as jujutsu sorcerers, right? By the way, what about the mission you mentioned earlier? Are we leaving immediately? Even a mule wouldn't be worked this hard. Gojo chuckled. You two are much better. Going too crazy can turn you into curse masters. He changed the subject. About the mission, remember how I said there are fewer sorcerers and cursed spirits abroad? This mission is an exception. There's a rare special grade cursed spirit observed overseas. After negotiations, the mission came to us. Besides the base payment, Hajime, you can make some requests if you complete it. Why extra pay? Because the target is strong? Gojo pinched his chin. Not entirely. It's a commission mission, so part of the reward comes from the client. Like a side hustle. Hajime understood. Domestic exorcisms come with a salary and benefits from established channels. 4 missions were additional side hustles, with extra pay, especially for special grade targets few dared face. His eyes lit up. Then I can get valuable info, right? He meant the precious knowledge controlled by the big 3 families, some earned by achievements in exorcising special grades, and thanks to Gojo. Thinking of the secret techniques and research of the Kamo and Zenin families made Hajime's heart race. The Kamo's red blood manipulation technique and their research on the human body and jujutsu was exceptional. He definitely wanted this mission. When do we leave? Where's the location? Next week, 5 days from now. The location is the Arctic. Although referred to as the North Pole, the mission location was actually Greenland, deep within the Arctic Circle. The main settlements in its southwestern region had been trapped under a relentless blizzard for nearly a week, forcing the cancellation of all nearby flights. Local industries like fishing and tourism were devastated, with only supply ships from Denmark offering some relief. This unusual weather wasn't a rare natural disaster, but the work of an unknown curse. A team of jujutsu sorcerers sent to investigate returned with only 1 survivor, barely clinging to life. After sharing the intelligence, the survivor suddenly turned into an ice sculpture and shattered into countless pieces. Witnesses reported that every inch of his flesh and bone marrow had frozen solid, leaving behind no blood, only dust. The existence of the curse was confirmed. Though blizzards were common in the region, a curse capable of stirring such extreme weather for nearly a week was undoubtedly a special grade curse spirit. Unable to fight it, local authorities desperately sought help, steadily raising the price for assistance. Eventually, the request reached Neon. In the jujutsu world, curses and sorcerers maintain a delicate balance. Where sorcerers thrive, curses tend to be intense and frequent. Conversely, in areas with few curses, sorcerers are scarce and limited in power. The Heian era, when jujutsu was at its peak, was marked by rampant curses and universally powerful sorcerers. There are exceptions. For example, the birth of Gojo Satoru triggered the gradual strengthening of modern curses. Another anomaly was now. In this sparsely populated area, a special grade curse had appeared despite the rarity of sorcerers. Kamihara Hajime first flew to Iceland, then awaited a passing supply ship to reach the island across the sea, expected by tomorrow night. It's freezing. Hajime tightened his coat, exhaling thick white mist. He had been reinforcing his body with cursed energy since arriving. Otherwise, his light clothing, which drew stares from locals, would have left him vulnerable to the cold. The cursed energy of infinity really is useful, Hajime thought with slight satisfaction while searching for a mall on the street. Though he could endure the cold, it was better to add some local-style clothing. How spend today? He recalled the place was famous for aurora borealis sightings, a major tourist attraction. But with the weather, he doubted he'd see the lights tonight. Though the blizzard hadn't reached here, it still affected the conditions. Even for the aurora, which was usually easy to observe, certain conditions were required. With the storm, it would be difficult to catch it at the right moment. As expected, no aurora appeared. Instead, Hajime reluctantly admired the remote land blanketed in heavy snow. Night came quickly. Daylight was as fleeting as a mirage on a bubble. Hajime didn't need to adjust for time differences. The next day, he hailed a taxi to the port. His decent English made communication smooth. Traveling through the endless white landscape was a rare experience he couldn't have back home. The sky stretched so vast its edge merged with the earth, indistinguishable. In this magical land, ice and snow coexisted with volcanoes and hot springs. When the sea came into view, the restless waves added life to the still scene. Occasionally, ice floes washed ashore, freed from the sea's endless ebb. After exiting the car, Hajime checked the time. He had arrived early, and the transport ship would take a while. So he took the chance to capture photos of the breathtaking scenery, hoping to impress others upon his return. Only when the silhouette of a large ship appeared far off did he calmly head to the port. As the massive vessel approached, Hajime truly grasped the meaning of grandeur. He hadn't spent much time by the sea in his homeland and had only seen cruise ships online. Seeing one in person was a unique sensation. Even the massive cursed spirits he'd encountered before seemed ordinary by comparison, not to mention the awe-inspiring mountains and seas. He tightened his collar as the seaside wind picked up. After the transport ship docked, the gangway lowered. The ship, stopping solely for Hajime, slowly set off again, breaking through ice floes as it sailed toward the land shrouded by the curse. Hajime was greeted by a bearded man with black hair and beard, whose features strongly resembled Asian traits. His eyes were bright but filled with worry. He seemed aware of Hajime's identity, giving only a cursory glance at his credentials before leading him to a prepared single room. "Mr. Kamihara, call me Akit. My hometown has suffered an unprecedented disaster. We're helpless against that demon. We're very grateful you've come. Here's all the intelligence we've gathered. I hope it helps." Akit left a file bag and exited, not wanting to disturb Hajime. Opening it, Hajime found paper reports, including the survivor's account and photos of his shattered frozen remains. Hajime raised an eyebrow at the chilling images. No blood was splattered. Organs and bones were completely frozen. There were also photos of the blizzard. Of course, the cursed spirit's form was not visible, but from the chaotic weather and text records, some conclusions could be drawn. That thing is huge, can fly, and its movements bring howling wind and snow. Its breath produces a cold beyond comprehension. It is definitely a jujutsu and terrifyingly lethal. None of us who encountered it survived. Behind the intelligence lay lives and blood, yet the information was limited. It was only known that this curse could fly, possibly control blizzards, and its attacks caused dangerous freezing effects. Hajime sighed, aware even among special grades there were differences. This curse was a prime example. It manipulated celestial phenomena to alter a large area's climate. Though not its full power, it was still terrifying. How do you fight something that flies and controls blizzards? I can only hope it's not intelligent, or it'll just flee. When the ship's whistle sounded, Hajime knew they were nearing their destination. Leaving his room, he met Akit at the rail. A biting cold wind swept past, stinging like knives. Hajime looked out at the nearby port. Beyond it, swirling snow obscured everything. Even towering icebergs appeared only as vague shapes. After docking, Akit led Hajime off the ship. The supplies would be unloaded later. Boarding a snowmobile to escape the howling wind and snow, they began discussing plans to exorcise the curse. The city, no longer prosperous, was nearly invisible under the blizzard. Few dared expose their faces to the biting cold. Inside a building taller than the rest, Hajime met people who appeared from nowhere and greeted him politely. He declined the formalities and asked Akit to arrange what was necessary so he could locate and exorcise the curse swiftly. Grateful, Akit instructed his subordinates. In this environment, walking even a short distance risked getting lost in the snow. Most facilities had shut down due to the weather and curse. Only satellite signals remained for communication. Hajime wanted to finish the mission quickly and leave. He had no time to mingle with officials. Swift action was the best solution. Soon, Akit secured a modified snowmobile equipped with satellite navigation, capable of accurate tracking despite poor visibility. It prevented endless circling and ensured a safe return. Outside, the environment was harsh. Through the window, Hajime felt they were venturing into an unknown land. After the city disappeared behind them, only endless wind and snow remained. The vehicle's front had a sharp ram-like design. Its track tires easily rolled over thick snow. Silence reigned, broken only by occasional reports of no cursed traces. Alongside the driver and technical staff were several individuals sensing cursed energy, the windows and supervisors. Hajime didn't rely solely on them, and sensed the curse's aura himself. After searching east and north with no sign, Hajime signaled Akit to push northeast. They were now tens of kilometers from base. It was risky. Every extra kilometer increased the chance of accidents preventing their return. But everyone was prepared to die, so they silently obeyed. Found it. Hajime spoke from the vehicle. The intense cursed aura was close. Record this location. I'm getting off. You all return and await my signal. A chill swept the group as Hajime disappeared from sight. They exchanged bewildered looks until Akit acted, carrying out the orders. The car lights vanished into the snow. Hajime turned, inhaling the biting air as wind and snow lashed his face. The surging cursed energy clashed with the surrounding aura. As he moved toward the densest aura, the wind and snow gradually diminished until they almost stopped. Visibility widened. This was the storm's eye, eerily calm. On the peaceful ice plain stood over a dozen tall ice pillars. Sunlight filtered down, casting jagged refractions that lit the area like a dream. That is... Hajime raised his hand to shield his eyes and looked up at a shadow on the central pillar. The entity sensed his presence and unfurled something, casting a shadow that engulfed Hajime. Who are you? The cry or roar reached Hajime's ears, but his mind strangely understood it. The sound transformed into a neutral voice, neither male nor female. Frowning, Hajime's hair and clothes were blown by a sudden gust. As the wind died down, a tall, winding figure landed before him. A curse, undoubtedly. The figure resembled a dragon or snake. Its 20 to 30 meter long body coiled around the ice pillar. Pale white and ice blue scales connected seamlessly with the snow, blending perfectly. Each scale, palm-sized, scraped ice chips from the solid surface. The upper body was humanoid, but not human. Nearly twice the size of a person, it was indistinguishable in gender with subtle differences. Its skin was ice blue and nearly transparent. No blood vessels, organs, or bones were visible. The face was neutral, eyes pure ice blue, and long white hair flowed. Meeting its gaze made one's eyes sink into deep cold. Most eerie were its arms, replaced by wide wings. Thin at the base, they broadened outward. When spread, the wings cast a shadow that had just covered Hajime. Despite the destruction it caused, Hajime felt no overwhelming chill. Only the contained, terrifying aura affirmed its status as a special grade curse. Human, Jujutsu sorcerer, I suppose you're not interested in my name. To make it short, this blizzard was caused by your power, yes? I'm here to accept the commission to exorcise you, or rather, kill you. Supported by its dragon-like body, the curse looked down on the small figure. Hearing Hajime's words, it lowered its body slightly and stared. Its ice-carved face remained motionless. Its voice echoed in Hajime's mind again. You speak of this blizzard? It appeared with my dance. Did it harm those little people? You are different. They're like schools of fish in the sea, but you're a roaming shark, a leisurely whale. Why shelter them under your wings? Because you're one of them. As it spoke, the body rose, rubbing against the ice with a hissing sound. The sun rises and sets, flowers bloom and decay, just like my form. Aren't these natural? Why care? Hajime gripped Tatsuka no Tsurugi, the blade reflecting dazzling sunlight. Well said. You don't have to care about their cries, nor do I. But when I cut off your head, I hope you won't care either, because this is the will of heaven. Ice Dragon. My name is Ice Dragon. A grand flower bloomed across the icy plain, but these ice flowers, each the size of a house, were deadly weapons. Their petals formed from clusters of ice crystals, sharp enough to fracture scattered sunlight into golden fragments. Yet all this beauty was futile. The ice dragon had lost sight of the small figure in its view, its attack failing to land. As it prepared to soar upward for a better vantage point, a sharp pain struck its body down. Hajime's first target was naturally the wings of the cursed spirit calling itself Ice Dragon. Entering time null state, he struck the right wing repeatedly with Tatsuka no Tsurugi and onigiri. The wing's toughness surprised him. Only after multiple slashes did the wing tear, half falling to the ground. The ice dragon let out a piercing shriek. A visible wind current twisted around it, instantly turning into a fierce gale. Hajime activated his technique again as he approached. A nearly solidified cover separated him from the ice dragon. This was no mere protective storm layer, but one bolstered by the ice dragon's own cursed energy. Time arrow. He planted the two cursed swords into the ground and drew extermination, infusing it with near-limit cursed energy. Then, the taut light suddenly shot forward. The blizzard around the ice dragon was brutally torn apart, leaving a crescent-shaped notch on its massive body. The wound was clean, no blood or flesh remained. The ice dragon sensed the danger after the first strike. Its wind and snow, controlled like eyes and ears, failed to detect the invisible arrow. Despite its swift, calculated defense, it was pierced again, and this wound was far harder to heal than the torn wing. A sharp crack echoed. Though large, the wound wasn't fatal. The ice dragon spiraled around an ice pillar in the air. Hajime readied to sever the other wing when a sudden movement caught his eye. A small hole, finger-width wide with smooth edges, appeared on the ice surface, deep and crack-free. It had to be caused by something sharp and fast. Hajime quickly realized the culprit. Rain. Ice rain fell from the sky, glittering under the sun. The raindrops pierced the ice plane, creating new holes. The ice dragon's attack radius was roughly 300 meters around Hajime. These icy raindrops were deadly, piercing with the cursed energy's chill. Hajime knew he could barely withstand one or two hits, but now the sky was filled with them. Resisting with reverse curse technique alone was futile. He considered his options and chose the most direct. He raised extermination again. Time wheel, reverse. Heaven and earth seemed to reverse. The heavy rain fell upward, disappearing into the dark sky. The scene flashed briefly in Hajime's senses. Time will spin. 5 nearly invisible trajectories, obscured by sunlight fragments, struck the ice dragon's humanoid torso, left wing, and midsection. Grotesque wounds appeared instantly. The ice pillar below shattered and collapsed. The ice dragon's roar filled the air. Domain expansion, unmelting ice prison. The great sun and endless sky vanished. All directions were sealed by chilling ice prisons. The space inside was surprisingly vast, an icy hell with no escape. Inside, the ice dragon hovered with its severed wing, now reformed of transparent ice crystals, its wounds healed. The blizzard raged fiercely, coldness penetrating Hajime's defenses. Even after he deployed simple domain, this place felt different. The cursed spirit, the blizzard, and the domain had merged. That explained the rapid recovery. Hajime prepared to strike again. The ice dragon flapped its wings to dodge, but froze midair under Hajime's relentless attack. Extermination glowed at its limit, arrows tearing through the ice prison, creating large holes in its defenses. As the technique ended, Hajime saw the ice dragon's body being healed by swirling wind and snow, more like a living storm than flesh and blood. This domain is a real problem. Arrows cut through ice spikes. Hajime sheathed extermination and drew Tatsuka no Tsurugi and onigiri. He teleported before the ice dragon. The ice behind him shattered. The ice dragon spread its wings, circling in the air as ice beasts emerged from the blizzard, charging. These cursed energy beasts weren't dangerous. Their defense was fragile and could be cut with one slash. But the freezing aura released after they shattered was the real threat. After clearing the area, Hajime, still in time null state, jumped onto a giant ice serpent lunging at him. His swords slashed repeatedly, shattering the serpent's body. With a scraping sound, he pulled his blades free, leapt off, and soared toward the hovering ice dragon. Godspeed slash. Spider Cutter appeared amid sword light. Ice shards rained down. Stepping on the coiled ice dragon, Hajime swiftly dismembered it. He crashed to the ground, creating a crater. The broken ice dragon coiled and rose again as if the injuries were illusions. Azura. The cursed sword technique ignited, forming a ghostly phantom behind the ice dragon. It struck vertically, severing over half its body. The ice dragon screamed in pain for the first time in the domain. But its wounds healed again, and its aura intensified amid the raging storm. It's merging with the environment, becoming part of the wind and snow. Until the domain breaks, the blizzard won't stop. The ice dragon is practically immortal here, and this domain is a defensive fortress. Hajime felt sharp pain in his chest and abdomen. An ice spike about the length of a forearm burst from inside him, rotating and still stained with fresh blood. It vanished quickly, leaving no wound or torn clothes, but Hajime frowned. This wasn't a sudden attack, but coldness accumulated from fighting the ice dragon. Under its technique's influence, the cold burst forth from his body. His reversal healed the injury, but couldn't undo the cold's accumulation. Damn it, the spike appeared again. Hajime canceled reversal this time, relying on reverse cursed technique to heal. But as long as he fought the ice dragon, the cold would keep building. Neither could defeat the other. It was an endless battle. Finally, I'm back. After bidding farewell to Akit and his overly enthusiastic thanks, Kamihara Hajime boarded a ship to Denmark, then flew directly back home from the airport. Though foreign landscapes were novel and beautiful for Hajime, who wasn't used to the food even in his own country, staying in places with scarce delicacies was torture. No matter how scenic, it couldn't replace a satisfying meal. Once off the plane, Hajime took a taxi straight to Shibuya. He indulged in a hearty meal to compensate for the past few rough days, then stopped by the city's most famous dessert shop to buy souvenirs. Since he planned to ask Gojo-sensei for help, bringing gifts was only proper. Tokyo Jujutsu High. When Hajime returned, only Panda was around at the school. Panda had just finished a mission and was resting. It was already June, so things were understandably getting busier. Even Itadori and the others, fresh recruits, were thrown into practical combat alongside their studies. Gojo Satoru had arranged for them to exorcise a cursed spirit right after they arrived, though the spirit was weak. Hajime returned to his dorm for a much-needed rest. The mission report was already submitted. News of its completion had reached Jujutsu High 2 days earlier. Hajime only needed to add specific details and another perspective. After spending more than half a day gaming in his room, a knock came at his door. Gojo Satoru pushed it open. Stretching, Gojo sank into the sofa, his gaze landing on the neatly wrapped desserts on the table. His previously lazy expression brightened instantly. "Is this for me, Hajime?" Hajime was focused on shooting down the last enemy in his game. The final victory screen popped up. He took off his headphones and turned around. "Yeah, I brought it back after the flight." "How was the mission?" Gojo wasn't wearing his Jujutsu High uniform, instead dressed casually with sunglasses perched on his nose. Hajime recalled the simple shirt wasn't cheap. Gojo lay back on the sofa, sampling the dessert as he asked. Hajime got up, poured a glass of water, and shrugged. "Just okay." The cursed spirit was interesting, though. It heavily relied on its technique amplified by the climate, and it used domain expansion too. The domain was specialized for survival. If I hadn't used a new move I've been conceptualizing, it might have drilled into the sea and escaped. New move? The one combining the forward and reverse applications of your technique. Gojo's interest was clearly piqued. Hajime smiled and nodded. "Yeah, I pulled it off for the first time in combat. Unlike your purple, which is pure destruction, this has a different effect. Any thoughts?" "Haha, you messaged me just for this, huh? Let's go." "I'm curious too." On their way to the dojo, Hajime asked, "Gojo-sensei, cursed spirits are said to be born from negative emotions, but why do so many potential curses not actually form?" Gojo shielded his eyes from the sun. "Curses need cursed energy, which comes from negative emotions, but it's usually focused on specific things, death, or some concept, so forming a curse isn't simple. Also, just having cursed energy doesn't guarantee a powerful curse. Special grade cursed spirits don't appear just anywhere. He explained further. The clearer the negative emotions are directed, the easier it is for curses to form. That's why urban legends and ghost stories rarely create curses. Recorded cursed spirits are very few compared to all the legends. In hospitals, schools, or similar places, regret, fear, and despair have clear targets. But fears like earthquakes or mudslides are abstract, so cursed spirits related to them are rare. Plus, most curses born only embody parts of those things' attributes. The cursed spirit you faced was already very rare, likely born after a long gestation. They entered the empty training ground. Gojo asked, "What about your new move? How do you want to test it?" Hajime looked at his outstretched right hand. "As you know, my techniques' forward and reverse applications collide. Aside from failures where nothing happens, this collision produces a unique effect I'm calling time stop." Time stop. Gojo stroked his chin, thinking, when you use your technique at full power, the scene around you slows almost to a stop, right? How's this different? Hajime's expression shifted. It's very different. In time stop, everything I observe is truly stopped, including cursed energy flow. The cursed spirit's domain was broken this way. Gojo's eyes behind the sunglasses gleamed. If cursed energy stops, techniques temporarily cease too. Domain expansions lose support and break apart naturally. Enough talk. Let's try it. Hajime, cover me with that move so I can feel it. Gojo removed his sunglasses, 6 eyes ready to witness the phenomenon. Hajime matched his intent, channeling cursed energy into his inherited technique. The forward and reverse applications collided again. Strange cursed energy waves spread outward, but under Hajime's control quickly vanished. "I failed, huh?" Under Gojo's focused gaze, Hajime gave an awkward laugh. "That's the failure case. Let me try again." Not everyone had Gojo's 6 eyes and precise, cursed energy control. For Hajime, successfully combining the forward and reverse applications was already a sign of extraordinary talent. This was just an initial attempt. With Gojo observing, Hajime tested various fusion methods, timing, speed of cursed energy transmission. It was rare to have a day without Gojo running errands, so he seized the moment. During one attempt, Hajime successfully triggered time stop again. Gojo and everything around them became a static image. 1 second. Hajime carefully counted time in his mind and approached Gojo. A smile crossed his lips before he lifted Gojo and placed him by the door. For seconds passed. Hajime felt his technique begin to falter. At 4.6 seconds, he could have pushed beyond 5 seconds, but it was pointless. After throwing Tatsuka no Tsurugi, he deactivated the technique. Time resumed. The sword hung in midair, then dropped. Gojo regained movement by the door, looking astonished. Had Hajime touched him during the time stop, he might have sensed what followed, but now there was no trace. That's very interesting. Gojo spotted Tatsuka no Tsurugi on the floor and realized what happened. You threw it during time stop, and when time resumed, it didn't continue moving. Hajime nodded. Right. Once it left my hand, it stopped mid-air. I discovered this when trying ranged attacks during the effect. Gojo devised a test. Activate time stop when you throw the swords, change their direction, and try to attack me. Let's see if my limitless fails. Hajime laughed awkwardly. Gojo-sensei, you'll have to wait. After these two techniques collide, there's a brief disruption preventing me from immediately using the technique again. The longer I hold it, the longer the recovery. Gojo's 6 eyes confirm this. The deeper the fusion's depth, the longer the recovery needed. Unlike Gojo's purple, which causes instant destruction, Hajime's technique requires balancing and continuous maintenance. After recovering, Hajime grabbed 5 short swords from the dojo rack. He threw them toward the wall, then froze time again. He nudged the suspended swords, changing their direction. Approaching Gojo, he condensed cursed energy on his fingertips and grazed Gojo's right arm. Limitless, which repels all harm, vanished. Hajime's fingertip pierced the stopped cursed energy barrier on Gojo's arm. No blood flowed, then the technique was released. Clang, clang, clang. The wooden swords hit the wall, corners, and rack. When time resumed, the swords flew in the altered directions. Gojo noticed the wound. Though instantly healed by reverse cursed technique, it felt like the injury appeared out of nowhere, bypassing Limitless. The state is also stopped Gojo-sensei. The wooden sword's flight was stopped mid-air during time stop. After the technique ended, the swords retained their thrown state and direction, unlike objects during time stop, which dropped immediately. Further tests followed. Gojo brought a small animal with some cursed energy and a cursed tool, detecting life via cursed energy, even in suspended animation. Hajime killed a large rat during time stop. Not a drop of blood escaped from its sliced body. Using the cursed tool, Hajime found the rat was still alive. Life also stops. The consequences only unfold after the technique ends. Even if you crush the rat to dust during the stop, it'd still be alive. They also confirmed time stop's range was about a 200-meter radius circle around Hajime, controllable like duration. The larger the range, the harder to maintain. Within that range, only Gojo witnessed the frozen world. Reality was a paused image on a screen, a miracle beyond words. On this path, I am not alone. Hajime, Yuta Okatsu, and Megumi. Individual strength is limited. To reach the ideal world, you cannot rely on yourself alone. You must keep rising. The things you requested should arrive tomorrow. I likely won't be at Jujutsu High, so remember to receive them. This new move is interesting but unstable. Keep practicing. After a day of training and testing, Gojo left with those words. Hajime had nearly triggered a dangerous third case earlier, but stopped it before chaos erupted. Gojo warned that if allowed, the result wouldn't be time stop, but chaotic distortion. That's why he urged more practice. The next day, Hajime received a medium-sized box delivered by two men in suits. After checking the cursed energy seal, he accepted it. In the following days, Hajime trained tirelessly and studied the documents. Maki and others had just returned from their mission and barely saw him. His relentless training continued until a new mission was assigned. Eliminate the remnants of the Curse Master Group, formerly known as the Star Religious Group, later taken over by Curse Master Suguru Geto. Hajime studied the mission details. After the Hyaki Yagyo incident, Suguru Geto was executed by Gojo-sensei, and his subordinates disappeared. No news had come from them for a long time. Whatever the backers were, as Curse Masters killing innocents indiscriminately, they were marked for elimination. Curse Masters often caused more harm than cursed spirits of the same grade. I'll take this mission. It's not that I won't take you, but you look like a husky. I'm not going to play around. If a real fight breaks out, you haven't seen how fierce that thing is. What do you think you'll run? After Kamihara Hajime shared the stunning photos he had taken with everyone, the white wolf that had been trailing Panda and Maki visibly bristled. Such a perfect place, and you didn't take me? The white wolf turned its head, occasionally glancing back. Its back to Hajime, seemingly ignoring his explanation. All right, I'll take you this time, okay? Hearing this, the white wolf turned back, its intelligent eyes locking onto Hajime's, as if silently asking, "You're not lying to me, right?" Mission location, Yokohama. That's pretty close. Are they trying to hide in plain sight? These Curse Masters are quite cunning. The Curse Masters had recently been spotted in Yokohama, suspected to be linked to a small local religious group. Specific details were scarce, but the opposing side likely included at least one Grade 1 Curse Master, with others unknown. Originally, this mission could have been assigned to several Grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerers and Grade 2 combinations, but Hajime happened to be without a mission at Tokyo Jujutsu High during this period, and Gojo-sensei was missing somewhere, so the task fell to him. There was no need to trouble others or risk personnel losses. Sending only Hajime sufficed. The gap between Special Grade and Grade 1 among Jujutsu sorcerers and cursed spirits was massive. Once this mission was assigned to Hajime, assuming the intelligence was accurate, it was almost a done deal. Yokohama wasn't far from Tokyo. After confirming the intel, Hajime got into the assigned car and headed there. The driver wasn't one of the Tokyo Jujutsu high supervisors like Ajichi or Shintaro, but a new face, a man with a perpetual smile that, on closer inspection, seemed fake and unnatural, like a venomous insect's disguise. Hajime paid no attention. He completely ignored unfamiliar people who made him uncomfortable. The driver's polite but subtly barbed small talk was perfunctorily dismissed. Arriving in Yokohama, Hajime, accompanied by the White Wolf, stepped out and headed toward the mission site. The place was the stronghold of that small religious group, though only superficially. Investigations revealed it to be a disguised hideout for those curse masters. They seemed to be planning something with other curse masters gathering, which had led to leaks and their location being tracked. The targets should be inside. Inside the house, 5 oddly dressed individuals sat facing each other in pairs, except one who sat alone. The lone man wore only a black leather apron on his upper body, was completely bald, and had a strange mask covering his eyes and part of his nose. He sprawled on the sofa, saying, "What? This isn't a request. It's a notification. I'm not easy to talk to. If you don't cooperate, death awaits you. Maybe becoming my masterpiece is an option?" "Huh, you bastard." A man with triangular eyes and a scar across his face opposite him angrily retorted. "When not those idiots Nain and Nanako, Suguru Geto-sama is dead. That thing, whatever it is, still wants to command us. Hey, don't say things I don't understand. What I want is..." Before he could finish, a sound from the door caught everyone's attention. In their instant vigilance, a figure appeared from behind the half-open door. Was it a dog? It was a large husky, which immediately entered, tongue lolling out, curiously inspecting the people in the room. Seeing it was just a dog, a seemingly more normal man sighed in relief. "How did a dog get in? What are the people downstairs doing?" "Idiot! Have you ever seen a dog with cursed energy like that? It's an enemy." The bald man had already taken out a hammer. He wasn't looking at the husky, but at the half-open door where footsteps echoed. Quite a few, actually." Pushing the door open, a young boy walked in. He had a short black ponytail, and his face, devastating to those in the room, wore a lazy expression as if he were some young master who had accidentally wandered in. "Let me see. Nemikiri Hisashi, LaRue, 2 small fries. Oh, and an unexpected bonus. Kamoya Ruzo, right? You're on the wanted list, too. A jujitsu sorcerer? Just you, a snot-nosed brat who hasn't even grown all his hair? You come to the wrong place. Not only will you die here today, but I'll find your family and friends." One of the small fries exploded in rage. Already tense from being discovered, the dog and this ordinary-looking boy entering pushed him over the edge. Puff! The sound of water being squeezed from a pouch rang out. The man's eyes widened. Clutching his throat, blood poured uncontrollably, his complexion turning a sickly purplish blue. At the doorway, Hajime flicked his finger against the blade of Tatsuka no Tsurugi, which had appeared in his hand at some unknown moment, producing a crisp, pleasant ringing. This poison was lethal to weaker enemies. It was hard to say whether the man's throat injury or the sword's poison was more fatal. The other 4 curse masters, terrified, instinctively drew weapons or channeled cursed energy, but dared not move. They hadn't sensed the attack, nor how the sword appeared. The unknown technique and the overwhelming disparity left them frozen. After the cursed master collapsed in a pool of blood, the dog rose and walked out, while the boy cursed under his breath. But they were far from relaxed. Such a powerful and malevolent enemy kept them on edge. Seizing the moment, Kamoya Ruzo leaped over the sofa and coffee table, swinging his small hammer toward Hajime's head with a sinister grin. In the eager eyes of the others, Kamoya suddenly flew backward at an unnatural angle, smashing the tempered glass coffee table to pieces. The leather sofa cushioned his fall, pushing him against the wall where he finally stopped. The sofa was now stained with blood. Kamoya's hammer had flown off, hitting the wall and vanishing. His situation was utterly miserable. Blood covered his body, his arms pinned beneath him, and his face looked ravaged by blades, most facial bones exposed. His eyes appeared doubled in size, due to surrounding flesh pulverized. Hajime, Having turned, looked down at the injured curse master. Despite the poison from Tatsuka no Teruji, Kamoya's strength was considerable, supported by cursed energy as he clung to life. Kamoya Ruzo, a curse master skilled in cursed tool creation, but extremely cruel. Once wanted for abusing and killing civilians and spellcasters to create cursed tools. He had talent. Some of his tools were powerful, but his brutal methods harmed many, using victims' intense emotions before death to craft bizarre cursed tools. He was notorious. Let's reintroduce ourselves. Second year at Tokyo Jujutsu High, Kamihara Hajime. My mission is to eliminate you remnants of the Hyaki Yagyo incident. You remember me, don't you? Nemikiri Hisashi and LaRue began sweating. Especially LaRue. Wasn't Hajime the boy who attended Tokyo Jujutsu High with Suguru Geto? Though his hair was different back then. During the Hyaki Yagyo, rumors said a Jujutsu sorcerer with that name killed the special grade curse spirit they planned to awaken Shuten Doji. According to the latest intel, the new special grade sorcerer also bore that name. Nemikiri Hisashi, under intense pressure, nearly activated his technique for a last-ditch effort when LaRue, bare-chested with pink heart-shaped nipple covers, stopped him. Your Excellency hasn't attacked yet. Do you have some purpose? Hajime looked at the strange, muscular man. Among the curse masters, this one still had a bit of sense. He thought he'd have to kill another to warn them. Locations and names. Tell me where your accomplices are hiding. I can let you go today in exchange. You can escape, but beware future pursuits. Impossible. Nemikiri Hisashi shouted. We are family. You think I betray them? We're not monkeys who would betray their own just to survive. Suddenly, Hajime appeared in front of Nemikiri Hisashi and casually punched his abdomen. Nemikiri flew backward, spitting blood mixed with flesh fragments. LaRue, enraged by his companion's injury, punched Hajime. Following Nemikiri's path, LaRue charged without activating his technique, though his wounds were lighter. The other small fry was paralyzed with fear, trembling, and losing the will to fight. You speak. Hajime placed his left hand on the man's shoulder with a harmless smile. The man trembled, silent. Hajime said, What? Are you throwing away your chance to live? You call ordinary people monkeys and treat humans like animals. What's your standard? Whether they have inherited techniques. Isn't it all about power? Then in my eyes, aren't you the monkeys? Well said, an unfamiliar voice echoed. Hajime shifted gaze to the corner, but it was empty. Suddenly, a black, flowing entity emerged from thin air, expanding to the size of a water tank. Then a crude humanoid puppet slowly rose. This is a puppet technique, remotely controlled. It's coming for me. The controller doesn't dare show himself. The puppet emitted a distorted voice. These curse masters and curse spirits are all the same. Their actions are ridiculous. For their so-called noble ideals, they fabricate meaningless ideologies. What about you, Hajime? What do you think about humans, jujutsu sorcerers, and curses? The mix inevitably causes conflict. Even among humans, there is struggle, let alone between these vastly different groups. Hajime scrutinized the puppet. Destroying it would be useless. It was just a mouthpiece. He understood. Human negative emotions birth curses, which foster cursed spirits, while jujutsu sorcerers originate from humans, creating a delicate balance. Humans and curses exist symbiotically. As long as humanity lives, curses won't disappear. There are two theoretical solutions. Eliminate all cursed energy in humans, or make all human spellcasters who control cursed energy. Both were absurd. Hajime never cared for such grand ideas. He had few interests beyond this objective world and his own small sphere. He wasn't a savior. Why bother? So he sneered. Someone who won't show their face is no better than trash. Cursed spirits, humans, jujutsu sorcerers. I am human and jujutsu sorcerer. I stand on my own side, but have no interest in changing the world. All I want is to send you disgusting creatures to hell. No righteous excuses. You kill people. Be ready to die in return. You, Nemikiri Hisashi stood, cursed energy rising, a black spike emerging in his hand. Driven by rage, he charged. Blood splattered. Nemikiri Hisashi's headless body collapsed. The black substance around the puppet stirred. Domain expansion. Realm of empty dreams. Is this a curse? The aura concealed the puppet's true nature, so Hajime hadn't noticed. The domain covered the room. Corpses and LaRue vanished. Only Hajime was lit in endless darkness. A special grade, curse spirit? Allied with curse masters? Would curses ally with humans? Technique reversal. Time stop. The darkness vanished. The room returned. Half the puppet's body was sunk into solidified darkness. Hajime frowned. LaRue was missing. Forget that. Handle the immediate. A regular mission had escalated to special grade curse spirit and a sneaky enemy. Am I a trouble magnet? 2 slashes cut the puppet into pieces. As Hajime dispelled his technique, a bizarre 4-legged creature was squeezed from the ground. Bewildered, it was pinned by Hajime's blades. Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Anakiri appeared in his hands. Without technique enhancement, Hajime's speed was incredible. Light streaks left after images on the cursed spirit. After the curse sword's technique activated, the creature perished. No, too weak. Sensing something was wrong, Hajime found no traces of others. The target escaped long distance. It might be good that the mysterious entity saved LaRue. Capturing LaRue again would yield info on the other. In an ordinary residence, the scarred man on the forehead opened his eyes. Behind him, a 4-legged, long-nosed, cursed spirit emerged from darkness, rolling out the severely injured LaRue. The probe went well. Unexpectedly strong. The plan needs changing. Although Rareru escaped, the mission was considered complete under the circumstances. The unknown entity and the cursed spirit were documented. Based on Kamihara Hajime's description, after specialists identified the cursed spirit's origins and prototypes, it was determined this cursed spirit might be a hypothetical one, with abilities linked to the mythological Dream Eater. This was another special grade cursed spirit that had never been recorded, drawing some attention. However, it had nothing to do with Hajime, who had already finished his mission. Others would have to deal with the headache. Missions involving curse masters remained rare. Most of these entities had been hiding for over 20 years, lurking in dark sewers. Occasional encounters were extremely rare compared to the number of other curses. It was nearly summer, and with the growing unrest among people, the number of curses had increased significantly. Fortunately, special grades were still few. Most were around grade 2 in strength. Everyone at Jujutsu High was very busy, and it had been a while since they had all gathered. Ginza, a high-end office building. Recently, 2 fatal incidents had occurred here, both apparent suicides by jumping. A third person had fallen from a lower floor, but survived. After regaining consciousness, he described feeling as if someone was controlling his thoughts and already emotionally unstable. He vaguely broke the window and jumped. After the window observed traces of curse here, the task was handed to Kamihara Hajime, who was free at Jujutsu High. In a bustling city, the mission needed to be handled discreetly and quickly. Even Hajime himself felt it was a perfect fit. He arrived as the building's occupants had been temporarily evacuated, and reporters were blocked off by police cordons. The victims were all employees of a major branch of a large corporation, naturally attracting quick-to-respond reporters. Though the matter was not huge, it was important and needed swift resolution. When Hajime arrived, he saw the police annoyed by the barrage of questions from reporters carrying cameras and microphones, all repeating the same lines. Takahoshi Aika's smile was almost frozen. She couldn't get any breaking news from the police officer standing at the cordon. Those cold-faced officers were like stone, revealing no information regardless of her tone. Thinking about the editor's wrath waiting back at the office, she was frustrated. That lecherous old man grated on her nerves, but there was nothing she could do. Feeling discouraged, she even considered adjusting her collar to seem more approachable. Just then, her photographer called out, "Takahoshi Aika, look, a young man is coming with that police officer. Is he going into the building?" Takahoshi looked up. A young man in black clothes and sunglasses was walking alongside the usually stern officer toward the building. The officer's face, normally as hard as marble, unexpectedly showed a smile as he spoke to the man. That young man must have a scoop. Takahoshi's sharp eyes noted this person would definitely be photogenic. Even celebrities without makeup might not look as good. He was clearly connected to the police in this case. If she could get even a sentence or two, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. Energized, Takahoshi told her photographer to follow her, clicking her heels as she headed toward them. Other media outlets also noticed the situation and swarmed like sharks smelling blood. Fortunately, Takahoshi had mastered crowd navigation on the subway and stayed ahead of the pack, successfully pushing through. She quickly tidied her hair and handed over the microphone. "Excuse me, are you with the police or a special person invited by them? There are rumors the building is haunted. What do you think?" Kamihara Hajime looked at the female reporter who had broken through the sweating police cordon and the throng of reporters behind her. He already felt a headache coming on. He'd rather face a group of curses directly. Now he felt like fresh meat eyed by zombies beyond a barbed wire fence, microphones reaching out like grabbing hands. Officer Otani's smile vanished instantly. He ordered his subordinates to block the reporters. They arrived faster than the police at incidents, but only cared about scoops, ignoring the consequences. Takahoshi and the other reporters only managed a few front and back photos before police dispersed them. They stopped once Hajime and the officer were out of sight. "Quick, check if the photos are clear. Today's mission depends on this. With some good packaging, it might even go viral. People online love this kind of thing now," Takahoshi urged the photographer. But the photographer's panicked response sent her blood pressure soaring. "What? No shot. How did you mess up? You said you took them, but they're gone? It's not like the ghost deleted the photos, right?" Meanwhile, Kamihara Hajime entered the building and removed his sunglasses. Officer Otani had escorted him in and then returned. White Wolf trotted through the sealed side door, excited, and followed Hajime inside. 13th floor. Hajime chatted with everyone in the group chat on his phone. In front of him, the much larger White Wolf chased a faceless humanoid cursed spirit darting around. The cursed spirit tried to escape, but was cut off by Hajime blocking the doorway. Just by displaying condensed cursed energy, he scared it off. He sent photos of White Wolf to the group. Since he couldn't capture an image of the cursed spirit, there was only the sight of White Wolf foolishly pouncing on empty air, unaware he had become the subject of idle conversation. Bang! Cornered and with no escape, the cursed spirit smashed the thick floor-to-ceiling window, attempting to flee. Hajime looked up and saw the cursed spirit leap out the 13th floor window. He wondered what would happen if it fell. The noise caught the attention of reporters downstairs who hadn't yet dispersed, but when they looked up, they saw nothing. Time wheel, reverse. The shattered glass became an illusion, and the cursed spirit reappeared in the room, staring blankly at the intact glass. Its incomplete intelligence couldn't comprehend what it saw. Before it could move, its vision spun upside down and then vanished. Hajime put Tatsuka no Tsurugi away, shaking his phone at White Wolf. "Emergency mission, let's go. West Tokyo City, Aishu Juvenile Detention Center. 3 hours ago, the window detected a cursed womb. After 90% evacuation, the facility was sealed. 5 inmates in the second dormitory remain with the cursed womb," Yeri said, pushing up his glasses, serious. "If the target undergoes abnormal growth, it might generate a special grade cursed spirit. Gojo Satoru is on a business trip and can't come. The second-year student Kamihara Hajime has been notified. This line of work is often understaffed, and missions beyond capabilities are common, but this situation is urgent and abnormal. Before Hajime arrives, confirm if there are survivors. Rescue as many as possible. Absolutely no fighting. If you encounter a special grade, run or die. Reinforcements are on their way." Yuji Itadori listened, then asked, "How are cursed spirits graded? I don't understand what special grade means." After a brief explanation, Yuji's face showed realization. "Oh, So the second-year senior is very strong. Megumi Fushiguro calmly added, Jujutsu High has only 3 special grade sorcerers. Gojo Satoru, Yuto Katsu, who is abroad, and Kamihara Hajime. Nobara didn't expect the second-year senior she'd met was a special grade sorcerer. Unlike Yuji, she had some understanding of the jujutsu world from her grandmother. Yeri continued, Hajime has experience exorcising special grades alone. This mission likely won't be a problem for him. However, the incident happened suddenly, and he is currently on another mission, so it will take time to arrive. Please be extra careful. No problem. We'll do our best, Yuji said enthusiastically. Megumi and Nobara were less optimistic. Nobara silently thought, special grades aren't like low-grade curses. This mission is extremely dangerous, even just searching for survivors. Masao, is my son all right? A woman frantically pushed past the blockade, her face etched with worry. Yeri explained, unknown individuals may have released toxic gas inside. We are organizing rescue teams. Yuji's expression hardened. We must rescue everyone. Fushiguro, Kujisaki. Got it. The 3 entered the building. Megumi summoned his jade hounds to scout ahead. The interior was not a 2-story dormitory, but an apartment-style building with 5 or 6 floors. The entrance they came through was gone, replaced by a wall of pipes. This is a domain created with cursed energy. It's the first time I've seen one this large, Megumi said, feeling a bad premonition. Yuji and Nobara were flustered at the lost entrance, worrying about evacuation. Megumi reassured them. The Jade Hounds remember the entrance scent. After we find survivors, follow them to evacuate. Good dogs, Yuji praised, petting the Shikigami. Megumi's expression was unreadable. Further inside, they found a tragic scene. 3 bodies, 2 were twisted, barely human-shaped, with tattered clothes. One was half a person leaning against the wall, mostly intact except some blood around the mouth and nose. Yuji silently approached the intact body, reading the name, Okazaki Masao. This was the woman's son. I'm taking his body out. Megumi grabbed Yuji's collar and pulled him back. We need to confirm if the others are alive. Don't focus on a body now. But if we turn back now, Megumi said firmly, it's not about coming back, it's about forgetting. These aren't people we particularly wanted to save. If they're dead, there's less reason to waste energy. Yuji clenched his fists. Megumi continued, this is a juvenile detention center. Okazaki Masao drove without a license, hit and killed a schoolgirl, and this was his second offense. Are you going to save everyone? What if the person you save kills someone later? Nobara interrupted. Pick the right time and place to argue. They followed Nobara's direction and saw the Jade Hounds, dead and sealed inside the wall, with only its head exposed. Megumi's heart sank. He hadn't detected their death. At that moment, a black hole appeared beneath Nobara's feet. Unprepared, she fell in. Megumi shouted to Yuji, run, we'll find her later. Before they could react, a terrifying aura enveloped them. Something powerful had descended. Behind them stood a massive humanoid monster with a gaping, lipless mouth and eyes on strip-like protrusions. Its presence pressed down on them, almost paralyzing them. No mistake, it's definitely special grade. Is this the pressure of a special grade? Yuji, eyes wide with fury, struggled against the aura and raised the cursed tool Slaughter Demon, given by Gojo Satoru, and struck the cursed spirit. But his hand felt light, and the Slaughter Demon split in 2 and fell. A familiar hand still held the hilt. Wasn't that my own hand? When did it? Sukuna, if I die, you die too. If you don't want to die, then help me. I refuse. Inside his innate domain, Ryam and Sukuna watched with keen interest. After hearing Yuji's words, his mouth stretched into a cruel grin, his eyes burning with pure malice. They're just 2 soul fragments. Did you misunderstand? Sure, if you want to switch, I can let you, but the moment I'm out, I'll kill Megumi Fushiguro first, then that woman. Your expression at that moment will be priceless. Ha ha ha. Without Sukuna's intervention, if things continued this way, Megumi and Nobara, who likely hadn't escaped far, might actually be killed by him. Yuji had to stall for time. Despite this, he could barely withstand the current attack. Yuji was sent flying by a punch from the cursed spirit. So fast, it was nearly invisible, breaking through the wall and crashing into a more open area. If this newborn cursed spirit hadn't been toying with him, death would have come already. You must protect others. The cursed spirit clasped its hands eagerly, like a child anticipating a game. Terrifying cursed energy gathered in its palms. The instant it struck, Yuji's grandfather's words surfaced in his mind. But this pain, it's unbearable. Am I going to die here? Would dying like this be considered a proper death? If I hadn't eaten that finger back then. No, I can't dwell on that. I don't want to die. Yaga Mazamichi's voice from enrollment days echoed alongside his grandfather's dying words. Faces of Megumi, Nobara, his seniors, and that poor mother flashed before him. That man was right. No jujutsu, sorcerer dies without regret. If that's true, then I want to say I died for a good cause. I'll gather all this anger, fear, and regret and shatter it. A ball of blue cursed energy ignited on Yuji's right fist, despite his missing finger. He slammed it fiercely toward the cursed spirit's face. Though he channeled cursed energy, the gap in strength was too great to overcome through willpower alone. The cursed spirit easily blocked the strike. It made strange, almost playful sounds as if entertained, then waved its hand, sending Yuji crashing into the ground. Shards of stone flew as Yuji spat out blood. Thanks to his exceptional physical resilience and Sukuna's passive cursed energy protection, his organs remained intact. Otherwise, he would have died instantly. Lying on the ground, his vision blurred, Yuji prepared to accept death calmly. Megumi and the others should have escaped. Then, suddenly, bright sunlight poured through the broken ceiling. Where's that light coming from? Oh, the ceiling's broken. The cursed spirit reached to grab Yuji, but was suddenly struck, crashing to the ground. A figure blocked the light above, a voice speaking nearby. I'm not too late, am I? How did you get involved in this mission? Yuji, lifted gently, felt warmth flood into his body. His consciousness cleared and strength returned. The figure before him was none other than Senior Kamihara Hajime himself. Off to the side, Yuji also saw the cursed spirit sprawled on the ground, a massive wound rapidly healing. Hajime descended from above, piercing the cursed spirit with an arrow. Seeing Yuji lying on the ground, he used reverse curse technique to stabilize him first, then patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I'll take it from here. The playful cursed spirit now lost its composure. It rose, wounds healed, glaring at Hajime with an unknown roar. Stop barking, Hajime said calmly. Without activating any technique, he closed in and kicked the cursed spirit back with such force it blurred. The monster crashed through multiple walls, stirring up a huge cloud of dust. So powerful, Yuji muttered, eyes wide. Having seen his own attack parried earlier, he knew how overwhelming that kick was. From the dust emerged the cursed spirit, claws sharp and cursed energy gathering for another attack aimed at Hajime's face. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Hajime was now behind the cursed spirit, and its claws pointed at himself, but the attack never came. Hajime grabbed the nape of the cursed spirit's neck and slammed it into the ground. Concrete and rebar shattered, momentum carrying them down to the next floor. Yuji, falling with him, was caught just before hitting the ground, suspended in the air, then gently set down. Not far away, the cursed spirit lay deformed. Hajime looked at it with disappointment, but understood why. This was an ordinary newborn special grade cursed spirit, probably lacking much intelligence. The gap between special grades could be wider than between special grade and grade 1. He stomped on the cursed spirit, cracking the ground beneath. One last chance. Can you use domain expansion? If so, open it. If not, you're done. The cursed spirit roared and struggled under his foot, but showed no signs of domain expansion. No value, Hajime thought, releasing cursed energy. With a sharp crack, the cursed spirit shattered into fragments like brittle bones. The remains skipped decay, turning to ash that drifted away in the wind. Huh? What's this? Is this Sukuna's finger? Hajime picked up Sukuna's finger quietly resting on the ground and walked over to Yuji, lying nearby. Seeing his dazed expression, Hajime smiled gently. Don't worry about your injury. If it's just physical damage, reverse curse technique can fix it. Let me heal you, or it'll look strange. Thank you, senior. Yuji watched in surprise as his severed hand and finger miraculously regrew, restoring him to full health. Mission complete. Let's get out of here. Yuji hesitated, but then spoke. Senior, I want to bring a victim's body to his family. There are 2 others whose status is unknown. Hajime sighed. If you want, go ahead. But there's no need to search for survivors anymore. Except for us, there's no one left alive here. Yuji nodded. The cursed spirit was exorcised, the innate domain vanished. The orphanage was safe again. Masao, at the white-covered body, Okazaki Masao's mother knelt, crying. Hajime watched silently. Megumi Fushiguro and Nobara Kujisaki approached, seeing Yuji unharmed. Without looking back, Yuji said, I don't want to dwell on complicated things anymore. If I can help others, even a little, that's enough. Megumi said nothing. Nobara noticed his hand. Megumi glanced at Hajime talking with Ajichi. Just report to Gojo-sensei later. If I hadn't come, people would have died here. Missions with special grade curses usually include survivor searches. How come the higher-ups didn't tell me? Hajime sneered. Ajichi wiped sweat from his forehead, dreading to report to Gojo Satoru. Wasting a precious finger to test Sukuna, and it failed. Sukuna didn't even appear. Was this your plan, Suguru Geto? I already know, Gojo Satoru said calmly to Hajime, leaning back his chair as he looked up at the bright ceiling light. A mission classified at least grade 1, possibly involving a special grade curse, and they send first years to rescue survivors? TCH. Those old geezers aren't even pretending anymore. Kamihara Hajime idly toyed with an ornament on the table, his face unreadable. They're clearly upset about you protecting Itadori, Gojo-sensei. If I hadn't shown up quickly, they might have suffered casualties, or worse. I'd love to get rid of every last one of those dried-up fossils. Hajime smirked. All right then, sensei. I'll hand you the knife. Who's going to stop us? Gojo sighed. You punk. If killing them would fix it, I'd have done it myself. The problem isn't just those parasites, it's the whole rotten system. He leaned forward slightly, arms crossed. Until the roots are ripped out, more vermin will keep crawling in. And I can't do it alone. That's why I need all of you. Yuta Okatsu, Kinji Hikari, Megumi Fushiguro, Yuji Itadori, and especially you, Hajime. Is Hikari still suspended? Hajime asked. His attitude didn't help. And Yuta hasn't returned yet? Gojo shrugged. He's still looking for the black rope. No lead so far, so I'll check it out myself soon. That's actually why I called you here. I won't have time to mess with those old men for now, but before I go, I'll give them a warning. While I'm away, I need you to handle things. Hajime nodded. If anyone pulls the same stunt again, I'll make sure the curses deal with them. The following days were unusually calm. Fushiguro and the others received standard missions, while Yuji Itadori began his formal training under Gojo Satoru. He occasionally sparred with Megumi or second years to sharpen his skills. Yuji's physical ability was absurd. Even without a curse technique, his talent was undeniable. Unlike Maki, whose strength came from a heavenly restriction, Yuji had no such limitation. He was simply born this way. Maki said it best. He's got stamina, fast recovery, and heals almost instantly from minor injuries, even without reverse curse technique. He's the perfect training dummy. Yuji also learned quickly, turning hits taken in battle into learning experiences, improving with every encounter. Maki had to stay on guard during every match. A few days later, while Gojo Satoru was riding with Ajichi on a quiet road, he sensed something. Stop the car. You can head back. Ajichi glanced at him with concern, but followed the order. As her car faded into the distance, a shadow dropped from the sky, shattering the road behind him. Chunks of asphalt floated mid-air before Gojo. He turned to face the attacker. A volcano-headed curse spirit stood at the impact site. Gojo frowned. "Who are you?" Jogo didn't answer. He simply raised a finger. A nearby mountainside erupted, sending a searing column of flame roaring toward Gojo. The inferno scorched the area, melting stone and earth. When the flames faded, lava flowed across the ruined ground. But from the smoke, Gojo's voice echoed. "That's it? Pretty weak." Unscathed, Gojo stepped from the smoke. Jogo's grin faltered. "What's wrong?" Gojo taunted. "Did I hurt your pride? The strongest, huh? You're not even close. I'm just a bit stronger than you," Gojo added, pinching his fingers together to show a sliver of space. Annoyed, Jogo released a swarm of insects, but none could reach Gojo, stopped midair by Limitless. "A talking special grade curse, huh?" Gojo muttered, observing the curse. "Stronger than Sukuna's current state, similar to the one Hajime mentioned before. Are they related?" The insects shrieked, unleashing a sonic attack. Jogo followed up with another fire column, but Gojo dodged and appeared behind him. A two-stage combo? Not bad. Flames burst again as Jogo struck Gojo's head, igniting him like dry tinder. But it was useless. The smoke cleared. Gojo still stood. He smiled and raised his hand. "Because between you and me, there is infinity." Back at Jujutsu High, Hajime was teaching Yuji Itadori basic cursed energy control when Gojo appeared. "Perfect timing," Gojo said with a grin. "I've got a real fight to show you." "You're coming too, Hajime-san." "Jogo, you're going to die today." Jogo, knocked into the water, struggled to stand, then saw Gojo reappear, flanked by two others. "That's Sukuna's vessel and Kamihara Hajime. Are they seriously ganging up on me?" Gojo just smiled. "This is Yuji Itadori, the star pupil. And this is Hajime-san, today's observer. Feel free to continue." "He's using me as a demonstration?" Furious, Jogo erupted with flame. "You dare mock me? I'll turn you all to ash." Pride overriding reason, Jogo screamed. "Domain expansion! Coffin of the Iron Mountain!" The lush forest was replaced by jagged, scorched rock and flowing lava. The temperature surged. Yuji panicked as molten boulders flew. "It's so hot. You brought us in your domain, too," Hajime said with a sigh. "This is your field lesson, huh, Gojo-sensei?" Gojo shattered a massive boulder with a flick of his wrist and began calmly explaining domains to Yuji. Meanwhile, Hajime analyzed the field. A textbook domain. In here, Jogo's attacks are guaranteed hits. Unless you counter with your own domain, Hajime concluded, placing a hand on Gojo's shoulder. Gojo, removing his blindfold, revealed his glowing 6 eyes. Domain expansion, unlimited void. A sea of pure information and light swallowed Jogo's domain. The curse froze, overloaded by sensory data. Gojo walked over and seized Jogo's head. "I've got questions, so I'll let you live for now." With a pull, he detached Jogo's head, stomping it as he questioned him. "Who sent you? Is that Stitch Face one of your allies?" From the forest, Suguru Geto watched silently. "They really don't believe me? Oh well." As he disappeared into the trees, Hanami, the plant-based cursed spirit, moved silently toward the battlefield. Back at the crater, Gojo casually toyed with Jogo's severed head. Hajime, meanwhile, explained infinity to Yuji. But then, something changed. A strange wooden stake landed nearby, instantly spreading flowers across the battlefield. "It's here." Though he looked relaxed, Hajime had been ready the entire time. The cursed spirit manipulating flora, Hanami, had arrived. Time froze. Gojo, Yuji, even the flowers paused midair. And in that moment, Hajime acted. With a swift movement, he shattered the wooden stake and unsheathed Tatsuga no Tsurugi, flashing toward the incoming curse. Time resumed. Yuji turned to see Hajime striking down Hanami with brutal precision. The curse had lost an arm and been nearly cleaved in two. Gojo whistled. "Nicely done." Before he could finish the fight, Hajime's vision darkened. He stood alone in a void familiar. That sneaky curse again, he thought. A domain, one that traps the mind. Fighting off unconsciousness, Hajime gritted his teeth. They're working together. Should have guessed. Just as sleep threatened to overtake him, he reversed the rotation of his technique. The domain shattered. He reappeared beside Gojo and Yuji, breathing hard. They escaped, Gojo said flatly. I didn't expand my domain immediately because I was worried about you too, but I'm pretty sure my purple landed. Yuji gaped at the damage. A massive scar torn through the pond and into the forest. Gojo adjusted his blindfold. I couldn't trace them. That plant curse is more spirit than solid. Slippery. But we learned something, Hajime added. We'll meet them again. Gojo Saru had left to assist Yuta Okatsu abroad, leaving Kamihara Hajime to take on minor assignments. Under Gojo's guidance, Hajime had also learned the art of delegation, disguising laziness as training. He handed off basic missions to Megumi and the others. The 3 first years were all extremely capable, and routine tasks barely challenged them, giving Hajime an excuse to enjoy some downtime. But rest couldn't last forever. As the only special grade sorcerer remaining in the country, high-level assignments still found their way to him. No mission intel, just that the targets range from grade 1 to special grade. Hajime's tone was light as he addressed the woman seated across from him. Normally, his smile had a calming effect, but now it made the young woman visibly anxious. Terui Mizwari, you're from headquarters, right? Is this how those old fossils assign missions now? His smile faded, and his eyes sharpened with pressure. No intel, no official dispatch, just someone sent privately to deliver a vague assignment. Either they've completely lost their minds, or they think I'm some pawn they can toss around. Ms. Wari sat stiffly, sweat threatening to form. These top-level sorcerers were terrifying enough, and Kamihara Hajime was one of the worst to provoke. As someone will explain soon, she stammered. Taking a bulky, old-fashioned phone from her bag, she pressed a number. The call connected almost instantly. Sir, she said, then placed the phone on the table in front of Hajime. He leaned back, tapping the armrest with disinterest, not bothering to speak. The silence stretched painfully. At last, an aged voice broke through the speaker. Kamihara Hajime, this old man is from headquarters. I'm also the dispatcher of this mission. Hajime scoffed. You've got nerve. Can't even say your name? Trying to hide behind a phone. The voice replied without agitation. I am Kazuyuki Suzuki. As for the mission, the lack of intel is deliberate. Absolute secrecy is required. But rest assured, it's well within your ability. We've all seen what you're capable of. Hajime narrowed his eyes and brought the phone closer. And you think I'm your errand boy? After that mess you pulled trying to eliminate Yuji, now you want me to blindly walk into another setup? Why? Because you're too scared to deal with me face to face. Suzuki's voice remained mechanical. If you prefer, we can speak in person. But before that, Ms. Wari will give you the item tied to the mission. She handed over a document. Hajime took one glance, and his demeanor shifted. He read it again, then again. You're actually disclosing this kind of intelligence. Everything will make sense once you arrive, and the reward is detailed in the file. Hajime fell silent. The intel was more valuable than the reward itself. It didn't make sense for the higher-ups, who were at odds with Gojo Satoru, to share this with him. What was their angle? Fine, I'll go. Where? Omichi, Hokkaido. Omichi had once been a quiet coastal village. Now it was deserted. Villagers were gone, homes abandoned, and every key point was under lockdown by teams in black suits. At the village's entrance, 2 distinct groups stood under a large tree. On one side, a blond, handsome man gazing out at the sea, a muscular, wild-looking man with spiked hair, and a refined man with a small braid. Opposite them, 2 men in traditional kimonos, expressions fixed in that empty, polite smile. Zenin Naya, Kamo Kinsuka muttered, Gojo's disciple is almost here. They say his technique goes beyond speed. Why bring him in? This incident's serious, sure, but not unmanageable. Zenin Naya's expression sharpened. Because the cover-up failed. That thing was stolen. If Gojo finds out, he might actually wipe them out. Better to leak the intel through a student and save face. They're still trying to win that special grade over, too. Do they really think someone like him can be won over? Kensuke asked lazily. Naoya smirked. Old men dreaming. But I admit, I'm curious about him. A car pulled up, cutting the conversation short. Terui Mizwari stepped out with a second figure. The young man had tied-back dark hair, a black Magatama earring, and a sharp, elegant appearance. Despite his refined look, the pressure he gave off silenced the crowd. Was this Kamihara Hajime, the special grade sorcerer rumored to have defeated multiple special grade curses alone? The one with the time technique? Hajime glanced around. His gaze landed on Naoya, who was already eyeing him with something between fascination and challenge. Terui introduced both groups. Hajime sized them up. Zenin and Kamo? So you're part of this artificial sorcerer mess. Kensuke smiled thinly. Hardly. Just small contributors. Headquarters is in charge. Now you step forward. Kamihara Hajime. They say you're the fastest sorcerer. Step aside, nobody. Naoya hadn't finished speaking before a brutal force knocked him backward. His face twisted in humiliation and rage. He vanished, reappearing behind Hajime with his hand formed into a blade. Just as he thrust it forward, his target disappeared. Naoya's projection sorcery froze him for a moment. Hajime grabbed his wrist, ready to throw him, only for Naoya to counter and strike Hajime's abdomen with a series of afterimages. Hajime stumbled back, inspecting the imprint on his chest. So that's the Zenin projection technique. Nabito's legacy, but still too weak. Naoya sneered. Is that so? This time I'll. Hajime entered a time null state, closed the distance instantly, and punched Naoya square in the jaw, returning every hit he'd received earlier with interest. Then came a sharp kick to the ribs. Naoya was launched backward, but Hajime caught up midair, grabbed his face, and slammed him into the dirt. The ground cracked beneath the impact. Naoya lay motionless, face a mess of blood and shame. The two Zenin sorcerers rushed in, but before they could reach him, both dropped to the ground, hit by invisible force. Turning to the Kamo side, Hajime asked with a calm smile, Do you want to step in too? Kensuke stepped back quickly. No, not at all. He provoked you. I can testify to that. Hajime turned back, raised his foot, and pressed it on Naoya's head. Because of Maki and others, I already despise the Zenin clan. And now? Trash. Rotting filth pretending to matter. Naoya, face red, purple, and bruised, trembled with fury, but didn't dare move under Hajime's pressure. At that moment, a stern-looking man approached. Kamihara Hajime, I'm Kazuyuki Suzuki, here to explain the mission in full. Hajime didn't move his foot. A Zenin sorcerer suddenly shouted, Let go of Naoya! Illusory eyes appeared in the air. Cursed energy surged. Hajime blinked. Trying to restrict me? Cute. Moments later, both attackers lay broken. One with bleeding eyes, the other pinned by a blade. Hajime pulled Onakiri free with disgust. Zenin ideology. Only true sorcerers are human? Ridiculous. He sheathed his blade and walked off without another glance. Killing them here would be messy. Besides, this beating should be enough to send a message. Strike at the spirit, not the body. Kamihara-kun, this is classified information, known only to a few high-ranking officials in the Jujutsu world. Please refrain from casually sharing anything I'm about to tell you. It could cause unnecessary problems. Kazuyuki Suzuki walked ahead as he spoke. Kamihara Hajime, walking behind, recalled the charred piece of paper he had seen earlier. A wry smile formed on his lips. So it really is about that, artificial sorcerers. For the first time, Kazuyuki Suzuki smiled. They're not as powerful as you might think. There are plenty of side effects. One of our former operatives lost control, completely lost his mind. Now he's nothing more than a monster driven by instinct. Despite being much older than Hajime, and clearly his senior in every way, Suzuki used honorifics when speaking to him, calmly, without a hint of arrogance. But the content of their conversation deeply shocked Hajime. By fusing a cursed object or tool into a jujutsu sorcerer with limited potential, An artificial sorcerer could be created, one that inherited the object's power as their own innate technique. It was unprecedented. Even if they weren't giving him the full picture, Hajime knew there had to be strict limitations. Otherwise, wouldn't they be mass-producing sorcerers? Why tell him this? Especially when he was openly aligned with Gojo Satoru, who the higher-ups had repeatedly tried to undermine. Was it because this information no longer needed to be hidden? Or had they already created a few of these artificial sorcerers and failed to control one? Trying to earn goodwill now, after nearly getting Itadori and his friends killed? Unlikely. Hajime didn't believe in their sudden kindness. Ahead, Suzuki pointed at an unusual shimmer in the distance. That's the barrier. It's keeping the entity contained. The village has already been evacuated. Once the seal is broken, the barrier will start to degrade. The mission is simple. Exorcise the target. Up close, the illusion became clearer. A boundary shimmered like warped glass. Trees, buildings, and the sky appeared normal until you looked closely. Then the jagged seams of an artificial illusion became apparent. Suzuki continued. The cursed object fused into the entity comes from a legendary Tengu. The target specializes in close-quarters combat. It can imitate and surpass most techniques and movements after brief exposure. Zen and Naoya fought at once. He won the first exchange, but by the second his technique had already been analyzed and countered. None of our sorcerers have lasted more than 10 exchanges with it. So, a combat-type curse with adaptive learning. A nightmare for most. Hajime thought of Gojo. If he were here, one purple would obliterate it. One more thing, Suzuki added. The entity can manipulate wind imbued with cursed energy. It's destructive, but it shouldn't be an issue for someone like you. He handed Hajime a talisman, who pressed it against the barrier. It ignited instantly. The illusion shimmered, and a hole the size of a man opened in the field. Hajime stepped through. The village beyond was devastated. Mud-brick homes were shredded as if something had torn through them at high speed, leaving gouged scars in the walls and ground. Small frame, but wide area attack potential. The wind carries cursed energy. Its body is durable, and it can fly. Following the residual cursed energy, Hajime approached the coast. That's when he saw the figure. Over 2 meters tall, humanoid, black wings folded on its back. It held a katana in one hand and what looked like a feather fan in the other. Sensing Hajime, the creature turned. Its wings snapped open and wind blasted forward, sharp enough to slice stone. But in the next instant, the figure flew back, embedded deep in the sand, coughing dust into the air. He really does look like a Tengu. Its face was twisted and grotesque, features distorted with bone-like growths. A long, pointed nose, bloodshot red-black eyes, and the feather fan wasn't held, but fused into the palm bone of its hand. The cursed aura was unmistakable, but beneath it was something human, just like the modified humans Mahito used to create. Like Itadori when Sukuna emerged. So this was a human, modified into something else. Hajime didn't strike immediately. The fan was clearly the cursed object mentioned in the briefing. Killing him now would waste the opportunity to observe its effects. Let's call him Tengu for now. Tengu rose, hovering midair with just one flap of his massive wings. Yet the wind he stirred up didn't match his size or speed. Hajime observed carefully. The cursed energy was lifting him, not his wings. Then came the attack. The katana raised, the wind swirling into sharp, focused blades, and with it, Tengu became a flying blender of death. Hajime drew extermination. No technique, just pure cursed energy compressed into a bow and arrow. He released it. The arrow soared like a thunderclap, but Tengu cleaved it in half. Then his feather fan swung, conjuring a spiraling wind pillar that gouged the ground. Hajime was already gone. Tengu turned to react, but was too slow. Hajime reappeared behind him, calm, surgical. Feathers and blood scattered in the air. Tengu fell, riddled with holes, his wings shattered, shoulder torn open. But even with half his wing gone, he stabilized himself midair, then landed and severed the rest of the useless appendage with a single slash. He retaliated with 5 sword strikes, each real, deadly, and perfectly placed, but Hajime didn't flinch. So that's it. Tengu wasn't just a brute. His instincts, reflexes, and adaptability made him a killing machine in close combat. To an average grade 1 sorcerer, he would be an unstoppable nightmare. But Hajime was not average. He vanished again, reappearing behind Tengu with a new weapon in hand, Tatsuka no Tsurugi, and, in his left hand, the fan. Tengu's severed hand was still attached to it. The first drop of blood fell from a stump. Even in this broken state, Tengu turned and tried to fight. But his instincts were no match for Hajime's technique. The gap in their abilities was too wide. Now separated from the cursed object, Tengu began to show signs of weakening. Though he could still create wind blades, the intensity had dropped. The link to the fan was severed, but not entirely broken. He continued to fight, more feral than ever. Hajime parried the attacks calmly, analyzing the creature's every move. His body is reinforced, his cursed energy shaped into bladed wind, but it's not enough. And it seems he never formed a domain. Even with his instincts and skill, Tengu couldn't keep up. His reverse curse technique tried to repair the damage, but it was too late. In a final rush, he swung wildly, attempting to take Hajime down with him. A flash of steel. Blood sprayed across the sand. Tengu froze mid-swing. Then his upper body slipped from his legs and hit the ground. His blade shattered beside him. His body began to fragment. Bones snapped, wings cracked, blood pooled. The grotesque face split apart. The cursed object, fused to him for who knows how long, no longer sustained him. The light in his eyes faded. After slaying the Tengu, Kamihara Hajime noticed a change in the feather fan he held. A strange aura surged from within, intensifying the curse's residual energy. Yet when Hajime tried to wield it, he could only generate a faint, breeze-like attack, nowhere near the destructive gales the Tengu had once conjured. Of course, Hajime wasn't an expert in cursed objects. It would need to be turned over to specialists for proper analysis. As the battle's noise faded, the barrier enclosing the area had long since vanished. Kazuyuki Suzuki stared at the Tengu's broken corpse without a hint of surprise. Hajime-san, you've done well. As agreed, along with your compensation, the feather fan is now yours. Shortly after, their cleanup unit arrived and took the creature's remains. Hajime sheathed Tatsuka no Tsurugi and stored the fan, turning his gaze to Kazuyuki, who offered his ever-faint, unreadable smile. Hajime spoke the question on his mind. This was a major secret, wasn't it? Why reveal this now? Involving the Zenin and Kamo clans is one thing, but even reaching out to the Gojo family? You've always excluded them. What are you after? The Kamo clan had long been a conservative cornerstone, their involvement expected. The Zenin clan, due to their rigid customs and past grievances, aligning against the Gojo family was hardly a surprise. Kazuyuki raised a hand, gesturing toward a sleek black car parked by the road. If Hajime-san is curious, I can explain everything in detail. Hajime narrowed his eyes, smiling. Fine, let's hear it. Inside the luxurious car, the silent driver pulled away smoothly. Kazuyuki reached into a small cooler and retrieved a bottle of red wine, offering a glass. I'm underage, Hajime said flatly. Japanese law still applies. Kazuyuki smiled, revealing a lower drawer with assorted non-alcoholic drinks, soda, sparkling water, juice. You didn't think we only drank whiskey and wine, did you? Ignoring the joke, Hajime grabbed a chilled cola. While Kazuyuki performed an unnecessarily refined wine ritual, Hajime was already halfway through his drink. During the ride, Kazuyuki avoided the main topic, instead talking about mundane events at the Kyoto and Tokyo campuses. Hajime answered curtly, eyes on the passing scenery. Kazuyuki didn't seem to mind the disinterest, continuing his monologue like it was a one-man show. Eventually, the car arrived, not at the main building of a high-end hotel, but at a private structure behind it. 5 stories tall and surrounded by an expensive, manicured garden. Its opulence was subtle but undeniable. After the car stopped, Kazuyuki gestured for Hajime to step out. As Hajime exited, several elegant women emerged from the building's golden doors, dressed in a variety of high-end fashion, each exuding a carefully polished allure. With trained poise and harmonious voices, they bowed and greeted him. Hajime barely glanced at them. "Let's not waste time," he said to Kazuyuki. "My schedule isn't empty." Kazuyuki nodded and clapped lightly. The women bowed again and led the way to a lavishly furnished room. Once inside, Hajime motioned for them to leave. After Kazuyuki nodded, the women gracefully exited, closing the thick, soundproof door behind them. Kazuyuki poured hot tea and began. The process of fusing cursed objects with compatible individuals is recent. It has flaws. I'm no technician, but I know the basics. The subject must be willing, otherwise the success rate plummets. Also, the individual must have potential as a sorcerer but lack a technique. In exchange for the power, they sacrifice most of their lifespan. The soul begins to rot, and death usually follows within years or months. That's something all adapters must know. Adapter? Hajime caught the term. Yes, compatibility matters. The closer the match between sorcerer and cursed object, the higher the success rate, and the greater the strength retained. Kazuyuki, though he possessed cursed energy, lacked the capacity to become a proper sorcerer. That made sense. If there were no cost, these old men would have used it on themselves long ago. The drawbacks explained why this method was being revealed now. But Hajime sensed there was more. Kazuyuki's face grew grim. An accident happened days ago. One of our research sites was infiltrated and several cursed objects were stolen. Hajime leaned back, expression cool. And the thieves? No visual confirmation. But based on residual traces, it wasn't a solo job, and they were curses. As for what was taken, 6 items. 5 aren't critical, but 1. He paused. The sword, an ancient blade, recorded in our history as Tatsuka no Tsurugi, one of the 3 divine swords. Before this, we couldn't unlock its secrets. Other than being unbreakable, it showed no special effects, and no one was a compatible host. So it was sidelined. We didn't expect it to vanish in the raid. Kazuyuki clenched his fist. They came prepared. Fast. Precise. And if they managed to awaken the curses within these objects, especially the sword, the consequences will be catastrophic. Cursed objects that gain power through fables or myth carried immense destructive potential. If the curse within that divine sword returned, if it were any other curse, the combined strength of elite sorcerers might suffice. But this was different. Even Sukuna, the king of curses, had a vessel. Gojo Satoru backed Itadori's existence personally. If Tatsuka no Tsurugi were truly reawakened, the internal backlash alone could splinter the jujutsu higher-ups, let alone what the curse itself could do. So, the plan began. Reveal a secret that was destined to leak, use it as a bargaining chip with the Gojo faction, and cautiously recruit other special grades. Yudo Katsu was overseas. That left Hajime. They didn't expect loyalty, just transactional cooperation. Benefits, influence, information. Anything to buy his aid, even if only temporarily. The Tengu mission had been part field test, part trial balloon. Once all details were laid bare, Hajime realized the truth. The spellcasters produced were limited in strength. They claimed grade 1 was the upper limit, but Hajime suspected they could reach higher if conditions aligned. But between the soul rot and the compatibility conditions, this wasn't a mass production system. It was a way to manufacture short-lived, powerful tools. And that made it all the more dangerous. "I'll be going now," Hajime said at last, rising. "No need to see me out." The afternoon sun bathed the beach in golden light. It should have been peaceful, until a ripple, like a cracked mirror, split the air. Through it walked Suguru Geto, a smug smile on his face. Nearby, Mahito and Hanami reclined in beach chairs. Mahito perked up. Did it work? Geto strolled past Jogo, whose grotesque head was still regenerating atop a small body. Of course. and we gained more than expected. He murmured the rest under his breath. Mahito leaned forward. Huh? What was that? Jogo's head smoldered in frustration. So, can you use your trump card now? We still only have one prison realm. You can't trap both Gojo and that brat. Geto raised a finger to his lips. I never said this was for awakening him. This is just a key. Maybe only a sliver of the shell can be recreated, but that's enough. He stared at the sky, lost in thought. Living long enough lets you witness all sorts of wonders. Even with human limits, we've come this far. How fascinating. Mahito stretched, bored. This is going to take a while, huh? I'm heading out to find something fun. Let me know if anything happens. As Mahito disappeared into a void doorway, Geto watched, amused. With so many variables, this plan might fail, but chaos has its charm. Accidents make life interesting. I'm looking forward to it. This is it. Gojo Satoru took the Tengu fan from Kamihara Hajime, removed his sunglasses, and examined the strange cursed object carefully. After a moment, he set it down and said, "This one's different from your average cursed object. It's been altered, artificially, I'd say, but the residual curse energy isn't strong. Doesn't seem like it was used for anything particularly evil." Kamihara Hajime stood up and stretched, yawning. "Then I'll leave it to you, Gojo-sensei. I have no interest in dealing with the bureaucratic headache that always comes with these kinds of things." "Hold on." Gojo stopped him. "I might be tied up for a while. I'll be counting on you to look after Yuji Itadori until the exchange event starts." Hajime raised a brow. "Wait, you mean Yuji's still being targeted?" Gojo shook the fan lazily. "Not by the higher-ups, at least not for now. After their recent screw-up, they've got their hands full. But Itadori is still a prime target for curse users and curse spirits. With Sukuna inside him, there's no telling who might come after him." Hajime nodded thoughtfully. That much made sense. It was one thing for Itadori to have consumed Sukuna's fingers, but allowing Sukuna to take control and fully revive? That was a risk too great to ignore. No problem then. I'll have Kusakabe-sensei informed. Inside a decaying building, 3 figures darted around, kicking and punching at thin air, seemingly locked in a chaotic battle. Yet, there was no visible enemy. To an outsider, it looked like a group of madmen fighting hallucinations. Kamihara Hajime sat on a beat-up plastic chair nearby, munching on an ice cream. "Don't look at me. Focus. This thing's just a semi-grade one. Its technique is weak, not even suited for combat. Use your heads." Yuji Itadori, Megumi Fushiguro, and Nobara Kujisaki were inside the fray. Since being assigned to Hajime for field training, Itadori had been following him on missions, though Hajime rarely interfered. Otherwise, the training would be meaningless. Megumi and Nobara occasionally joined these missions, and today was one such case. The target was a semi-grade 1 curse spirit with a weak technique. Nothing fatal if handled correctly. The spirit resembled a 4-legged beast with sharp claws, fangs, and a whip-like tail. Its most dangerous asset was its technique, invisibility. Not only was it completely undetectable visually, but even its cursed aura was faint. It blended perfectly with the environment. Itadori's hand had already been pierced by a surprise strike. To make matters worse, anything the cursed spirit touched could also be rendered invisible. Blood, dust, even debris, it all vanished once in contact. Itadori kicked up some dirt, hoping to catch a glimpse of the spirit through the gaps. For a split second, he spotted a distortion in the air. Megumi and Nobara launched a pincer attack, but the spirit darted away again. A counterattack grazed one of Megumi's Shikigami, Khan, who barely managed to dodge. The confined terrain worked in the spirit's favor. Its attacks could come from any direction. Megumi considered his options. He needed to summon Max Elephant, but maintaining it alongside Khan would be too draining. I'm switching Shikigami. Itadori, Kujisaki, keep it grounded. Don't let it escape to the ceiling. Can you manage that? Itadori gave a confident nod. Got it. Leave it to me. Nobara flipped her hammer in one hand, nails in the other. Same goes for me. Just finish prepping whatever technique you've got, Megumi. We're exorcising this thing today. Kan vanished as Megumi withdrew it. The spirit grew more aggressive. Blood sprayed from Itadori's side as he exchanged blows, but his counter hit as well, causing the spirit to recoil. Straw doll technique, hairpin. Nobara's nails, previously lodged in the ground, exploded with cursed energy. The spirit roared in pain, blood spraying across the floor, but the hit wasn't fatal. The wide area blast lacked concentrated impact. Against a fast, invisible opponent, it was hard to land a critical blow. But Itadori seized the moment, ignoring his injuries and charging toward the source of the cry. Megumi! Megumi, already forming hand seals, expanded his shadow like ink spreading across the floor. With a roar, a massive Shikigami emerged. Max Elephant. The elephant sprayed a torrential blast of water. The sudden downpour soaked everything. The invisible cursed spirit lunged, hitting Itadori in the stomach and sending him reeling. Kujisaki, Itadori shouted. Though she couldn't see the spirit clearly, she understood Megumi's tactic. The flood would expose the invisible entity. Don't rush me, I feel it. Straw doll technique, hairpin. Her cursed energy detonated the area by the wall. The spirit shrieked again, water surging around it and outlining its body for a moment. In the accumulating floodwater, even an invisible target couldn't fully disappear. The water left an indentation, a missing piece on an otherwise smooth surface. Itadori spotted it. Got you. He dashed forward like a bullet, stomping through puddles. The cursed spirit, now cornered, lunged again, but Itadori evaded and grabbed hold of something. Wet, slimy, possibly a tongue. Come here. He yanked with full force, slamming the spirit down, then punched forward. Divergent fist. The air trembled with impact. Nobara followed up instantly. Nails exploded in midair, tearing through the spirit. Catch! Megumi tossed a cursed blade. Itadori caught it mid-run and slashed. Blood sprayed with each cut. Recall. Megumi withdrew Max Elephant, and the water slowly drained. The spirit's corpse faded into view, a massive reptilian creature. Its tongue, now severed, lay beside Itadori. That invisibility technique was such a pain, Nobara muttered. Hajime leapt down from the second floor, having avoided the flooding. Once things settled, he used reverse cursed technique to heal their wounds. Itadori stretched. That was wild. Megumi quietly noted the usefulness of reverse curse technique. There was even a 10 Shadows Shikigami tied to it. He'd look into that later. Hajime checked his expensive watch, bought with most of the mission's reward. He couldn't even remember the brand. Well, that's done. Still early. Let's grab dinner. My treat. Itadori pumped a fist. You're the best, senpai. I want steak. Later, back at Jujutsu High, Megumi began preparing to subjugate a new Shikigami. Itadori excelled in close combat. Nobara's straw doll technique had great potential. Megumi's 10 Shadows technique, an inherited Zenin ability, was versatile and deep. Destroyed Shikigami passed their power to others, and some could even fuse, like Nu and the Toad, forming Well's Bottom unknown. Megumi was still testing other combinations. If no missions came up, they trained. With the third years suspended, the first years had to participate in the exchange event. Hajime and Itadori later received a new mission. This time, in Kanagawa, 3 people had mysteriously died in a movie theater. The signs matched the effects of a specific cursed spirit, Mahito. Mahito, so we meet again. Joined by Shoko Larry, the two headed to the scene. Hajime-san, Shoko said, handing him a file. One other person was in the theater. We haven't approached him yet. He might be connected. Hajime skimmed the file. Yoshino Junpei, Kanagawa Prefectural Satazakura High School. Lives with his mother. Parents divorced. Let's pay him a visit. We'll check for cursed energy or any ties to Mahito. Itadori blinked. Who's Mahito? Hajime sighed. A repulsive, cursed spirit. You won't need to fight. Just help investigate. If we run into him, I'll handle it. While Itadori was a natural counter to Mahito, Sukuna's presence made Mahito's idol transfiguration ineffective. Hajime had no intention of dragging this out. If they ran into Mahito again, it would be on his terms. Too many things were changing, and the future wasn't what it used to be. Inside the dim cinema where the incident occurred, Kamihara Hajime stood beside Yuji Itadori, pointing toward the faint traces left behind. Using a technique leaves residual cursed energy. It's weaker than what cursed spirits leave, so you have to focus. Try it, Itadori. Yuji obediently nodded and squinted, scanning the dark space carefully. Meanwhile, Hajime checked his phone, reviewing the tracking data from the window. In battle, relying on instinct and talent helps, but you can't ignore technique, Hajime said without looking up. A Jujutsu sorcerer uses both cursed energy and technique. You don't have an inherited technique, so focus on reinforcing your body and exorcising curses through raw control. Meimei and Kusakabe are excellent examples. There's also a second year from Kyoto Jujutsu High. You'll meet them during the exchange event. Yuji nodded again, absorbing the information. Senpai, can we track the curse from these traces? Hajime pocketed his phone and motioned for Yuji to follow. No, there hasn't been much movement since the incident. He's hiding. As they exited the cinema, police at the scene whispered about the two teenagers. Chief, why are a couple of kids handling this case? What apartment are they even from? The middle-aged officer sighed. You saw those bodies? That kind of thing, it's beyond human. If you want to retire in one piece, don't ask too many questions. Let go. Yoshino Junpei. Junpei, speaking with a sweaty, overweight man, likely his teacher, turned at the sound of his name. Two boys in matching uniforms approached. One had pink hair and a cheerful expression. The other, wearing sunglasses and a calm smile, exuded pressure that made Junpei freeze. The subtle intimidation he felt was worse than what Mahito gave off. Which school are you from? The teacher grumbled, clearly suspicious. Hajime answered plainly. We need to speak with Yoshino Junpei. In private. His voice was calm, but his eyes, visible now that the sunglasses were off, made the teacher step back without a word. Junpei, somewhat entranced, agreed. All right. They walked along a quiet stretch near the river. Hajime took the lead. Kamihara Hajime, he introduced. You were at the cinema 2 days ago at 2:30 p.m. 3 students from your school died. He continued casually, not pushing. I'm not accusing you. I'm just here to ask. Did you see someone with a stitched face that day? Junpei lowered his head, letting his long bangs shadow his face. No, I left early. Didn't finish the movie. Hajime glanced at him, but didn't call out the lie. That man is Mahito, a special grade curse spirit. Human life means nothing to him. If he's in the mood, he might observe people like ants. Or he might just crush them. Sometimes he pours boiling water into the nest just to see what happens. He stopped walking. He doesn't operate by human values. But one thing is certain. He needs to be eliminated. Yuji, hearing all this for the first time, stayed quiet. He remembered the grotesque corpses from the cinema. Hajime had told him they were once human, twisted by Mahito's technique, and it couldn't be undone. Hajime's phone buzzed. He frowned. Itadori, you talk with Junpei. Window picked up a large group of transfigured humans nearby. I'll take care of it. Call me if anything happens. Be alert. In the underground drainage system, Hajime wrinkled his nose. The place wasn't disgusting, but it reeked faintly. Mahito really is like a sewer rat. A corner ahead echoed with inhuman sounds. Turning it, Hajime spotted transfigured humans wandering aimlessly. With a sigh, he drew Onigiri in inner time null state. In a few brief slashes, he granted them peace. Even his reverse curse technique couldn't restore what Mahito had ruined. Once done, Hajime surfaced, contacted Yuji, and raised a brow at the response. Dinner? At Junpei's house. He shrugged. It was unexpected, but perhaps helpful. Mahito originally intended to strike there. Maybe the change in events meant he'd already fled. You must be Itadori's senpai. I'm Junpei's mother, Nagi Yoshino. Come in. Hajime smiled and bowed politely, stepping inside. The atmosphere was cozy. At the table, Yuji waved. Senpai, welcome back. Junpei said nothing, just watched. Compared to Yuji's openness and Hajime's calm brilliance, he felt like he belonged to a different world. After dinner, they said their goodbyes. "Thank you for the meal, Auntie." "You're welcome anytime," Nagi replied warmly. Outside, Yuji turned to Hajime. "Senpai, won't Junpei be targeted?" "He already has been," Hajime answered flatly. "He's definitely had contact with Mahito. Whether Mahito returns is uncertain, but surveillance is in place. We'll stay close in case he shows up." Elsewhere, Mahito dangled over a rooftop railing, grinning. "Suguru, I was just starting to have fun. That guy ruined it. Got any plans for him?" Geto stared at the city lights. "Not yet. His technique is unprecedented. If you face him now, he'll kill you." Instantly, Mahito frowned. "Humans really are annoying. Some of them are scarier than us." "Prepare for the next phase," Geto said. "Tomorrow, release that and gather grudge blood. It's time to test him again." Mahito smirked. "I'll pick a good spot. Might as well have a little more fun." The night passed without incident. But early the next morning, Hajime received an alert. A veil had been detected at Satazakura High School in Kanagawa. Dozens of transfigured humans were reported, and casualties were in the hundreds. He called Yuji. "Go with Yeri to Satazakura High. I'm heading there now." Activating his technique, Hajime froze time around him and rushed toward the school. He ran until he reached his limit, then used technique reversal to restore his energy and kept going. When he arrived at the auditorium, the sight was gruesome. What was supposed to be an awards ceremony had become a massacre. Bodies were scattered across the floor, their faces twisted in terror. Yet little blood stained the room, making the scene even more chilling. At the center stood a figure, skeletal, grotesque, threading a spinal cord into its own arm. "Special grades really are getting more common," Hajime muttered. The creature turned and grinned, jaws snapping. Then bone spikes erupted from its back, and the air filled with tension. Hajime drew Onigiri again. "Let's end this quickly." The scene in the auditorium made Kamihara Hajime narrow his eyes at the grotesque cursed spirit before him. It felt eerily similar to the Tengu. But wasn't that technique supposed to be confidential? How were these cursed spirits using something so similar? The possibility of a leak seemed unlikely. Considering how the higher-ups operated, they wouldn't easily hand over such a powerful technique. And colluding with curses? Impossible, unless they had a death wish. If this bone demon was anything like the Tengu, that meant it would leave a physical corpse once destroyed. When that time came, he'd make sure to bring it back for Yeri Shoko to study. As his mind raced, the bone demon attacked. Jagged bones erupted from its body, transforming it into a monstrous form. Bone spurs thick as arms tore through the air, aiming to block every escape route. Time wheel spin. Hajime evaded with ease, gliding past the bone spurs suspended in the air. Sword in hand, he charged straight at the bone demon mid-pounce. When Tatsuka no Tsurugi struck the overgrown bone protrusions, a sharp shriek echoed. The blade cut deep, aided by its natural advantage against cursed energy defenses. The creature resembled a massive thorn bush, its structure barely humanoid. Hajime cleaved through bone after bone, even splitting the skull-like face in two. It was made entirely of white bones, with the occasional scrap of flesh acting as an afterthought. Nearly half of its body was torn apart, but not a drop of blood spilled. It felt more like chopping through firewood than fighting a living being. The technique faded. Explosions echoed behind him, the earlier launched bone spurs embedding into the ground. Despite losing half its body, the bone demon barely reacted, rapidly sprouting fresh bone spurs from its remaining mass. Hajime surged his cursed energy and sidestepped. His blade fell like lightning, severing white bone after white bone. The creature began to blossom, its form unraveling like petals. From within, a figure shot out, bone blades extending toward Hajime's head and neck. But Hajime was faster, even without invoking a technique. Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Onigiri crossed in his hands, parrying the strikes and shattering the bone arms. Only then did Hajime see it clearly. Barely humanoid, The creature's upper half had emerged from a mass of thorns. It lacked a head and other features. A gaping mouth full of fangs sat at its center. Two white arms extended outward, ending in blade-like bone structures, chipped and splintered from the earlier clash. Dragging its rear mass, the creature rampaged forward. Its upper body acted more like an appendage. Even when Hajime struck it down, it regenerated. Its entire form was saturated with cursed energy, especially the hardened, offensive limbs. Even Tatsuka no Tsurugi couldn't sever it in one strike. Worse still, it seemed to lack vital points. Hajime destroyed piece after piece, but each one regrew from the spiny bulk of its body. Time rain. Condensed cursed energy gathered above and fell like rain. Under Hajime's full output, the rain formed a barrier across the auditorium. Any being infused with cursed energy was caught in the downpour and began to decay. The rain was selective. Hajime had refined it through countless experiments and his deepening understanding of barrier techniques. It didn't require an enclosed domain. Instead, it affected every cursed being within its reach, applying continuous, debilitating decay. If released at maximum output, even Jujutsu sorcerers would be reduced to husks within seconds. For cursed spirits, it became a test of how long their energy reserves could last. The bone demon, now too large to reinforce every part of its body with cursed energy, began to rot. Its unshielded bones blackened and crumbled. Trying to adapt, it shed its massive frame, condensing itself into a smaller, denser form to survive. There, the weakness is revealed. Tatsuka no Tsurugi carved through the stagnant curtain of rain, cutting even the droplets midair. Hajime's blade struck true. The humanoid half emerging from the thorns was torn apart. No brain, no heart, just bone. Then where's the blood of the victims? This cursed spirit doesn't seem to feed on flesh. Did something else drain them before this one arrived? He remembered the scene, how the curse had extracted a spine from its prey. It wasn't after flesh or blood. Hajime dispelled the technique. Scraping sounds echoed. The bone demon's arm blade shattered. Its mouth was unrecognizable. Despite targeting every likely weak point, it still moved. Even without blades for arms, it sprouted more bone spurs. A flash of sword light danced around Hajime, sweeping away everything. Only rust-colored dust remained. It really has no conventional core. Then I'll reduce it further and obliterate it with a time arrow. Just then, another bone arm extended from the creature, forming a hand seal. Hajime's instincts flared. Around him, the corpses twitched. He stopped, eyes narrowing. In the next instant, all the bodies detonated. Bone burst from their forms, erratic, grotesque shapes twisting in every direction. The forest of bone climbed to the ceiling, exploding into fine fragments midair and scattering like shrapnel. Hajime's expression turned cold. You're defiling their corpses now. Time wheel, reverse. The growing bone forest vanished. The mutilated corpses returned to their original state. The bone demon froze, stunned. I can't use time stop. After it's over, I can't use my technique for a while. If I need to destroy every inch of this thing to kill it, sword slashes alone won't cut it. With blades drawn, Hajime carved into the monster. The three cursed blades danced around him, slicing through its body. Finally, the bone demon began to fall apart. He dispelled the technique once more. Behind him, a phantom Azura emerged, demonic-faced and wielding destruction. It struck the final blow. The bone demon exploded, falling into broken pieces. Hajime scanned the rubble. Among the remnants, one fragment pulsed unnaturally. It was trying to regenerate. As expected, it's not that it has no vital point. Every piece can act as one. But now that it's in fragments, it can't hide where the real one is. Time arrow. Cursed energy surged in his hand, forming a condensed beam of lethal energy. Before the bone demon could react, a streak of light tore through the air, silencing everything. The wooden floor vanished beneath the blast, exposing gravel. The cursed spirit was gone, its remnants obliterated. Only fragments of bone remained. A miscalculation. He couldn't retrieve a complete corpse. Still scanning, Hajime spotted something else. A cursed spirit, shaped like an eyeball, hiding in the corner. He picked it up. The eyeball rotated, reflecting his face. Hajime chuckled and crushed it beneath his sword. In another location, Suguru Geto smiled as the final image cut off. Mahito, Hanami, and Jogo watched beside him. The first experiment is complete. We also confirmed his technique. It accelerates time. So to him, speed is meaningless. And his long-range attack decays anything it touches by fast-forwarding its time. But the most dangerous part is his time reversal, Geto said, serious now. We had speculations, but now we know. Jogo snarled. So what's next? If he fights beside Gojo Satoru, how will we ever seal him? Geto held up a blood-red bead, smiling faintly. Isn't that what we're planning? Humans are bound by responsibility, compassion. It's easy to separate them. Just take the right steps. Jogo growled again. Over 400 people. That's the cost of one experiment. If this continues, Jujutsu High will respond with full force. Afraid? Geto asked, turning to him. For once, Jogo didn't explode. Gojo Satoru. And now this Kamihara Hajime. If your plan works, the world won't accept it. I don't want to die before seeing the outcome. Mahito added, even I've been targeted for making toys. And if Hajime catches me, there's no running. You said we shouldn't appear in front of Jujutsu High. Then what? Don't worry, Geto assured, eyes on the horizon. I'll send cursed spirits and allies. And besides, we have other options. This fusion of cursed objects and humans, it's promising. Mahito's face lit up. The soul change is fascinating. Though the human mind disappears, their body becomes a true curse. Just gather cursed objects, Geto said. We'll reawaken them. This will make harvesting blood much easier. What about Sukuna's vessel? Jogo asked. That power alone won't be enough. They'll keep feeding him fingers. We'll intercept some, and when the time comes, we'll give him all of them at once. He smirked. For now, just follow the plan. Senpai. Yuji Itadori ran up to Hajime outside the school. Yoshino Junpei was beside him. Hajime raised a hand in greeting. You're here. The mission's done. Mahito won't show up again. It was a special grade curse spirit this time. No need to go inside. Seeing Yuji glance toward the building, Hajime stopped him. Itadori could be blunt, but he had a sharp emotional sense. Senpai, did people die in there? Hajime looked at the growing crowd of police and sorcerers. Yes, everyone. Special grade spirits leave no time. Yuji clenched the door handle, silent. Then he entered. Junpei stood frozen. He'd glimpsed the bodies earlier. Pale and trembling, he murmured, those were from curses? Hajime nodded. Yes, connected to the one I mentioned, Mahito. Yuji emerged, face ashen and voice firm. Senpai, I'll exorcise Mahito. Junpei ran outside and vomited. Hajime saw Yeri approaching and placed a hand on Yuji's shoulder. Let's go. Those curses will destroy them. The Satazakura High School incident drew massive attention. It had been a long time since a cursed spirit incident resulted in such high casualties. The previous Hyaki Yagyo, though devastating, caused no civilian deaths due to Suguru Geto's prior warning, allowing for a complete evacuation. Most of the damage had been structural. But this time, 432 people were killed, mostly students, along with a few teachers and staff. The cleanup alone would give the higher-ups endless headaches. The government quickly released a report blaming the event on a terrorist gas explosion, pairing it with a flurry of major entertainment news stories to divert attention. Still, the event caused a nationwide uproar and even attracted international scrutiny. But all that had little to do with Kamihara Hajime, who was on his way back to Jujutsu High. Let those responsible deal with the fallout. With this many casualties, Mahito's group would definitely be watched more closely. Unfortunately, they likely had a hidden domain as a base. Not to mention the unknown cursed spirit that rescued Jogo during their last encounter. It seemed to possess teleportation and sleep-inducing abilities. Whatever. Let Gojo-sensei handle it. Time to go. Yoshino Junpei stood by as Hajime and Itadori waved goodbye. Hajime's words still echoed in his mind. You've likely awakened a technique. If so, Tokyo Jujutsu High might reach out. I recommend you accept and transfer while everyone's attention is focused on this area. Itadori had looked thrilled. Senpai, you mean Junpei can join Tokyo Jujutsu High? Then he'd be our classmate too. Of course. Sorcerers are in short supply. Any unregistered ones are usually recruited. If they're not suited for combat, they're trained as supervisors or assigned to logistics. Did you think all our gear appears out of thin air? Oh, I know that. Back at Jujutsu High, Maki and Fushiguro were training hard. Their focus now was improving Fushigiro's and Kujisaki's combatability, though Itadori would soon join them. Hajime. They greeted him from a distance as Kujisaki completed her latest round of one-sided training under Maki. Their sparring had clearly been intense. Noticing their injuries, Hajime began walking over to help treat them. But before he could act, Fushiguro summoned a new Shikigami, a tall, sturdy deer. Its form was not especially intimidating, but Hajime immediately noticed the positive cursed energy radiating from its body. Reverse cursed energy. Shikigami, round deer. Under its influence, everyone's injuries healed rapidly. Maki stretched her limbs and joked. What's wrong? Disappointed? We didn't need your help. But Hajime wasn't disappointed. He was fascinated. The Shikigami was composed entirely of positive cursed energy. Unlike most healers who use the reverse curse technique directly, this Shikigami could support others passively in battle. Since unincarnated cursed spirits were made of negative cursed energy, this positive type acted like sunlight on snow, melting them away effortlessly. This is a Shikigami I recently tamed, Fushiguro explained. It can only use the reverse curse technique. Hajime-san, do you think I could learn the technique by observing it? Hajime nodded. It's a good idea. Reverse cursed energy is hard to grasp from explanation alone, but feeling in action, that's the best teacher. He looked over Fushiguro's progress with approval. You've come a long way. Only 3 Shikigami left to tame, right? More or less. I recently merged new with the Great Serpent. This fusion resulted in something new. Fushiguro activated his technique again. The shadows rippled, and several winged snakes slithered out. They looked more like decorative creatures than threats, but Hajime knew better. This was my first attempt at a triple fusion. Along with New and the Great Serpent, I included Rabbit Escape. The snakes dissolved into shadow, and the ground suddenly surged. A massive creature erupted like a dragon rising from a fountain. It had a serpent's body with wings just beneath its head. Compared to the smaller versions, this one was far more fearsome. Electric arcs danced around its form as it glided through the air. I call it tongue snake. It's powerful, but the energy cost is heavy. After dismissing it, Fushiguro added, I wish I had more info. Most of what I know comes from Gojo-sensei. If I had access to real records. Hajime thought of the Zenin clan. As the origin of the 10 Shadows technique, they likely had plenty of archived material. But Fushiguro's ties to them were complicated. Maki scoffed, those bastards wouldn't give you anything without draining you dry. Fushiguro's tone remained calm. Doesn't matter. If someone in the past could master it, so can I. Despite his calm, Fushiguro's view of the Zenin clan was no better than Maki's. The people he respected, Gojo-sensei, Hajime-san, Maki-senpai, were all outsiders to that clan's twisted values. Those not of Zenin are not sorcerers. Those not sorcerers are not human. He had no intention of seeking help from them. All right, enough talk, Maki said, stretching. We still need to prepare for the exchange event. Hajime-san probably can't join, right? Huh, Itadori blinked. What exchange event? Everyone turned to Hajime. Sorry, he scratched his head. I forgot to explain. Fushiguro quickly summarized the event. Itadori lit up. Wait, senpai can't participate? What? Panda answered, arms folded. That's the word from Principal Yaga. Hajime shrugged. That's about right. If Yuta Okatsu were here, it'd be the same. Otherwise, What's the point of calling it an exchange event? He grinned. Guess I'll just pull up a chair and watch while you all work hard. He hadn't given it much thought when Gojo-sensei mentioned it. Whether he participated or not didn't matter. He was often busy, and with Fushigiro's progress, he felt confident in the team. You lazy jerk, Maki growled, turning her gaze to Itadori. All right, Itadori, your turn. Itadori groaned, but quickly sprang to his feet. His physical endurance let Maki go all out during training, and with Hajime and now Fushiguro Shikigami around, minor injuries weren't a problem. He got beaten the hardest in training, but he accepted it. A former high school athlete who could toss a shot, put over 30 meters, and sprint 100 meters in under 10 seconds. He hadn't needed martial arts before. Now he was learning through Maki's relentless sparring. She saw potential in him, a sorcerer without a technique, yet with a powerful body and sharp instincts. At this rate, he'd be able to exorcise grade 2 or even grade 1 curses on his own. But was that enough? Could he handle monsters like Mahito? Is a sorcerer without a technique really capped at this level? No, I'll push past it. Limits are made to be broken. He flipped himself up after getting slammed by Maki's staff and immediately began analyzing his form, searching for a better way. Hajime waved as he walked away. Keep going, you've got this. Megumi can hold the fort. I'm going to see the principal. He made his way to Yaga's workshop, where the principal often worked on cursed corpses. When he opened the door, White Wolf bounded up to him in excitement. After ruffling the dog's fur, Hajime stepped inside. Kamihara, did you need something? Yaga asked, looking up from his work. Hajime picked up a cat-shaped doll. You've seen the Satazakura High report, right? Yaga nodded, frowning. Yeah, the situation is grim. The victims' bodies are being examined. They were drained of blood, almost ritualistically. Very abnormal. Also, during the mission, we found someone who seems to have awakened a technique. He was just caught up in things, but we should act quickly. I'll have someone check him out. If he qualifies, he can enroll. Then Yaga remembered something. By the way, you won't be joining the exchange event. You understand, right? Yeah, I figured. What about Yuta? Still not back. He's searching for the black rope. It's an incredibly rare, cursed tool. Apparently, it can be manufactured, but the conditions are harsh. Could be a wasted trip. Hajime set the cat doll down, watching it wander toward the other cursed corpses before falling still. No worries. I'll play with him when he returns. All right, Principal, I'll be heading out. He waved at White Wolf. Come on, silly dog, let's go. With 23 days remaining before the Kyoto School Exchange event, the aftermath of the Satazakura High School incident was still reverberating. Since then, the window had only detected minor curse activity, nothing involving Mahito or the other special grade curse spirits. Missions became fewer and far less dangerous. Most assignments now serve to assess how far students like Yuji Itadori, Megumi Fushiguro, and Nobara Kujisaki had come with their training. The results were promising. Second-grade curses no longer posed a threat to them. Even first-grade curses were manageable, as long as the enemy's technique was understood. Individually, they could already exorcise some of the weaker ones. Megumi stood out for his quick battle resolutions. His growing mastery of the Ten Shadows technique and the fusion of his Shikigami increased his combat efficiency. The results of combining New with Toad or Great Serpent were impressive, but as always, the true power depended on Megumi's own cursed energy and technique control. For example, his fusion called Tongue Snake inherited the strength of the Great Serpent and the flight and lightning of New. In practical terms, it equaled a first-grade curse in power, and its versatility made it a reliable force in group battles. When Gojo Soru returned to Jujutsu High, he brought important news. They were getting a new classmate, Yoshino Junpei, one of the survivors of the Satazakura High School tragedy. After confirming Junpei's awakening of a technique, Principal Yaga gave Gojo the green light to extend an invitation. The experience at Satazakura had changed Junpei deeply. Initially cold and emotionally numb, he was forced to confront the reality that even people he barely knew or hated were still human. Mahito's manipulations and cruelty left him disillusioned. The laughter of a curse echoed against the backdrop of corpses. Accepting Gojo's offer, Junpei discussed it with his mother, Nagi Yoshino. When he told her he wanted to move, she agreed almost immediately. She'd seen the news and had already begun planning their relocation. Though unaware of the supernatural elements involved, she was relieved Junpei hadn't been at school during the attack. Junpei didn't share the full truth about his new school. After all, Tokyo Jujutsu High operated under the guise of a religious institution, and official documentation wasn't a problem. Gojo gave him the address and told him someone would pick him up once he'd settled his affairs. When Junpei finally arrived under the midsummer sun, he was greeted by the ever-cheerful Yuji Itadori. Yuji ran up to him and effortlessly hoisted his luggage. "You're here. We're classmates now. Come on, I'll take you to the dorms." Gojo-sensei said any empty room is fine. "After that, I'll introduce you to the others." "Thank you," Junpei said quietly. Yuji scratched the back of his head. Honestly, most of the credit goes to Hajime-senpai. As they walked, Yuji explained the basics of Jujutsu sorcery in the school's environment. After dropping Junpei's bags in a room near his own, he led him to the training grounds. In the rocky, barren landscape behind the school, a massive winged serpent rampaged across the cliffs. Junpei stood frozen, watching in disbelief as a lone figure darted in and out of the Shikigami strikes. Each of the serpent's attacks missed. The small figure struck back with precise, devastating force. A single punch made the beast recoil and hiss. Then, the battle ended. The massive Shikigami dissolved into black mist and vanished. Everything returned to stillness. Gojo Satoru appeared beside Junpei, grinning beneath his blindfold. "You'll get used to it." The fighter landed nearby. It was Kamihara Hajime. Tongue Snake and Max Elephant are too taxing when combined. "I can't sustain the form for long, but the power increase is impressive," Megumi Fushiguro observed aloud. Hajime nodded. He had been helping Megumi test Shikigami fusions. While the new fusion was strong, the strain on cursed energy was considerable. Yuji and Junpei approached, and Hajime gestured for the others to gather. Though they'd heard of Junpei before, this was their first time meeting him in person. Junpei recognized the summoned creature earlier as a Shikigami, far larger and stronger than his own. Nobara's stern aura made her intimidating, while Megumi's calm indifference made him difficult to read. Maki looked fierce but confident. Inumaki only spoke in rice ball ingredients. And then there was Panda. Despite everything he'd seen, Junpei still found himself stunned by the sight of a talking panda. His sense of normal had officially shattered. Gojo began assessing Megumi's earlier performance. "You're getting there. Some of the strain comes from your overall cursed energy reserves. Those will grow. But part of it is control. My 6 eyes let me fine-tune my output to avoid waste." He formed a small orb of cursed energy on his finger and blasted a crater into a rock. Same power, but more efficient. This time, he condensed a smaller orb and fired again. It drilled a perfect finger-sized hole clean through the rock and continued through the ground behind it. "See the difference? Practice your manipulation. Every drop counts." He turned to Yuji, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Since you and Junpei know each other, I'm assigning you to guide him. Don't mess this up." Yuji saluted. "Leave it to me, Gojo-sensei." As Maki and Nobara continued their sparring, Hajime turned toward the others. "Will Junpei be part of the exchange event?" Panda shrugged. "Most likely. It's a sparring match. After all, good experience. Then he should join special training too, once Yuji's done teaching him the basics." Yuji didn't slack. With everything Gojo had just demonstrated fresh in his mind, he explained everything he knew about refining and manipulating cursed energy. Junpei was a quick learner, and with his newly awakened technique, he caught on fast. "What's your technique?" Panda asked after seeing Junpei condense cursed energy. Junpei summoned his Shikigami, a translucent, pale blue jellyfish with golden veins. "I can convert my cursed energy into poison through it. So far, I can choose between paralysis and lethal poison." Panda nodded. "Did Yuji tell you about technique disclosure?" Yuji looked sheepish. I forgot. Panda explained. Most of us don't have techniques. Yuji and Maki are special cases. Megumi uses 10 shadows, summoning multiple shadow-based Shikigami. Nobara's is, well, you'll see in action. Involves nails and dolls. He dodged a glare from Nobara and continued. As for Hajime Senpai, his technique involves time manipulation. It's absurdly strong. He eyed Junpei critically. You'll need to start special training. Jujutsu sorcerers can't afford weak bodies. You got about 3 weeks to shape up. Junpei didn't hesitate to agree. After everything he'd witnessed, he knew he was still far too weak. To protect what mattered, he had to become stronger. Yoshino, what's that mark on your forehead? Panda asked during warm-ups. Junpei hesitated. Noticing his discomfort, Hajime stepped forward. Let me see if I can treat it. Junpei hesitated again before brushing back his hair, revealing a small cigarette burn scar. It wasn't caused by a curse, so Hajime used reverse curse technique to begin healing it. Within moments, the scar had nearly vanished. Junpei touched his forehead, stunned. Then, he looked at Hajime and gave a quiet, grateful smile. Thank you, Hajime-senpai. 20 days passed quickly. Training had paid off. Junpei now had real combat capability, though he still needed more experience. Has Kyoto Jujutsu High arrived already? Panda asked, carrying a bag of cold drinks beside Hajime. They weren't this early last time, Hajime replied, scanning the distance. Strange. I don't see them. As they turned back toward the training grounds, several familiar figures appeared on the path ahead. At the front was Aoi Tadu, leading the Kyoto team. Hajime, long time no see. I've heard of your feats, even in Kyoto. What's this about you not participating in the exchange event? Aoi Tadu asked, half curious, half disappointed. He had been hoping to face Kamihara Hajime and Yuta Okatsu again. Accompanying Tadu were Kamo Noritoshi, Zenin Mai, Momo Nishimiya, and Nain, who had enrolled in Kyoto Jujutsu High. Nain's expression lit up upon seeing Hajime. Hajime-kun, it's been a while. She looked cheerful and at ease, clearly getting along well with Mai and the others. Hajime returned her greeting, handing out cold drinks he'd just bought before heading back to the vending machine for more. If I participated, I'd have to use my technique, Hajime said casually. That'd make things unfair and boring. Same with Yuta, but he's still overseas. Tadu shrugged as they walked toward the training field. Fairness doesn't really exist in battle. Let's have a spar sometime. It'd be boring if neither of you were here. Hajime gave a sly smile. We've got some promising first years. You might not be disappointed. Soon, they arrived at the training ground, where Itadori and Fushiguro were engaged in a fierce spar. It was strictly hand-to-hand, with Megumi holding his own despite Itadori's aggressive style. Maki watched from the side, barking critiques and reminding them to fight like it was real. Tadu scanned the field. You got quite a few first years. You mean those two? I've heard about Sukuna's vessel. Naturally, Tadu's eyes locked onto Yuji Itadori and Megumi Fushiguro. With hands in his pockets, he approached, casting a long shadow behind him. I'm Aoi Tadu, 3rd year, Kyoto Jujutsu High. Seeing Hajime and the others casually chatting with these newcomers, and Maki smiling at a short-haired girl, Itadori assumed they were friendly. He introduced himself with a grin. Yuji Itadori, 1st year from Sendai. Nice to meet you. Fushiguro wasn't so relaxed. He had a sense of Tadu's intensity and the tension between the two schools. Still, he introduced himself politely. Megumi Fushiguro, 1st year. Tadu smirked, the scar on his cheek adding to his fierce expression. Hajime said I could expect a lot from you two. So, tell me, what kind of women do you like? Itadori and Fushiguro blinked in confusion. Itadori didn't hesitate. Jennifer Lawrence, probably. Fushiguro shot him a withering glance. Typical. Still, he answered, I don't really have a type. As long as she's got a good personality, that's enough. Tears welled into Tadu's eyes, though he was clearly smiling too. You two are total opposites. Fushiguro, you're dull as a stone, and Itadori, you're perfect. Hajime wasn't wrong. Itadori leaned toward Fushiguro, whispering, "What's wrong with this guy?" Fushiguro remembered hearing about To-Do from the second years. He sighed internally. "Whatever's coming, it's your problem." To-Do's gaze practically blazed with excitement, but he didn't launch into a fight. He had a Takada-chan fan meeting later and didn't want to sweat through it. That battle would have to wait. "Yuji, Itadori. I'll be waiting for you." Itadori took a few steps back, unnerved. What is with this guy? With one last intense look, To-Do left, muttering something about how perfect this day was. "Bye-bye." Hajime walked over, grinning. "Well, now you've met him. What just happened?" Itadori asked. "He's weird. Do you know him?" Hajime patted his shoulder. "He probably thinks you're friends now. He'll want to fight you during the event." Itadori blinked, then nodded slowly. "He said he's exorcised first-grade curses without even using a technique?" "Yup. He even handled a special grade during the night parade of 100 demons," Hajime added. "You can learn a lot from him in close combat." Itadori's eyes lit up. "Now I'm excited. I won't be that strong, too." Meanwhile, tensions were rising between Maki and Mai. Nobara Kujisaki, siding with Maki, clashed verbally with Momo Nishimiya. Momo wasn't skilled in arguments and quickly lost ground, pouting in frustration. Kamo Noritoshi stepped in, clearly unenthusiastic. He could handle curses just fine. This was another story. The Kyoto group had only come to scout things out. To-Do left for his idol's fan meet, and the rest didn't stay long. With the atmosphere souring, they made their exit. "Train hard." Maki called, satisfied. "We're going to crush them in the team battle." 2 days later, the exchange event officially began. The Kyoto delegation included Principal Gakaganji and Yudahime Iori. During the initial meeting, someone was notably absent. "Where's that idiot?" Yudahime muttered. No one batted an eye. It wouldn't be Gojo Satoru if he wasn't late. Still, he never missed anything important. He showed up minutes later, fashionably late and carrying a bag. Sorry. I brought souvenirs from overseas." He passed around straw-woven dolls, cheap trinkets, but Miwa Kasumi beamed. It didn't matter what it was, her idol had given it to her. "Gakaganji-sensei. Still alive, huh? Make sure you tell me before you kick the bucket." Gakaganji's veins popped. Gojo turned to Yudahime and whispered something else, nearly making her explode. Yaga Mazamichi quickly stepped in. The team battle begins in 2 days. Kyoto's participants: Aoi To-Do, Kamo Noritoshi. Tokyo's team: Zenin Maki, Inu Maki Toj. With Hajime not participating and Junpei Yoshino newly added, both sides had 7 members. The numbers matched evenly. Back at the dorms, Maki began strategizing. Panda and Nobara are a team. Toj and Junpei with Itadori. Fushiguro and I will pair up. He'll find the cursed spirit. I'll deal with interference. Toj's group should hold back To-Do. Kamo's the only real threat left after that. She turned to Hajime. "You know that new Kyoto student, Nain, right? What's her technique?" Hajime rubbed his chin. "Something soul-related. Back then, she wasn't much of a fighter, and her technique wasn't fully developed." Maki's glasses glinted. "And a special grade mission last time was set up by Gojo-sensei's enemies. Gakaganji's part of that faction. We'd better watch our backs." Hajime nodded. The higher-ups likely wouldn't pull the same stunt again, but caution was warranted. 2 days later, the event commenced. Hajime sat in the teacher's viewing area. Meimei was in charge of broadcasting the event, calm as ever, since she was getting paid. "Good morning," Hajime greeted politely. Yudahime Iori smiled, surprised once again by his manners. A polite, powerful young man. How on earth had Gojo raised him? Gojo, oblivious to the side-eye, focused on the broadcast. The participants were already moving, tracking cursed spirits or each other. While most Kyoto students aimed to exorcise the assigned curse, To-Do only had one goal: fighting Itadori. He found him quickly. Inumaki and Junpei were with Yuji when To-Do emerged from the woods, grinning broadly. Inumaki immediately lowered his collar, readying his voice. He knew To-Do wouldn't play around. "Senpai, I'll handle him," Itadori said confidently. "You and Junpei move ahead." Inumaki nodded. "Menteiko." With that, He and Junpei sprinted forward. To-do didn't stop them. This was what he wanted. Yuji Itadori, out of respect, I won't hold back. Yuji wiped his nose, grinning. Funny, I was thinking the same thing. He charged forward. To-do smiled wider. Show me if you're worthy of being my best friend. Elsewhere, Maki and Megumi moved through the forest with Kon. A faint whistle cut through the trees. Watch it, Maki shouted. Kon bit down on the projectile. It was a blood-stained arrow. That's the Kumo clan's red blood manipulation. Megumi muttered. Too late. The blood on the arrow burst into spikes, injuring Kon slightly. Kumo Noritoshi emerged. Just the Zenin pair? Maki drew her weapon. Just you? Pretty confident, huh? Kumo said nothing. He launched 2 more arrows, which Maki deflected, only to be intercepted by a scythe-like blade of blood. Red blood manipulation, scythe exorcism. A sudden beam of light tore through the trees. Megumi barely dodged. He looked up, too late. Don't lose focus, Kumo warned, appearing beside him. One palm strike sent Megumi flying into a tree. As Kumo charged again, something shifted. Megumi smirked and formed a hand sign. Technique amplification, tongue snake. A massive shikigami burst from the shadows, its jaws snapping. Kumo dodged the bite, but caught the tail. He was thrown back, blood trickling from his lip. That shikigami.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.